Before I let go. The beginning. Josiah. In the middle of the journey of our life I found myself within a dark woods where the straight way was lost. Dante Alighieri, Inferno. Do people remember the exact moment they fall in love? I do. Yasmen brought me homemade chicken noodle soup when I was so sick it hurt to blink. Tasted like day-old dishwater. Not sure how you mess up chicken noodle soup, but my girl managed it. She watched me expectantly with those long-lashed doe eyes. God, I'll never forget her expression when I spat that soup out, but it was so bad and I was too sick to even play it off. For a second, Yasmen looked distressed, but then, despite feeling like someone dragged me over hot coals and needles, I laughed. Then she laughed and I wondered if this, finding someone you can laugh with when everything hurts, was the stuff happily ever afters were made of. Not the sugar-coated kisses and hot air balloon rides and romantic walks under a full moon. My whole body throbbed with whatever plague infected me, but that day Yasmen made me happy. In the midst of a raging flu, she made me laugh. And I knew. I tipped over from wildly attracted and more than slightly pussy-whipped into the real thing. Into love. That moment is soldered into my memory. It's one I'll never forget. And here, just months later, so is this one. What do you think? Yasmen looks up from something she's working on at the card table in the middle of the living/dining/kitchen zone of my dilapidated one-bedroom apartment, complete with impoverished student decor. Think about what? I ask, sitting down in the raggedy chair across from her. Grits. Baby, please don't make grits again. I'm still recovering from the last time you tried. She glares at me without heat, the corners of her mouth fighting a grin. Boy, not cooked grits. Have you even been listening? I said, what if you name your restaurant Grits? In an unprecedented move, I took a girl home for Christmas. She and my Aunt Bird hit it off right away, and by New Year's Eve, the two of them were scheming about a restaurant I could open using my MBA and Aunt Bird's family recipes. Oh, yeah. Sure. Grits. I scoot my chair closer and push back the fall of braids cascading over Yasmen's shoulder. Sounds good. Sounds good. She lays the back of her hand across my forehead. Are you sick again? The Josiah Wade I know picks apart every suggestion and always has a yes, but on the ready. She's not wrong. My father was a military man, a stern taskmaster who never settled for anything a day in his life. He planned each move like a military campaign. Control, discipline, and reason propelled him up through the ranks. That's what he instilled in me even in the short time I had with him before he passed away, but all of that goes out the window in this moment when I realize that I not only love Yasmen, but I want to love her for the rest of my life. Marry me. The words slip out soft and certain. And I am certain. An actuary running a dozen risk assessments couldn't be as certain as I am right now. Yasmen and I belong together. She drops her pen and her mouth falls open. What? Jerky breaths stutter over her lips and her eyes go wide. Marry me. Improbably, because all of this is as out of character for me as a goat tap dancing, I sink to one knee in front of her, heart skydiving in my chest. Full-on romantic movie proposal posture. I reach up to cup her face, the beveled bones and delicate curves fitting perfectly against my palms. I love you, Yasmen. She nods, her expression dazed. I know. I love you, too, but I thought we'd wait until you finished grad school. I'm almost done. One semester left. Your lease is up next month. Perfect time to move in with me. I sweep my arm around the sparsely furnished, shabby apartment. Don't you want to join me in this lap of luxury? She snickers, a wide smile breaking out on her beautiful face. The first time I saw her, my friends laughed because I stopped in the middle of whatever bullshit I was saying and stared. That's not me. No matter how fine, no girl ever drop-kicked me at first sight the way Yasmen did. I want to see her smooth brown skin, these sweet, full lips, the thick fan of lashes, on my children. You're crazy, she whispers. I'm sure of you. I trace the silky dark arch of her eyebrow. Are you sure of me? And I see it. I see the calm, the certainty, the love suffocate her doubts, smother the hesitations. She leaves the rickety chair, goes down on her knees to face me on mine, and scatters fleeting kisses across my face. They ghost over my lips and eyes like butterflies that float out of reach before I can grab them. I want to capture her face again, make her be still so I can kiss her back, but my hands hang at my sides, numb from the magnitude of what's happening. Finally, she takes my hands in hers and looks directly at me. Tears pool in her eyes and slip over her cheeks. Yes, Josiah Wade, she breathes. I'll marry you. My body comes back to life and I pull her into me by the curve of her hips, press my palms into the warm suppleness of her back. She's all tight heat and temptation. In the absence of a ring, I seal our pledge with a slick tangle of tongues and tears. The kiss is hot and sweet and ravenous. This must be how forever tastes. I'm sure of it. Chapter 1. Yasmen. You rarely see good things in the rearview mirror. A lesson I should have learned by now, but I flick a glance to the back seat anyway, watching my daughter break the rules. Her brother in the passenger seat beside me is just as bad. Guys, you know it's not screen time. I split my attention between the interstate and the two of them. Put your phones away, please. Mom, seriously. My daughter Deja's sigh is heavy with a 13-year-old's exasperation. I just finished school and dance lessons. Gimme a break. Sorry, Mom, Kasim says, lowering his phone to his lap. Deja expels another breath, like she's not sure who irritates her more, me for making the rules or her brother for following them. Brown nose, she mutters, gaze still fixed to her screen. Deja, I say. That phone is mine if you don't put it away. Her eyes, dark and gold-flecked, clash with mine in the mirror before she sets the phone aside. It's like staring back at myself. We're so much alike. Skin as smooth and brown as polished walnut. Her hair, like mine, prone to coil and curl, always contracting at the slightest bit of moisture in the air. Same stubborn chin hinting at a will to match. She's just like you, my mother used to say when as a toddler Deja barreled into mishaps despite my warnings to take care. When she'd pull herself up to run off again with fresh scrapes and bruises. Serves you right. Now you'll see what I had to put up with raising you. I always thought it would be a blessing, mother and daughter, two peas in the proverbial pod. And for a long time, it was, until 13. God, I hate this age. I can't seem to get anything right with her anymore. So how was your day? I ask because I want to make good use of all this time we have in the car commuting. They've only been back in school for 2 weeks, and I should start this year as I mean to go on. Jamal brought his lizard to school, Kasim says, his amused eyes meeting mine in a brief sidelong glance. And it crawled out of his backpack in class. Oh, my God. I laugh. Did he catch it? Yeah, but it took like 20 minutes. He's fast. The lizard, I mean. Kasim twists a button on the crisp white shirt of his school uniform. Some of the girls started screaming. Mrs. Halstead stood on her chair, like it was a snake or something. I might have freaked out too, I admit. This one was harmless. It wasn't like a Gila monster or a Mexican beaded lizard, Kasim says. Those are two of the poisonous types found in North America. I catch Deja staring at the back of her brother's head like he sprang from Doctor Who's TARDIS. With Kasim's constant stream of factoids and fascination with, well, everything, it probably sometimes seems like he did. Never a dull moment with Jamal, I say with a chuckle. What about you, Deja? Huh? She asks, her voice disinterested, distracted. When I check the mirror again, I only see her profile. She's studying I-85 through her window. The 6 o'clock traffic is basically a parking lot, a fleet of Atlantan commuters inching forward and negotiating tight spaces in a game of vehicular Tetris. I was asking how your day went. I try again. It was all right, Deja says, eyes fixed on the traffic beyond her window. Dad's at the restaurant. So much for connecting. Yeah. I tap the brakes when a Prius cuts in front of me. You guys can eat dinner there and your dad'll take you home once you're done. Why? Kasim asks. Why what? I wait for the Prius to decide what he wants to do. I mean, where will you be? Kasim presses. It's Soledad's birthday, I tell him, carefully switching lanes. We're taking her out to dinner. Make sure you get your homework done. I don't want you to fall behind. God, Mom, Deja sighs. We're barely back from summer and you're already up our asses. I ping a sharp glance from Kasim in the front seat to Deja in the back. Don't cuss. She mumbles something under her breath. What was that? I flash a look at her in the mirror as I pull off the exit. You got something to say? I said it. Defiant, resentful eyes snap to meet mine. I didn't hear it. Is that my problem? Yeah, it is. If you're big and bad enough to say it loud enough for me to hear it. Mom, geez. She pinches the bridge of her nose. Why are you so, ugh? I have 1,000 replies to that, but all of them would only worsen the tension between us. If I had spoken to my mama that way, she would have pulled over to the shoulder and popped me in the mouth. God knows I love my mother, but I don't want that. I draw a calming breath and try to remember all the ways I promised myself I would do things differently with my kids, landing somewhere between gentle parenting and my mama. I stop at a red light, turning to glance over my shoulder, meeting Deja's hard stare. It always feels like she's fortifying a wall between us, piling up the bricks before I can touch her on the other side. I miss the girl who loved our pillow fights, esmores over the backyard fire pit, and Saturday morning mommy-daughter menace. Is it all part of growing up, or are we just growing apart? Or both? Your dad and I expect you to set a better example for your brother, I tell her. Well, Daddy's not around as much anymore. She turns her head, shifts her eyes away from me, and stares back out the window. Is he? Even though Josiah doesn't live with us, he's only 2 streets over and they see him every day. Still, my heart clenches with a guilt-tinged ache because as much as I'd like to believe it's only the big 1-3 that eroded things between Deja and me, I can't lie to myself. The trouble started with the divorce. Those eyes, before never far from sparkling with laughter, now seem too old for the rest of her face, and not just from seeing one more year pass, but from witnessing the dissolution of her parents' marriage over the last few. It's green, Mom, Kasim says. Before anyone can honk, I accelerate with the cars around me, driving past the blue and white sign heralding that we're entering Skyland, one of Atlanta's most vibrant in-town neighborhoods. My shoulder muscles relax as we shift from the tension of the interstate to the more sedate pace and thinner traffic of Skyland's narrow roads. It pairs the charm and intimacy of a smaller community with proximity to the explosive energy and limitless options of a world-class city. We drive down Main Street, bordered by cobblestone walkways, boutiques, and cloth-draped tables spilling from the cafes onto the sidewalks. I exit the roundabout encircling the fountain in the center of Sky Square and keep driving until our restaurant, Grits, comes into view. Downtown Skyland is a perfect blend of preservation and progress. The zoning gatekeepers have preserved many of the historic homes by repurposing them for business. Our soul fusion restaurant, Grits, is a shining example. The 2-story Victorian with its wraparound porch stole my heart as soon as I laid eyes on it. The house had fallen into disrepair, but we had a loan from the bank, more ideas than we knew what to do with, and a stack of family recipes. Josiah had the business degree, but I brought the vision for an upscale, down-home restaurant that specialized in reinventing old Southern favorites. It took us a while to get to upscale. For a long time we were more mom and pop, our entire operation squeezed into a small retail space on the south side of Atlanta. So much has changed, been lost, gained. Besides the two humans in this car, Grits is what I'm proudest of. It's our baby too. Even when things fell apart between Josiah and me, we still had our 3 babies. Deja, Kasim, and this place, Grits. When we realized those were the only things holding us together, we knew it would be better to dissolve our marriage than to go on as what we had become. Well, I knew. When we arrive at Grits, I pull into a reserved parking space right up front and kill the engine. Kasim opens the door and is out and up the steps to Grits's entrance without another word. Deja gets out, too, and closes the door. Coltish, all skinny arms and giraffe legs in her plaid school uniform skirt and pink high-top Converse, she pauses to type, already glued to her phone again, before entering the restaurant. I don't even have the patience to remind her about screen time. Let Josiah worry about it for the next couple of hours. I grab my suit bag from the trunk, start for the steps, and pull open the heavy front door emblazoned with our logo. As soon as I cross the threshold, a sense of accomplishment rises in me as thick and real as the smell of fried chicken and savory vegetables permeating the tastefully decorated dining room. It's a full house tonight, though lately every night is a full house. What a difference a year makes. Across the dining room I spot Deja and Kasim standing with a man I don't recognize. He's of middle age and average height, and standing next to a petite woman dressed in a white chef's coat and slim-fitting pants. Vashti Burns's reputation and culinary expertise helped pull us back from the edge of ruin. Her dark brown skin is a gorgeous contrast to the auburn-colored natural hair she wears cropped close. Having less hair gives her high cheekbones room to show off. Her full lips spread, flashing straight, white teeth in a smile up at the tall man beside her. Josiah. My ex-husband is one of those guys. A man who captures your attention with the breadth of his shoulders and a purposeful stride, long legs devouring each step like he needs to get someplace but won't be rushed. I was a restaurant hostess when we first met. Josiah, waiting for a table with a group of friends, seduced my ears before I even laid eyes on him, that rich laugh of his unfurling like black silk ribbon and making heads turn. Turned my head. Not that he's had much to laugh about the last few years. Hell, none of us have, but he's laughing now, with our pretty new chef. A group of laughing women spill through the front door, the perfume-scented clique of stilettos and bodycon dresses crowding around the hostess podium. At Grits, your jeans are just as at home as your Sunday best. Or you're in the club best in their case. Offering them a smile as the hostess checks them in, I walk toward Josiah and the kids. When I'm just a few feet away, Josiah glances up and his smile does that thing where it freezes at the sight of me and then melts completely into a neutral line. It stings a little, that the ease we used to share is gone. It's one of the things we never recovered from the most painful season of our lives. That ease came with love, with passion, with partnership. At least we're still partners, even if only in business and raising these kids. Hey, Josiah murmurs when I join their little group, his voice a low, deep, familiar rumble. I didn't realize you were here. Thought you'd dropped them off. No. I pat the suit bag and angle a polite smile to Vashti and the stranger. Just need to change before I go. Let me introduce you, he says. Yasmen, this is William Granders, a food critic for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. William, Yasmen Wade, my business partner. A food critic. So that's why he's at Soigny, our best table. Nice to meet you, Mr. Granders, I say, extending a hand to him. He returns the handshake with a smile before taking a sip of his Bordeaux. Good to see you again, Yasmen, Vashti says, her voice well-modulated and pleasant. You too. Even though Vashti's been here for about a year, we don't know each other that well. I was still on hiatus when Josiah hired her after a string of replacements failed following Aunt Bird's passing. Vashti has the culinary training, and that's something Bird used to say the most gifted cooks are born with. She's been a lifesaver, but something I can't put my finger on has kept the two of us from becoming friends. The customers and staff love her. My kids love her. Josiah rests one big hand on her shoulder. The touch is innocuous. Platonic, but something about it niggles. Hey, kids, let's grab a table so you can eat and get started on homework, I say, offering Mr. Granders a smile. Hope you enjoy your meal. How could I not? He shoots Vashti an admiring look. You've got yourself a rare gem here. Haven't had chicken and dumplings like this since, well, ever. We're very lucky, I agree with a smile. There's a booth at the back near the kitchen, Josiah says, dropping a quick kiss on Deja's hair. I'll check on you guys in a bit. Decide what you want. Ribs, Kasim pipes up, licking his lips. Boy, you're gonna turn into a rib. Vashti laughs. You get them every time. When you gonna try my chicken fried steak? Next time. Kasim shrugs, his smile sheepish. If Deja's my mini-me, Kasim is Josiah's. Kids, let's go so Mr. Ganders can finish his meal, I say, looking back to the critic. It was nice meeting you. Once we reach the booth Josiah reserved, I grab 2 menus from the table and hand them to the kids. Figure out what you want, I say. Your dad will come over to get your orders. I'm starving. Kasim opens the menu, eyes wide and scanning all the options. Eat. Home. Homework, I remind them, looking from one to the other. In that order. Got it? Got it, Deja says, her face obscured by the open menu. All right. I shift the suit bag over my shoulder. I need to change. I pick my way through the tables and smile at a few regular customers, but don't stop. The phone vibrates in my purse, and I know it's my friend Hendrix wondering where I am. I reach for my cell to reassure her I'm coming, but my steps falter mid-stride and I stand paralyzed in the empty corridor. To anyone else, it's just a stretch of hardwood flooring, the wide planks dark and polished, but my mind's eye superimposes an old stain spreading beneath my Nikes. And even though the floor has long since been scrubbed clean, I still see my sorrow embedded in the wood grain. For months I couldn't walk through this place without my breath growing short and my head spinning. My pain was plastered in these walls. My ghosts and grief gathered around these tables. A knot of anxiety burgeons in my belly, and panic strangles me so tightly I can barely breathe, but I do what my therapist taught me. Deep breath in, slow breath out. Deep breath in, slow breath out. At first I can only manage tiny sips of air and my head spins, but each breath deepens, lengthens, deploys life-giving calm to my tingling extremities. Repeating that cycle a few times slows my heartbeat and loosens the band manacling my throat. I've exorcised a lot of my demons. Not all, but enough to at least walk into grits without running right back out. I'm ready to reclaim the space that loss and shit luck tried to take from me. When I open my eyes, it's just a floor, polished to a high shine. There was a time I would have fallen over that cliff, breath-deprived and panicked, and let my demons chase me from this place I love so much. A tiny smile crooks the corner of my mouth and I take one step and then another. So this is what getting better feels like. Headed for the office, I pass the clamor of the kitchen. The clang of pots, the tantalizing scents, the raucous laughter and raised voices drift from the space that had always been Bird's domain. I offer a quick wave to the crew as I stride toward the office. Private is discreetly sketched into the gold plate on the office door. I walk in, closing the door behind me. Josiah is a man of order and discipline, and the office reflects that. When we shared this space, it was never this orderly. My side of our bedroom always looked like a natural disaster, while his side looked like, well, like this. Even though I'm getting back into the swing of things here at the restaurant, I haven't been using the office. And it shows. The desk is clear, except for a few papers sorted into neat piles, edges lined up just so. Not a speck of dust would dare reside on any of the shiny surfaces. Josiah would be pulling his hair out if he saw our bedroom right now. I'm not one of those people who make the bed every morning. I mean, no one's in my room all day and I'm just climbing right back in at night. I like my bed waiting for me all rumpled like it was when I crawled out of it. Josiah. Sheets tucked tight like a can of sardines, corners sharp as a Swiss Army knife. He's one of those people who actually knows how to fold a fitted sheet into a tiny square. Freak. I walk into the en-suite bathroom, shut the door, flop onto the closed seat of the toilet. And sit. Life comes at us fast. Responsibilities, kids, opportunities, it all rushes at us with projectile force. With all the things flying my way, I've learned to stop and check for dents and bruises. I've been the walking wounded before with disastrous results. Now I always pause just one damn minute to make sure I'm actually okay. Sometimes I gotta have a seat on a toilet, hoarding breaths, surviving between seconds. For mere moments, insulated by thin walls and a closed door. After a few restoring seconds of silence, I stand to peel off the day along with my jeans and t-shirt. I search under the sink, praying I'll see the emergency deodorant I used to stash there. Yes. With a little sachet of my hips I apply the deodorant. My face is bare, so I pull out my Glam in Minutes kit and at least apply some coverage, color, and lashes. I washed my hair this morning, and the leave-in conditioner still tames my natural hair into a mostly curly, not yet frizzy, afro halo. I may be winging it with my hair and makeup, but at least I know this dress is classy with a dash of freakum. Pink hibiscus flowers bloom across the emerald green skirt and the bodice cups and molds my breasts like a lover. Not that I've had one of those since my divorce. I lift my arms, squinting into the bathroom mirror. Can you tell I didn't shave? I ask the woman looking back at me. Eyes shining. Curls popping. That matte pink lip pie is on point. Brows, fleekish. And yoga has done her body good. I'll never be the size I was before I had kids, and I'm fine with that. My health isn't a number on the scale or on a tag in my jeans. I feel good about my body because it gets me through this life. I want to be around as long as possible to see my kids grow up, so I take care of it. I can't remember when I last felt like this. I feel like myself. I give the woman in the mirror a grin. I feel like myself. My purse vibrates. Damn it. I grab the phone and sure enough. Hendrix, hey. Where are you? My friend's husky voice holds an edge, but it always does. Her high-powered job and warp-speed life usually make her sound like she's poised to pounce on anyone she's talking to. Leaving grits now. If I can ever get this dress zipped. I press the phone between my ear and my shoulder and stretch to reach my back. You already at Sky High? Yeah. Walking in now. It's just up the street. Be there in less than 10. Okay. Bye. I turn my focus back to the zipper, which stubbornly stays put at the middle of my back. Screw it. I'll ask the hostess to zip me up. I grab my stuff and leave the bathroom just as the outer office door opens and Josiah walks in. His glance skitters over me, starting with my curly hair and sliding to my bare toes. Sorry. I didn't realize you were in here. He strides over to the desk, opens a drawer, and retrieves a small stack of cards. Granders wanted a business card. People still actually use those. The powerful shoulders shrug in the confines of his well-tailored suit. Apparently he does. I'll carve my name into a stone tablet if it means he'll write us a good review. We could use the visibility. Our things, I hesitate, unsure of where my question will lead. Josiah never pressured me when I couldn't drag myself out of the black hole, when just opening my eyes and breathing felt like a chore. He shielded me from how bad things had gotten financially at the restaurant. We thought we'd have time to train, to settle, to grow. Instead we lost Bertie, our linchpin, in the middle of the biggest transition our little business had ever experienced. It wasn't until my fog started clearing that I realized how close we'd come to losing this place. To losing everything. See, are we in trouble again? We're good. The hard, handsome cast of his features softens a little. For real, business has never been better. If I need to do more around here, I can adjust some stuff. You're where we need you most. His reply is quiet but sure. His dark eyes, steady. Knowing you've got the kids, their lessons, are serving on the PTA committees and keeping up with their grades, it's freeing me up to focus here and make sure we're all right. That we stay all right. Both kids struggled some after the divorce. Deja especially became increasingly defiant and her grades have suffered. With Josiah handling so much at the restaurant after Bird died, we agreed I would focus more on home and giving them as much stability as possible. Well, if things change, let me know, I say, forcing lightness into my voice, into the room. Team Wade, right? That used to be our rallying cry when things got tough. Whatever needed doing, we did it together. A muscle in his jaw flexes, and he cuts his gaze away from mine to some point over my shoulder. Maybe to some point in the past, reliving the turmoil of the last few years like I do more often than I'd like to admit. His prolonged silence becomes smothering, and my breath shortens again. Anytime you want to be the one hauling Deja's ungrateful ass to dance lessons, I say wryly, hoping to dispel the heaviness that entered the room. Let me know. We can trade. He shifts his glance back to me and the distant look in his eyes fades. I'd rather work day and night. You can have that. His full lips quirk at the corners, and I find myself smiling back. Josiah's face is interesting enough to make handsome look mundane, though the man is undeniably fine. The kind of fine that makes you lose your train of thought mid-sentence and bite your lip. Gorgeous dark skin gleams, pulled taut over the high sculpted bones of his face. To be so controlled, nearly austere, there is something boundless about his presence. Standing here with him, that energy, an amalgamation of ambition and audacity and swagger, swirls around us in the office. It's like being corked into a bottle with a typhoon. His brows lift, querying. I'm staring. Oh. I turn my back to him, as much to recover my composure as to get my zipper up. It's stuck. Can you help? He doesn't answer, and his steps are so quiet I barely hear him cross the room, so the heat of his body warming my exposed skin startles me. The backs of his fingers brush over my spine as he pulls the zipper. It doesn't budge at first, so he has to tug. Even just that whisper of a touch reminds my skin how to goosebump. I glance over my shoulder and up, my breath hitching when our eyes collide. The air around us practically crackles, charged with a familiar current I'd forgotten was even possible. He clears his throat and slides the zipper to the top. There you go. I turn to face him and am unprepared for how close he stands. I'm barefoot and my view narrows to the broad chest and shoulders of the man in front of me. We're not alone like this often anymore, leading separate lives that only intersect at our kids and our business. Kasim and Deja are usually around, or staff, friends, coaches, teachers. It's rarely just us. We used to know each other better than anyone. Now I'm not even sure what he watches in the little free time he has away from this place, or really what he does at all. Have you seen Ozark? I ask. The thick line of his brows dips. Nah. Should I? It's one of the best shows I've seen in a really long time. The acting, directing. The writing is stellar. I'm rambling. I want to shove a sock in my mouth to make it stop running. I'll have to, check it out. He glances at the door. I need to get back to Granders. Yeah. I reach into the bottom of my suit bag to grab my green heels, bending to slip them on. I gotta go too. He runs a thorough glance from my head to my shoes. You look nice. Nice? I scoop up the suit bag, now stuffed with my clothes, and speed to the door, grinning over my shoulder. PFFTT. I look amazing. He shakes his head, allowing a small smile. You look amazing. Have a good time. I'll try not to be out too late. And don't let the kids stay up all night, see? They have school tomorrow. Like I'm the pushover parent. We both know he is, so I just stare at him until his smile broadens to that startling brightness that will snatch your breath if you let it. Get out of here, he says. I'll see you at the house. The house. Not home. Not the dream home we worked for and fantasized about for years. Now it's just the house where the kids and I live. Josiah's in the same neighborhood, but 2 streets over. I'm not sure why my thoughts keep revisiting the past tonight when my reflection, my mindset, everything has future written all over it. Shake it off, I tell myself, climbing into the car and pulling out of the Grits parking lot. It's time to party. Chapter 2. Yasmen. It's Soledad's birthday, Hendrix mutters into her Moscow mule. You think she'd be eager for some grown girl time, and yet she's late. She's on her way. I reread the text Soledad sent. As of 20 minutes ago. She said Lupe's cheering practice went over, Inez is working on a science project, and Lottie had dance lessons. I study Hendrix over the rim of my drink. She has a face as bold as her name, punctuated by sloping cheekbones and an audacious nose, nostrils flared to scent adventure and bullshit. Her dark, arched brows are as quick to pull into a frown as the wide bow of her mouth is to stretch into a smile. She gets shit done and is as driven to help people as she is to succeed. Helping people is, at least in part, how she defines success. How are your housewives? I ask, sipping my French 75, the gin and the twang sloughing the edge off my frayed nerves. Girl, a whole ass handful. The producer had the nerve to call and ask me to keep my clients in check. Bitch, you check, M. My job was to get them there. Your job is to make sure they don't kill each other before the season ends. Seems like the more drama, the better the ratings, so what's her problem? Yeah, there's drama and then there's, Hendrix lifts her brows meaningfully. There's shit. Fistfights, weaves yanked out, tires slashed. Sounds like high school. Or daycare, and my degree is in PR, not babysitting. Though, for real, that feels like my job half the time. She aims a smile over my shoulder. Speaking of babies, here comes Mommy-in-Chief now. I glance around and spot Soledad climbing the stairs to Sky High's rooftop. She wears her usual slightly harried expression, but tonight it's paired with a butt-hugging red dress that screams work it, girl, it's your birthday. Her dark eyes search the crowd until she finds us. A blinding smile lights up her pretty face. She's short and curvy, and springy sable curls bounce around her shoulders, reflecting the energy packed into her petite frame. She waves and crosses quickly over to our table. Sorry I'm late. She collapses into the empty seat, snatches the drink from my hand, and takes a long sip. For your own birthday celebration. Hendrix TSKS. Just glad you made it at all. Did you have to tie Edward to the refrigerator for him to stay home with the girls? Soledad's husband is notoriously absent from pretty much everything lately. Pink filters into the gold brown of her cheeks. He, had to work late unexpectedly and, so who's with the kids? I cut in. I called Mrs. Lassiter's daughter. Soledad fixes her gaze on the menu, avoiding the exasperation I'm sure is apparent in Hendrix's eyes and mine. She's that 9th grader who lives around the corner. Lottie and Inez love her. Lupe's old enough to stay home and they'd be fine, but her cheering practice went late, so, she shrugs philosophically. One night, Hendrix mutters. He couldn't give you one night. I shoot Hendrix a quelling glance, silently urging her to lay off, but she's more likely to bite your tongue than she is to bite hers. Guys, come on. Soledad drops the menu and all pretense that it actually interests her. Can't we just have a good time and not focus on Edward? He's in the middle of a huge project at the firm. It's a lot and he's doing the best he can. I bet even she doesn't believe that, but I won't argue the point and spoil her birthday any more than her inconsiderate sperm donor already has. You're right. I slam my empty glass on the table and signal for the server. Let's get lit like we're not class mom in the morning. One of us isn't class mom, Hendrix reminds, her laugh throaty and grateful. And my apartment is literally around the corner. I'm walking, so I'll drink for us all. Soledad and I are driving, albeit only around the corner, so we can't drink much, but getting lit sounds amazing. Our little trio is composed of disparate pieces that somehow work together. Hendrix, blissfully single and childless, is completely focused on her career and her ailing mother in Charlotte, splitting her time between the Queen City and Atlanta. Soledad doesn't work outside the home, but runs her household like a kingdom, leaving everyone awestruck by levels of organization and domesticity seemingly unachievable by mere mortals. She's a dash of Joanna Gaines, a sprinkle of Marie Kondo, and a big ol' scoop of Tabitha Brown, a dish served at a farm table on the finest china. And then there's me. Wrapped in all the trappings of a suburban housewife, except I'm no longer anybody's wife, and I run a thriving business with the man I always assumed I'd love forever. How are your kids, Yasmen? Soledad asks, sipping the cosmopolitan the server set down after taking our orders. Deja and Kasim okay tonight? They're good. Grabbing dinner at Grits. Josiah's taking them to the house for homework once they're done. You two manage your. Soledad closes one eye and twists her lips, apparently searching for the right word. You're dynamic so well. Dynamic? Hendrix casts me a look I've fondly dubbed sly slutty. Is that what you call it when your fine as hell ex-husband is there 24/7 for the screwing and you do nothing about it? There was a time when Hendrix's brashness would have left me sputtering and spewing my drink, but I'm used to her now. She spent all her shock value on me months ago. It's called co-parenting, I say. And running a business together. If we want to do both of those well, it's best to keep things simple and platonic. You don't even want the occasional dip into that yummy honey pot? Hendrix asks, a knowing smile gracing her full lips. Josiah is fine as hell. I smile at the approaching server carrying our food. I'm aware. I was married to him. I bet Josiah put it down, Hendrix says. You can look at him and tell he can fuck. All right. Enough. I try to play it off with a laugh, but talking about our former sex life is not what I want to do. Don't creep on my ex. I mean no harm. Hendrix lifts both hands. I come in peace and with the purest admiration for a man in his prime and a prime piece of man. I was just saying it seems like you probably got some good dick out of that marriage. Am I right? I did, but that was the last thing on my mind at the end. Our animosity and grief doused the passion we'd always taken for granted. Those last few months, we rarely even slept in the same room. My bed has been cold and empty for a very long time. I obviously don't know everything that went down with you two, Hendrix says. But that's the kind of man I'd miss. Like you said, I tell her, staring into my drink. You don't know everything that went down. They never knew Josiah and me as a set, as the couple everyone envied. When I was going through my dark season, I lost touch with most friends I was closest to. Not their fault. I shut many of them out. I met Hendrix and Soledad through the yoga class my therapist recommended to help reduce anxiety and improve my mood at my lowest point. Soledad lives a couple of streets over, so I knew of her, but it wasn't until yoga that we really connected. The three of us hid on the back row watching everyone do their dog, cat, and cobra poses while we struggled to contort our out-of-shape bodies into the most basic positions. Maybe because I was so in need of reconnection, and they seemed to be, too, we grew close quickly. They don't look at me with that careful sympathy I see in the eyes of everyone who knew me before. I know you guys went through a lot all at once, Soledad says. Yeah, it was a lot. I take a fortifying gulp of my drink. You know Josiah's Aunt Bird passed away soon after we opened in Skyland. Pushing down the emotion that tries to break through the surface, I force myself to continue. Business tanked. In that state, we couldn't hold our own in Skyland. Not with the quality of restaurants around here. Maybe we would have fared better if we'd stayed where we were. Stayed who we were. But Josiah had always seen us turning the restaurant into an upscale destination spot. And it would have gone off without a hitch had life not hitched every which way but loose. You don't talk about it much, the divorce I mean, Soledad says. Did you guys try therapy? Josiah's allergic, I say wryly. He doesn't do therapy. I wanted to, but, at the church where I grew up, Hendrix says, they always said you ain't got a problem God can't fix. What can a therapist do that God can't? That mindset kept a lot of folks from getting help. Josiah's reasons had nothing to do with faith, I say with a twist of my lips. He just thinks it's a load of bullshit. Deja and Kasim talked some to a grief counselor at school, but aside from a rough patch or two, they bounced back okay. Couples therapy. Josiah didn't think it could help, and by the end, neither did I. Things had gotten so bad, I felt like I was suffocating in that house, in that marriage, and I had to get out. It felt like the whole world was resting on my chest every morning, and it was all I could do to get out of bed. And everything hurt. That's the part of depression people don't consider, that at times it physically hurts. My therapist helped me understand that the back pain and the headaches I developed were most likely related to stress, and stress hormones like cortisol and noradrenaline contributed to my apathy and exhaustion, which exacerbated my depression. It was an inescapable cycle that left me looking up at my life from the bottom of a well, the walls slippery, and seeing no way out. And it all hurt, including being with the man I'd loved more than everything. After how we'd loved each other, the way we hurt each other was destroying us. I've made a little bubble for my friends and me, one that protects my fragile joy and wards off the hurt of the past. I know I'll have to tell Hendrix and Soledad everything soon. If therapy has taught me anything, it's that you run from your pain in a circle. You end up exhausted, but never really gaining ground. I have to stop running, have to share with them all the ways life popped the seams on a world perfectly sewn together. For now I share a little at a time, and for tonight, I've shared enough. I clear my throat and push out a laugh. Is this a celebration or what? Let's eat before Soul ages another year. The night turns out to be just what I needed, and I hope what Soledad deserves. She's the hardest working woman I know and sees her life's mission as raising 3 beautiful humans to be confident women who make the world a better place. Some might judge that, say a woman as smart as Soledad could do so much more. I see the power in choosing your own more. So we doing this or nah? Hendrix asks hopefully once we've settled the bill. I got a roll of ones burning a hole in my Lewis. Strip club. The answer is written in Soledad's eyes, sketched in the rueful tug of her lips. Rain check. I actually am class mom in the morning, and I need to get home and check Inez's science project. I bet I'll have to help her because Edward is about as likely to help with that science project as Garth Brooks is to perform at the Apollo. Well, Edward had a long day, Soledad finishes with a smile as natural as my lashes. And may have overlooked a few things. Hendrix grunts. She really should patent that It's the most accomplished monosyllable I've ever met. Well, I have the care and feeding of my housewives tomorrow, Hendrix says and sighs. The producers want me on set to ensure no but implants are harmed in the making of this next episode. We share a cackle, and I relish the simple ease of authentic friendship where I didn't expect it and the evening breeze on my face. Georgia clings to summer as long as possible. August's bright green leaves still trim the trees lining Skyland streets, but soon they'll be varicolored, the wind propelling them from the branches like a confetti cannon. In just a few weeks, they'll blanket the cobblestones under our feet. I fish the keys from my purse and click the remote to unlock my car as we walk to the parking lot. Happy birthday, sweetheart, I say, reaching for Soledad. Hendrix's arms enclose us both, and our little triumvirate huddles together, our perfumes and spirits mingling under the warm glow of the town's gas lamp streetlights. I love you guys, Soledad whispers, eyes bright. There's nowhere I would have rather been than with you on my birthday. Thank you for making it special. I love you crazy broads too, Hendrix jokes, giving us an extra squeeze before releasing us. Next year we are hitting up a strip club. This is Atlanta. How you gonna not go to a strip club? I'm open. I grin. Yes. Hendrix high-fives me. Maybe next year, Soledad's mouth says, while the wide-eyed look she sends me says never. I climb into my car, chuckling as I picture staid Soledad and Up for Anything Hendrix in Magic City, tossing ones. I'd be in the middle enjoying the show on stage and off. Y'all still coming to Food Truck Friday tomorrow? I ask through my rolled-down window. For sure, Hendrix says. I'll be wrapped on set by then. Can't wait. Soledad opens her door and climbs up into a Suburban. She looks so small behind the wheel of that mammoth machine, but with 3 girls and their gaggle of friends, she can never have enough passenger space. See you then. The drive home is short, barely enough time to reflect on the day's events. A year ago, I could not have envisioned feeling this way. Feeling this good. A night out with new friends who feel like the sisters of my heart. Our business, not long ago on the brink of failure, restored, thriving, booming. And then there's Josiah. A shiver schemes my spine, the memory of his fingers whispering across my bare skin when he zipped me up, coaxing to life parts of me long dormant and neglected. I'll probably always be attracted to him. Like I told Hendrix, he's fine as hell, but I can't let my body's natural response to a beautiful man with whom I have a complicated past, and offspring, fool me into thinking things should have turned out differently. We were good together. Very good, in fact. Then shit happened. So much life-altering, earth-shattering shit, and not only were we not good together, but I couldn't imagine things ever being good again. It's time for us both to move on. When Josiah and I dreamed of our restaurant over cartons of cheap Chinese, late at night while he was finishing his MBA, we didn't talk about living in an affluent neighborhood like Skyland, but as I drive past all the custom-built houses and 3-car garages, I realize we got it. The garage door to the house we renovated together lifts. In the last gasping breaths of our marriage, it became unbearable to be in this house with him. How many nights did our arguments echo through the halls? But after the divorce, I couldn't bear to be here without him. It felt wrong and empty. To be fair, at that point, no place felt right. Not even in my own skin. I rid the house of all our wedding pictures, but Josiah is indelibly stamped on every square inch, from the freestanding tub in our bathroom, to the large open kitchen, and the high-ceilinged family room. Every light fixture, paint color, down to the smallest detail, we carefully chose together. The only thing we never anticipated was losing each other in the process of gaining everything else. We executed every phase of our dreams right on schedule. Graduation. Check. Marriage. Check. Start a business. Check. Baby 1. Check. Baby 2. Check. Baby 3. I shake off the thoughts like shackles and pull into the garage. I made the right decision for us all when I asked for the divorce. I have to believe that. Anything is better than the volatile pressure cooker our lives became at the end. Laughter reaches my ears when I walk into the kitchen and close the door behind me. I knew he would let them stay up late. I easily pick out the kids' giggles, mixed in with the low timbre of Josiah's chuckle, but I can't quite place the other melodic laugh. When I enter the family room I realize why. I've never heard Vashti laugh like this before. It lights up her face, an inner glow that spills into her eyes and over her cheeks. She wears a lovely dress the color of buttercups that discreetly outlines her slim, feminine shape. Her hand rests on Josiah's knee casually, at ease like she's touched him that way 100 times. Oh, my God. She probably has. They've probably shared these simple intimate touches many times in secret, or at least without me knowing. I may not want Josiah for myself anymore, but I'm not blind enough to miss when someone else does. And the simmering affection shining from Vashti's eyes tells me she wants my husband. Ex-husband. Plates litter the floor, along with cans of Diet Coke and LaCroix. A Monopoly board is splayed across the large glass table Josiah and I purchased from a furniture outlet in North Carolina. That somehow offends me most deeply. On our table. It feels like I interrupted them in a passionate embrace, twined together across the thick paned glass in a pornographic pretzel, instead of playing a board game with the kids. Mom. Kasim says, drawing everyone's attention to me standing in the doorway. You're home. I manage a nod, unsure of my lines in this farce. Vashti lost everything in Monopoly. Kasim points to the pretty young chef. He's oblivious to how this all looks and feels to me, but maybe Vashti isn't. She stands quickly and starts collecting dishes. Sorry about the mess, she says a little breathlessly. I don't think we spilled any of the sauce from the ribs on anything. If I could squeeze the voice through my constricted vocal cords, I still wouldn't trust it. Her words fall into an awkward silence I'm not sure how to break, or why it's there, for that matter. We got their food to go, Josiah picks up where she left off. Vashti and I had been working all day, and were both ready to call it a night, so we just brought it home. Once I finally find my voice, it's not to respond to him or Vashti, but to ignore them. Kids, it's way past your bedtime, I say, my tone bright and hopefully normal. You have school in the morning. Did you get your homework done? Yeah, it only took like 20 minutes, Kasim offers on his way to the staircase. Kasim, I address his retreating back. Are you going to leave your trash here in the middle of the floor? You know that's unacceptable. FYI, Vashti, Deja speaks for the first time. Just about everything is unacceptable in this house according to Mom. I'm surprised by the sting of hurt. I know better than to let my daughter get to me. Getting to me is her new favorite pastime, but for her to strike in front of Vashti, who may be, something I didn't realize she was to Josiah, hits in a different way. Deeper. Fix that attitude, Day, Josiah responds before I have to, his voice somehow gentle and stern. Your mom's right. You guys need to pick up after yourselves. She's not your maid, and I better not hear that you're treating her like one. Yes, sir, Deja replies demurely, gathering the dishes and heading toward the kitchen with Kasim. Thanks, I mutter, not feeling particularly grateful. It's good seeing you again so soon, Vashti. I'm trying to relocate the home training I lost when I found this woman in my house laughing with my kids, her hand all over my husband's knee. Ex-husband. You have a beautiful home. Vashti flashes a smile at Josiah. And I love hanging out with the kids. They love hanging out with you too. Josiah grabs his jacket from the back of the couch and slips it on. But we should get going. He proffers his car keys to Vashti. Could you give us a sec, Vash? Wait in the car for just a minute. I'll be right out. Surprise and what may be concern skid across her expression. A quick slide that she checks before it fully forms. Disciplined, this one. A great match for him in that at least. Of course. She takes the keys, and I don't miss the small squeeze she gives his fingers. Night, Yasmen. See you tomorrow, I say, reining in my irritation, which is probably completely out of proportion to this situation, but still real. Once she leaves the living room, walks to the foyer, and closes the front door behind her, Josiah looks at me, his expression guarded. I remember how this striking face looks happy, open. I haven't really seen him that way in a long time, but I do remember. Something you'd like to tell me? I ask, perching on the arm of the couch, trying my damnedest to look harmless. Vashti and I, what the hell is she doing in my house? Okay. That came out wrong. Or maybe it came out exactly as I felt it, but I wouldn't have said it if my emotions weren't in freefall. He quirks a dark brow at me, his mouth tightening in the corners. Sorry. I clear my throat and smooth my dress. You were saying. You have no reason to be upset. Nothing makes a woman more upset than her husband telling her she has nothing to be upset about. Ex-husband, he corrects softly. Right. A stiff smile takes hold of my face. Ex-husband, a man telling a woman she should stay calm. It's how we know shit's happening we should be upset about. Nothing's happening that shouldn't be. He gives me a look from under dark lashes that hides nothing and is unashamed. Two consenting adults, that phrase usually precedes fucking. And what if it does? The release of his words is swift, sharp. A knife unsheathed like he was waiting for me to piss him off. I'm single. She's single. You're acting like we corrupted the kids in some way. You're acting jealous. He doesn't finish it. He doesn't have to. I'm not jealous. I'm just, hell. Thrown. I thought we agreed we'd discuss anyone we started dating being around the kids. I hesitate. I mean, is that what this is? You and Vashti are, what, dating? He huffs an exasperated breath, like I'm bothering him with these basic questions and have no right to know. Do I have a right to know? I've been Josiah's friend, lover, business partner, the mother of his children, his wife. For the first time, I'm not sure where we stand. Where I stand with him. What I am to him. It's really new, he finally says. We just clicked working so closely and started spending time together. And it's not like the kids aren't already around her all the time, so I didn't feel the need to introduce her to them. They may have guessed, but I haven't told them for sure. But you will. Why am I holding my breath? Probably. We've hung out a few times. He puts up a hand and shoots me a warning look. And before you call me out on that, we said we'd give a heads up for the sake of the kids. Not each other. I don't have to tell you when I start dating someone, and I don't want to know when. He does look away then. Drops his gaze to his expensive shoes. We've been divorced almost 2 years, yes. We knew we'd move on. I honestly didn't think it would be a big deal. Move on. I just told myself it was good that we were moving on. And it is, but seeing him moving on, in the house we built together, in the residue of the life we shared, I didn't know it would affect me this way. It's not a big deal. I stand to fluff the cushion Vashti's pert little ass was just seated on. I guess I was caught off guard. Like I said, I haven't told the kids anything. Vashti's around at work a lot. It was casual. She was finishing up as we were leaving, and I invited her along. I didn't make a big deal of it, but I want to be honest with them. He bites his bottom lip, and a sudden, ill-timed memory of those perfectly full lips on me assaults my senses. Kissing the curve of my neck. Sucking my breasts. Sliding over my stomach and down, down, down. Crap. 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 I want to be honest with you, he continues, completely oblivious to how my mind is flashback fucking him. Vashti's great and, though it may ultimately go nowhere, we want to see where this leads. What if it goes left? We could be out a chef. It took a long time to find her. Like I need you reminding me how long it took to find a good chef. Funny how the words he doesn't say can sting more than the ones he does. He doesn't have to say that when Bird died I was in no shape to help, that he was the one at Grits from open to close. He wore all the hats, owner, manager, you name it, when I could barely hold up my head at all. Even now his eyes hold no accusation. Only memories that if we voice could shatter the tenuous peace we've managed to negotiate. Vashti and I did have that conversation, he says. We agreed to keep work separate as much as we can. She loves her job and she's essential at Grits. Her cooking dug us out of the hole when Bird passed. Just be careful, see, and not only because of work. I gulp down hot emotion and force myself to keep speaking. I don't want to see you get hurt. His laugh, like so many things tonight, takes me by surprise. The sonic boom of it startles me, bounces off the walls and floods the room. What's so funny? I venture after a few seconds of him laughing and shaking his head in seeming disbelief. The humor in his eyes, if it was ever genuine, dissipates, leaving his gaze cool, flat. The irony of you saying you don't want to see someone hurt me. I don't. No one in my whole life has ever hurt me like you did. Shock shuts me up. I'm struck dumb, but the accusations he doesn't bother voicing, the grievances I didn't realize were so deeply held, screech in the silence. They blare from his eyes, fixed on me, not even a blink interrupting the unrelenting intensity of his stare. I'm the one who asked for the divorce, yeah, I say, suddenly unsure of something I should be certain of. But we agreed. Is that how you remember it? Because I remember the worst possible thing happening to us both, to this whole family, and you shutting me out. I remember us losing, don't say it. Don't you say his name. I can't hear his name right now. Not tonight. Never mind, he sighs, and it's my reprieve. He grips the back of his neck. This shit is ancient history. I'm too tired for it. I should press, demand that he finish the thought, but it, like so many other things we stopped saying when things got hard, remains buried under the rubble of our silence. I'm gonna go, he says and heads to the front door. Early start tomorrow. Sure. Okay. I trail him into the foyer. When he pulls open one of the wide French doors, in the sliver of space, in the breath of a moment, I see his Rover idling in the driveway. The interior light is on, Vashti's face clearly visible, her eyes alert and trained on my front porch. On Josiah. Her expression brightens with a smile, even as her glance drifts over his shoulder and briefly meets mine. In that tiny space, an understanding forms between us, and I know why we never clicked. She's not sure about me. About Josiah and me. It makes sense. Our lives tangle, vines running through our kids and our business. We have a history. A long, turbulent one. And even though we're no longer married, it's obvious we're still connected in so many ways. I can't blame her. I'd wonder too. I could tell her she has nothing to worry about. The passion, the love, the fierce devotion that once existed between Josiah and me. I burned that to the ground long ago. Whatever remains is as cold and stiff as the look he slants over his shoulder at me before the door closes behind him. Chapter 3. Yasmen. Everything looks great, Yas, Hendrik says, surveying Sky Square. Food trucks boasting restaurant logos and menus ring the area. Main Street has been blocked off and cafe tables and chairs dot the cobblestone road. Fairy lights wind through the trees, twinkling even though the sun hasn't set and there's still daylight. Vendors scurry, making last-minute preparations before the great citizens of Skyland descend in the next hour seeking good food and a good time. Thank you, I say, scanning the scene one last time. I'm glad we got out here early to make sure everything's ready to go, though. Between the tostadas, Soledad says, licking sauce from the corner of her mouth, the hot dogs, and the pulled pork. I think I've had a little of everything, and Food Truck Friday hasn't even officially started. I know these businesses appreciate all the revenue and the traffic tonight will generate, Hendricks says, tossing what's left of a taco into a nearby trash can. How's it feel to be head boss babe again? Running things? I laugh and wave off her question, though I must admit that after barely leaving the house, being barely able to function for so long, it feels good to be doing something that benefits our community. When we first transitioned Grits from a mom-and-pop shop on the south side to our current location in the heart of Skyland, Josiah and I decided to get in good with the locals and endear ourselves to other business owners. I strategically assumed an active role with the Skyland Association, an organization designed to increase community engagement, foster economic development, and strengthen ties between the private and the public sectors. I went from being the chairwoman, spearheading community activities on the regular, to being, well, not very involved at all, but Food Truck Friday signals to the board that I'm back and ready to go. I think we've checked all the vendors except Grits, I say, nodding toward our truck branded with the Grits logo. A few employees work the truck counter, attired in t-shirts and close-fitting caps, hair carefully hidden. There's no scrambling. No last-minute scurrying. Vashti has achieved the same order and calm for tonight's event that she elicits in the restaurant. I choose to be grateful. Her involvement means I'm more freed up to invest much-needed quality time with my kids without worrying Josiah has to handle everything at work on his own. He has Vashti now. My people. I say, dividing a greeting smile between the two employees behind the food truck counter. How goes it? It's all good, Cassie, Vashti's sous chef, answers, but continues checking supplies. We're ready for the stampede. A gray-whiskered man emerges from behind the truck wiping his hands on a sauce-stained apron. Now I know you better come get this hug, Yasmen. I chuckle and step into Milwaukee Johnson's long arms. My dad died long ago, and this cook Bird hired has improbably become the closet thing I've had to a father since. He smells like a dozen home-cooked meals, like all my comfort foods have been sewn into the lining of his clothes. My breath whooshes then releases into his shoulder, and I tuck my head under his chin, slinking my arms around his waist. He feels frielier, smaller than when we last hugged, like time is stealing not only years, but inches and pounds from his imposing frame. I pull back to peer up into his sharp features, leathered by time, but somehow still younger than his years. How you been, Milky? His broad, bony shoulders lift and drop carelessly, but his eyes fill with sadness. I still miss Bird. They lie when they say it gets better. I think maybe I'm just getting stronger, so I feel it a little less. By the time Bird met Milky, she'd divorced 3 husbands and had just buried the 4th. She swore she'd never walk down another aisle, but Milky loved Bird, and with what she had left, she loved him back. The food wasn't the only thing hot in that kitchen. They flirted and fondled, chased and caught each other, not even trying to hide that they'd found something special in their twilight years. Josiah and I used to laugh and say we hoped we had that much fire when we got to be their age. I know, Milky, I whisper, squeezing him a little tighter. I miss her too. He nods and pats my back before stepping away. That Vashti is a godsend, though. She got that kitchen humming. Bird woulda loved her food. Yup. My smile dries on my face like plaster. She's great. Wise, roomy eyes study me and a gold tooth gleams at the corner bend of his smile. I force myself to hold his omniscient stare and resist the urge to squirm. How you really doing? He asks, gentling some of the usual gruffness in his scratchy voice. I'm getting there. I squeeze his hands, knuckles oversized from years of cracking them, smattered with fading grease burns. Promise. Things won't the same without you. Glad you're back where you're supposed to be. Milky grins and straightens his cap. This event is something else. All the restaurants be empty tonight because the streets gone be full. You did the damn tang, Yas. Thanks, Milk. I tapped the aluminum counter jutting out from the truck. You guys got it looking good over here too. Thanks for representing. You know, if Vashti's running the ship, Cassie says from behind the counter, it'll be tight. I'll choose to take that as a compliment, a low melodic voice drawls from behind us. I turn to find Vashti standing there with a pair of silver tongs and a bottle of hot sauce. Oh, hot sauce. Hendrix licks her lips. If your fried chicken is as good as I remember, you can just run and pour from that bottle right here. She slaps her forearm, and we all laugh. I smile in all the right places, but there is a definite tension between Vashti and me. Given the surreptitious glances she keeps sending my way, I suspect she feels it too. We do have a limited menu, Vashti says, entering the truck and disappearing beneath the counter. A second later she pops back up with a red and white checkered food boat holding a crispy golden fried chicken breast. But we got chicken. Oh, yes, Hunty, Hendrix crows, reaching for the chicken with one hand and the hot sauce with the other. I'm just gonna taste this right quick for you to make sure it's okay before the general public gets to it. Generous of you. Vashti laughs. Here comes the boss, Cassie says, shooting quick glances at both Vashti and me. I mean, the other boss. Josiah approaches with long, confident strides. Proud set to his head. Shoulders wide, body fluent with just a touch of swagger in his gait. He is flanked by Deja and Kasim, and trailed by one of the biggest dogs I've ever seen in my life. Otis Redding. I'll never forget Aunt Bird bringing this beautiful Great Dane with his shiny coat of unrelieved black to our house. A gift from her last husband, Herbert, the legendary R&B singer's canine namesake, was just a pup when we first met. Herbert would give me the dog with the shortest lifespan, Bird had half joked. Since all he ever brought me was grief. A wicked light in her dark eyes, she had added in an aside, and sex. Oh, Chili, that man could lay some pipe. My lips twitch even as my heart pinches. You had to smile when Bird was around. Mom. Kasim rushes ahead of Josiah and Deja and gives me a tight hug. I thought that by 10, he would have grown beyond this unabashed love for his mama. Boys usually do around now, but his affection for me is still open and uninhibited, even in front of his friends. Maybe he saw me sad for so long, he's afraid to withhold it from me. How was school? I ask. Good. Kasim squints up at Gritza's food truck menu. Can I have ribs? Oh, my God, with the ribs, Deja says, but smiles at her brother. The smile dims when she meets my eyes. Hey, Mom. Deja, hey. I hate this tension with her, but I can't seem to fix it. How was school? Fine. She shrugs. The usual waste of time, I guess. I bite back the response that automatically rises to my lips. Good, I say, not wanting to ruin the night before it starts. And, Kasim, if you want ribs, I guess you can have them. I thought you were gonna try something different tonight, Seem, Josiah says, joining our little group huddled around the Grits truck. Kasim's expression turns pleading. Can I change my mind? The ribs are the best thing. Well, I, for one, appreciate the compliment. Vashti laughs. That's my grandmama's special sauce. Grandma knew what she was doing, Milky pipes in from behind the counter. Truck looks good, Josiah says, turning his attention to my friends. Hey, Hendrix. Soledad, belated happy birthday. They both practically simper under his attention. He does have that way of making you feel you, and only you have somehow managed to coax out his reluctant charm. Everything okay back at the restaurant? Josiah asks Vashti. Not me, but he already knows I've been focused on the event. I told him that myself, so it shouldn't sting that he consults with her instead of me, the actual co-owner. Shouldn't, but does a little. Everything's great, Vashti answers, coming to stand beside Josiah. I wonder if I'm the only one who notices the way she looks at him, or if anyone else sees the longing her implacable exterior doesn't manage to hide. I'll still dash back over to the restaurant in a bit to double-check, Vashti adds. Make sure the dinner crowd's going okay. Callil or I will be there all night. Can I go over with you, V, since the truck doesn't have the full menu? Deja pleads with a warm smile, hands pressed together. I want crab cakes. When was the last time Deja smiled at me that way? Try to spend any time with me. I know they're just walking to the restaurant together, but my jaw still aches with tension. Between finding out about Vashti dating my ex, playing games with my kids, and now winning my daughter over seemingly with barely any effort, I have to suppress my petty reflex. Of course. Vashti's smile broadens. And we need to plan our Monopoly rematch. You're on. Kasim nods, eyes lit up. His congeniality is only outpaced by his competitive spirit. We should teach them to play spades, see, Vashti says, affection in her smile, in the hand she rests on his arm. She exudes the same easy intimacy I noticed last night. By the way Soledad and Hendrix dart glances from them to me, they must notice it too. Great. Interrogation forthcoming. Hendrix's elbow to my side confirms it. When I look up, her eyebrows subtly lift, silently asking if I see this. I ignore her micro-expression and decide I've endured enough of my ex-husband's budding relationship for now. I'd better walk around some, I say. I should make sure the DJ is set up and ready to go. There's a DJ? Soledad asks. She may appear prim and proper and pinned up, but get a little sangria in her and put on some early 2000s Backstreet Boys, and you got a party animal on your hands. I've borne witness. If he plays Tony. Tony. Tone, Hendrix says, I warn you right now, dignity is out the door and crunk will be activated. Feels Good is my party anthem. Your anthem? Josiah asks, humor bending the stern line of his mouth. Used to be, Step in the Name of Love. Hendrix tsks and shakes her head. But R. Kelly ruined that, pervert genius. And on that note, I interject before my son's quick mind starts digging for the specifics of the Pied Piper's sins. I'm gonna go. We'll come with, Soledad says, pulling her phone from the slit pocket of her sundress. I need to see if Edward's gotten here with the girls yet. I got my eye on the Blaxican food truck, Hendrix says. I'm a surrender to the sexual tension that's been building between me and those collard green quesadillas ever since I got here. I wouldn't want to get in the way of that, I say wryly, turning to Kasim, cupping his face. If you need me, text or call, okay? All right, Mom. Don't wander off. Stay with me or your dad all night. Kasim twists his lips like my maternal concern is finally getting to him. I'm not a baby. She's right, Josiah says, his voice quiet but firm. Don't make Otis have to come find you again. Hearing his name, Otis perks up and barks loudly, nuzzling into Josiah's leg. A couple of years ago, Kasim got lost at the fair. After 10 minutes I was ready to plaster his face on milk cartons and send out an Amber Alert, but cooler heads prevailed. Mainly Josiah and Otis. Maybe it was Kasim's scent, or something else, but Otis found him. I can count on you at least, I say, rubbing Otis's silky head. Collard quesadillas, Hendrix reminds me. I respond with an eye roll while the others laugh. Okay, let's get going. We leave Kasim and Josiah at the grits truck, while Deja walks off with Vashti, her animated chatter grating as they go. Was I the only one who didn't know your chef is smashing your ex? Hendrix asks as soon as we're out of earshot. Sho. I hiss, glancing over my shoulder to make sure we are actually out of earshot. I saw it too, Soledad says, hesitation clear on her face. I mean, I'm not going as far as to say they're already having sex, but there is obviously something there, right? I pretend to be terribly preoccupied looking around to check each truck and make sure things are going smoothly. Yeah. I guess. Hendrix takes my elbow and stops us in our tracks. Is that woman fucking your husband? Ex-husband? I shrug as if it doesn't matter to me either way, though deep down, hell, not even that deep, I know it does. Josiah told me last night they're dating, but the kids don't know yet, so don't mention it. Are you okay with it? Soledad frowns, before going on hastily. I mean, obviously, you're over him and it doesn't matter to you if they're together. She peeks from beneath a dark fringe of lashes. Does it? Not in the least, I agree. So what's the story? Hendrix asks. How long has this been going on? He says it's pretty recent. They've been working together obviously, and I guess they were, I clear my throat, attracted to each other. She was at the house last night when I got home from, wait a minute. Hendrix holds up a hand. He had her up in your house. I give them both an entreating look. I have no desire to discuss Vashti and Josiah, and I don't trust myself not to betray and not sure how I feel about this vibe during this inquisition. Can we just drop it? I beg. You sure you're okay? Soledad asks, concern etched on her finely drawn features. Better than okay. I'm happy for him, I stutter, tellingly. Happy for them both. Well, that was about as convincing as OJ teaching Sunday school, Hendrix mutters. Look, even if you're over him, that first time either of you dates after the divorce is bound to feel awkward. I understand if you don't want him to know that, but we're your girls. It's safe with us. Hendrix squeezes my hand. You're safe with us. Soledad nods, taking my other hand. You can trust us. I blow out a breath and lift my eyes to the sky, fixing my stare on the setting sun so I don't have to look at them when I make this confession. It feels wrong seeing him with someone else, I admit. But I have no right to feel this way. You mean jealous? Soledad probes gently. I'm not jealous. I jerk my hands from their grasps. I said it feels wrong, not that I'm jealous. We made the right decision when we divorced. We're better as friends. As partners and co-parents. Too bad you can't still fuck him, though, right? Hendrix laments. 'Cause, BAB, he looks good. And he got that smooth, Denzel kinda walk. That deep, chocolate voice. Your girl would be on that X with benefits tip if I were you. Hen. Soledad slices her finger at her throat, the classic cut it out, widening her eyes pointedly. Oh, right. Hendrix pats my shoulder. What I mean to say is, you're better off without him. You are both grown-ass adults handling this all very maturely. It's the first time either of us has dated, I say. So it is a little awkward, but I'll get used to it. Well, we're here if you need us, Soledad says. While I really am enjoying this bitch's bonding vibe, Hendrix interjects, if that Blaxican truck runs out of collared quesadillas before I make it over there, that's hell y'all gone pay. Giggling, I walk with them to get this girl's quesadillas. I make my way around the square over the next hour, pleased to see so much of the neighborhood out, eating, spending money. The vendors all seem satisfied, and the association members I run into congratulate me on a job well done. The night is going even better than I hoped and exactly as I planned. Kasim and Deja eventually make their way back to us when we are at the fountain. Got any pennies? Kasim asks, looking longingly into the fountain. It's not technically a wishing well, but Skyland residents have unofficially made it one, casting in so many pennies with their wishes that we've had to start removing the coins quarterly. The city donates any money removed from the fountain to a local shelter. It's not much, and we've even created a fountain fund for anyone who wants to add to what we give. I only have quarters, Hendrix says. Even better, Kasim beams. I heard the bigger the coin, the better the wishes. I'm not sure it works that way, I say dryly. But quarters will fatten the fountain fund, so go for it. While Hendrix digs out some shiny change for Kasim, Soledad's oldest daughter, Lupe, joins us, explaining that her two sisters are still eating barbecue with Edward. She is, even at this young age, stunning. Soledad's mother is black and Puerto Rican. Her father is white with rich auburn hair, and Lupe gets her deeply waved, bright copper from him. With Edward's green eyes and Soledad's smooth, tan skin, she's tall, already standing higher than Soledad's 5 feet 4 inches. Everywhere this girl goes, heads turn. Already. And she's only 13 years old. God bless Soledad. Hi, Mrs. Wade, Lupe says and smiles. Hey, Ms. Barry. She really is a great kid. Conscious of her grades, polite and kind. I'm glad that since Soledad and I became friends, Lupe and Deja have gotten closer too. Hey, Deja, Lupe offers with an even brighter smile. Missed you in English today. Deja's eyes widen, snapping to my face and then back to her friends. Lupe's smile dies with a quickness and she covers her mouth, obviously realizing too late she put her foot in it. Why weren't you in English class, Deja? I demand, feeling my mother's hand on my hip and her stern frown possessing my face. I had something to do, she answers. I can tell she's trying to brazen it out, but she knows she's in trouble if she doesn't come up with a better excuse than that. Sorry, Day, Lupe says, chagrin all over her face. Mom, can we go now? Kasim interrupts, borderline whining. Me and Jamal are supposed to play Madden. And I need to record some videos, Deja says, glancing at her phone. I can get one done tonight and the rest tomorrow. What kind of videos? Hendrix asks. I'm a natural hair influencer, Deja says without missing a beat. At Cully Girly. I need to see the video before you upload, I remind her. And to hear where you were during English class. I don't say that part out loud, but the look we exchange lets her know she won't be doing one without the other. How could I forget? Deja mutters, returning to her phone. I know kids are way more web savvy than we were at that age, but Josiah and I still have protections on our kids' devices and monitor their connections very carefully. We let Deja do this hair thing on the condition that her father or I have to see and approve everything she posts. We have all the passwords, and she already knows I will shut that thing down at the first sign of some grown man sending dick pics. I think we can start heading out, I tell them. Things will be winding down in a few. Let me just alert one of the association members who offered to close since I handled the opening. Before I can take one step, the DJ starts a song I'd recognize anywhere. Oh, no, they didn't. Hendrix says, jumping up from her seat on the lip of the fountain. Not my song. Sure enough, the opening of Feels Good by Tony. Tony. Tone. Blares across the square. Come on, girl. Hendrix grabs Deja's hand. Put that phone down and dance with me. And amazingly, shockingly, beautifully, my petulant daughter dances. Not with the I'm too cool for this attitude I usually see these days, but with abandon. With joy. She and Hendrix throw their hands in the air, swivel their hips, drop it to the ground. Hendrix is completely unhindered by her vertiginous heels, matching Deja drop for drop. I'm not even sure Deja has heard this old R&B classic before, but she takes to it like it's BTS's latest hit. They're laughing so hard trying to outdance each other, they clutch their bellies. By the end of the first verse, Lupe and Soledad are up twirling around too. Watching those I love enjoy themselves, I'm transfixed, and for these glorious seconds, so happy. I've had some dark days the last few years. Days I wasn't sure how I'd make it. But today. Tonight. Now, this is joy. I taste it in my laughter as Kasim grabs my hand and tries his best to twirl me around. I feel it in the spray of water on my face when we dance too close to the fountain. It leaps in my chest when I almost fall in, almost topple into a well full of wishes. I fix my eyes on the sky above, a blue-black quilt stitched with stars. With my arms stretched toward infinity, it feels for a moment like worship. Like a collection of sacred seconds consecrated to say thank you for friends and family and hope, that elusive emotion I didn't realize was such a rare commodity of the heart until I had none. People talk about the stages of grief, but there is a stage of depression, at least for me, where you go from feeling pain so acutely you can't bear it, to feeling nothing at all. A blessed numbness after debilitating sadness. It's like laying a thin film of steel over your emotions. So thin it's diaphanous. You can see everything through it, but nothing actually touches you. I couldn't feel a thing, but I embraced it because at least I wasn't feeling pain. At that time, joy didn't stand a chance, but tonight I feel everything. And it is finally good. Even after the song ends and Tone has done it again, the laughter doesn't leave us. It bubbles up in me as surely as the water gurgles in the fountain. I glance over to the DJ, planning to give him a thumbs up, and am surprised to see Josiah standing beside him, arms folded, a slight smile on his face when his eyes meet mine. He was standing there when Hendrik said how much she loved this song. Did he? I do the sign for, thank you, touching my chin and dropping my hand. When the kids were young, before they could talk, we taught them a few basic signs. It's been years since I used it, but it was our shorthand in meetings, across crowded rooms. Josiah's smile glitches just the tiniest bit. No one would notice, but I do because even though we aren't married anymore, I've had years to learn the physiognomy of this man's features. After a pause so slight it's almost undetectable, he signs, "You're welcome." I'm still smiling when Vashti walks up beside him, tugging his sleeve. For just a second, he doesn't look away. My smile starts to fade, and Kasim tugs on my sleeve, reminding me about Madden and Jamal. Deja's back on her phone, her bottom lip slightly poked out. It was nice while it lasted, and even though the song has ended and the droplets are already drying on my skin, I hold that moment of joy close. When I look back to the DJ booth, prepared to sign to Josiah that we're leaving, the spot where he and Vashti stood is empty. He's already gone.
Chapter 4. Josiah. I'm awakened by a warm tongue stroking across my skin like velvet. I pry when I open, dragging myself up from the pillows and thread count that dreams are made of to glare at the edge of the bed. Otis, of course, has pulled back the sheet with his teeth and is licking my foot like he does every morning. Dude, seriously? I glance out the window, where the sky is still lavender tinged with pink, barely kissing dawn. Can't we sleep in a few more minutes? The pitiful whimper at the foot of the bed becomes a whine. I know this drill. If that bladder gets any fuller, he will escalate to a full-on howl. Shit! I sit up, slide my feet into the leather slippers Deja and Kasim gave me last year for Christmas. I know Yasmen probably chose them because they bear the mark of the practical luxury she's good for, but they're still from my kids. Replacing the ones you mangled, I remind Otis, who doesn't look repentant in the least. I tap his head on my way out of the bedroom, and he follows me down the stairs and out the front door. Any hope I had of ever shaking this dog died long ago. He demonstrated his tenacity the first night I slept in this house. The divorce wasn't quite final, but I needed a place to live. Instead of finding another tenant for Aunt Bird's house, I moved in here. Of course, we all assumed Otis would stay with the kids. They walked him, fed him, played with him. I provided a roof over his head and the occasional acknowledgement of his existence. I was considering the huge TV mounted on one of 4 blank walls, not even bothering to turn it on because who cares about Netflix when your life has been incinerated and everyone you love lives 2 streets over now, when my phone rang. It was jarring in that new all-by-myself quiet I hadn't experienced since before I married. Yasmin's name and face flashed up on my screen. And for one wild moment, my heart banged in my chest. Had she changed her mind? Realized our divorce was a horrible mistake? As irrational as I knew that line of thinking was, I answered the phone with a pulse that refused to stop leaping. Yes, hey. Everything okay? You need me? You want me? Should I come home? I think Otis wants you. It was the most disorienting thing she could have said to me at 2 o'clock in the morning. I cleared my throat. Sorry. What? Otis. Yasmin broke it down into small bites I could digest. He won't stop howling. He's standing at your side of the bed resting his head on your actual pillow. What the hell? Why? Gee, let me find my human Otis dictionary and ask him. I don't know why, but no one is sleeping tonight until you come home. Not exactly the way I envisioned her invitation to come home. I'll be right there. He couldn't want me. Because why? But sure enough, soon as I entered the kitchen through the garage, Otis stopped howling, stood on his hind legs, and licked my face. Damn it, Otis! I spat. I have told you I am not that dude. Don't be licking my face. He panted at my throat, huge paws pressing so hard into my chest I could barely stand under his substantial weight. Yasmin leaned one shoulder against the kitchen door jamb, lines of fatigue sketched around those pretty lips. A silk robe strained across her breasts, the tight belt emphasizing the fullness of her shape. My dick had swelled at the sight, and just as I was thanking God my t-shirt covered my erection, Otis nudged my shirt aside like some dick-detecting narc canine scenting cocaine. Otis! I snapped, pulling the shirt back into place. Stop. I think at least tonight, Yasmin said, exhaustion patent in her voice. Maybe he sleeps at your place and we figure it out tomorrow. At my place? What the hell was I supposed to do with a 200-pound dog by myself? Maybe we're misunderstanding what Otis wants. Maybe he... At that moment, Otis confirmed what I had always suspected. That he descended from some supernatural breed of wolf dog, because he calmly walked through the mudroom and out the door to wait quietly, patiently, at the passenger side of my truck. Is this some new trick you taught him? I ground out. Is this a prank the kids are pulling on us? No, Otis wants to be with you. The kids will still see him all the time. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal, huh? I retort, snapping back to the present at the but crack of dawn, blinking blearily as Otis does his business in a patch of grass. She's not the one following you around with this, I say accusingly, shaking the pooper-scooper days you gave Otis for Christmas with its bedazzled handle. He looks at me in the way that seems to say, bruh, I'm the one stuck with you. And I would not put it past Aunt Bird to have had a little talk with Otis, and made him promise to take care of me when she was gone. She got us both. Told you to take care of me. Me to take care of you. She was a trickster. Bird was a lot of things. She was the strongest woman I ever met. She was indiscreet, conducting affairs and not giving a damn what anyone thought about it. She had shit taste in men, as proven by the 4 assholes she married. She was the first to laugh, the first to cry. She was selfless and generous, and could cook her way into anyone's heart. I don't think I'll ever get over losing her. Losing the woman who raised me. When both your parents are dead by the time you turn 8, you're absolutely certain that nothing is forever. No one is forever. My closest living relative was my whole world for a long time, and growing up I walked around waiting for the last shoe to drop. Waiting to lose her too. And then one day I did. Damn, we're morbid this morning, I tell Otis as we enter the house through the front door. He angles a long-suffering look at me that says we? Okay, me. I walk through to the kitchen. You hungry? He assumes the position at the raised stainless steel dog feeder Kasim found. Once my son understood that Great Danes have some of the shortest lifespans, he did what young geniuses do. Researched every single thing that might extend Otis's life, including a bowl raised off the floor so Otis won't have to gulp his food and water. According to Kasim, dogs as tall as Otis end up swallowing air with their food when they have to bend down to eat, and it gets trapped in their digestive tract. Since bloat is the #1 killer of Danes, Kasim is trying to outweed Otis's digestive system, including putting him on a raw food diet. And guess what we've got for breakfast? I pull out meat wrapped in white paper from the refrigerator, and Otis's ears perk, his tail beating a happy rhythm into the floor. Yup. Vashti set aside chicken thighs for you. Otis whines and lies down, sniffing the air like an exiled prince. Okay, every time I mention Vashti you act all new. I give him a knowing look. You think I don't see that? Give her a chance. I pull a container of pureed vegetables from the refrigerator. He rests his head on his paws and stares at me unwaveringly, as if waiting to be convinced. I toss the pureed veggies into a bowl with the raw meat Vashti sent home, crack an egg over it, and then top it with a little yogurt. At the sight of the bowl loaded with what Kasim assures me is a breakfast of champions, Otis perks up. Pulling his supplements from the cupboard, I add them to the goulash and set it in the standing dish holder. Otis rouses himself to dive in. "I'ma leave you to it," I tell him over my shoulder. "I need to shower. We're taking the kids to the river." A happy woof is his only response. I turn to point one finger at him. "I know you love the river. Don't say I never did anything for you." I take the stairs and yell back. "But how could you ever say that when I do literally everything for you?" I envision an air bubble over Otis's head that might read, "Dude, get over yourself." "Yup," I say, of course, to myself as I strip and turn on the shower. "You've lived alone too long." The drive from Bird's 3-bedroom craftsman cottage to the dream house Yasmen and I designed together is less than 2 minutes, but may as well be separated by a millennium. I loved the chaos of young kids and their friends all over the place all the time. The partnership of managing their lives, of raising them under the same roof. Even though Deja and Kasim bounce between our houses, they spend most of their time at Yasmin's. Living alone without my kids was one of the biggest adjustments after the divorce. Both only children, Yasmin and I always planned to have at least 4 kids. By our first anniversary, Yasmin was pregnant with Deja. We waited a little while before Kasim. A few years later, we were excited to do it again. A pain so sharp I draw in a quick breath slices over my heart like a scalpel. I should be used to it by now, the pain, but it always catches me off guard, the freshness of it. After nearly 3 years, it still hasn't been dulled by time. I consider that one more thing to never get over as I pull into Yasmin's driveway. "Morning, Josiah!" The greeting comes from the man standing on the front porch of the house next door, a modern blue and gray 3-story contrasting with our more traditional white limestone. I get out of the truck and open the back door for Otis, who bounds up the steps of the house where we used to live. He settles in the corner by the swing, his favorite spot. "Morning, Clint," I reply to the neighbor who moved in shortly after we did. Clint's pale complexion and strawberry blonde hair could make him look washed out, but his eyes are vivid blue and color climbs his cheeks. "Saw you last night at Food Truck Friday, but didn't get a chance to speak." Before I can reply, Clint's husband, Brock, wheels a stroller through their front door and onto the porch, followed by their chocolate lab, Hershey. "Josiah," Brock says, his smile white against his dark skin. "Great event last night. Thank you guys for planning it." "That was all yes, but yeah, it was great." I nod to the stroller. "Is that Skyland's newest heartbreaker you got there?" Both their faces light up and Brock turns the stroller to face me. "That's right," Clint says. "Come meet our Lillian." I climb their front steps and peer down into the stroller. Dark eyes set in a perfectly round face with smooth brown cheeks stare back at me. She has a patch of dark, curly hair, looks like she might have gas, and is just about the cutest thing I've ever seen. I stretch my finger out, and she grabs it, squealing and kicking. "She likes you," Clint says. "She never greets anyone like that. You charmed her." I smile, but that sharp pain pinches in my chest again. "Wanna hold her?" Brock asks, his voice eager. I don't want to hold her. Not because Lillian isn't adorable. She absolutely is. I just avoid babies whenever possible. And of course, it's not always possible, but holding one, I'm about to refuse, but the happiness and anticipation sketched on both their faces has me stretching my arms out to take her. This was their third time trying to adopt. These guys often keep an eye on Kasim and Deja for us. They're over for dinner and have our family over all the time. They're good friends and I can't dim their light because I have shit I've never dealt with, at this rate, probably won't ever deal with. That makes it hard for me to hold a baby. So I take her. On instinct, I tuck the swaddling blanket around her tighter when it loosens. She fits perfectly into the crook of my arm, the same way Kasim and Deja did. The memory of when I last held a baby comes rushing up at me like the ground when you trip and fall. There's nothing warm or sweet about that memory, and I tense my jaw against the emotions it stirs in me, the ones I spent the last 3 years shoving away. The front door to our house opens, and Yasmin walks out wearing her yoga pants and a fitted top that crops just above her waist, revealing a narrow strip of smooth skin, that rich shade of Kelly Rowland brown. She stops short, her gold-flecked eyes dropping from my face to Lillian cradled in my arms. Something arcs between us in the small space separating the two porches, a tension that requires no explanation. I know it's because of the little girl cradled in my arms. Yasmin, Clint greets her. Morning. We were just telling Josiah what a great job you did with Food Truck Friday. Everyone on the association is glad to have you back. Brock is one of Atlanta's most prominent architects, but Clint owns Fancy, a pet grooming shop on Sky Square, and is an active member of the Skyland Association. Thank you. Her smile is stiff when she shifts the yoga mat slung over one shoulder by its strap. I guess the association's next big event is Screen on the Green? Brock asks. Yup, next week, she says. Here you go. I carefully hand the baby back to Brock. She's gorgeous. Congratulations again. Thanks, man. Brock takes the baby and holds her against his shoulder, patting her little back. We're taking her and Hershey for a walk down at the dog park. You and Otis want to come with? Maybe another time, I tell him. I'm taking the kids to the old mill. Hershey yelps and tugs at the leash, straining toward the steps. Looks like someone is eager to get out of here, Clint says. He carries the stroller down the steps, Brock trailing behind with Lillian in his arms. Good seeing you, Josiah. I know you're around all the time, but we've been busy. Our anniversary is next week, and we want to make it in for some of Vashti's famous shrimp and grits. We still need to find a sitter, Brock reminds him. I can watch Lillian, Yasmin offers. All the air is sucked out of the silence that follows her offer, and it's like we're standing in a vacuum, frozen. Yeah, Clint says, uncertainty dragging out the word. If you want, if you're sure? Brock and Clint know how everything fell apart. They saw firsthand how it affected Yasmin. I can watch her, Yasmin says, splitting a level stare between the two men. Really? I'll be fine. Her last words, an acknowledgement that there was a time when she wouldn't have been fine watching a baby, seemed to lift the net of anxiety that fell over the two porches. That's awesome, Yas. Thanks, Clint replies with a smile. We better get on, but we'll talk deets. For sure. Yasmin meets my eyes for half a second before looking away. I walk next door and up the steps to the front porch, where she stands. I want to ask if she's sure about babysitting, but her shoulders tense as if braced for a blow because she knows me well enough to assume that's the question I would ask. Instead, I stroll over to the swing and sit. Sometimes I wish I didn't know Yasmin so well. We both have these secret passageways to our thoughts that took us years to find. No one knows her better than I do, and she knows me better than anyone else. So when she sinks her teeth into the pillowy flesh of her bottom lip, like she's doing now, it means she's working up to a subject she's reluctant to discuss. Kids ready? I ask, giving her the chance to say what she needs to say. Otis puts his head in my lap, and I indulge him with a stroke at the sleek fur of his neck. Yeah? Yasmin slides the yoga mat off her shoulder and leans against the porch rail. But there's something I want to talk to you about first. What's up? We need to get things under control with Deja. She skipped English yesterday. You sure? I ask, frowning. That doesn't sound like Day. She's been less and less concerned about her grades. It's the first month of school and I'm already worried. She was an honor student before. She's been through a lot, yes. We all have. I don't need you telling me what we've been through. What Deja's been through. I stiffen, my hand stilling in Otis's fur. I wasn't trying to tell you anything. I'm just saying maybe we cut her some slack because things haven't been easy. There's cutting her some slack, and then there's being irresponsible as a parent. My left eyebrow inches up, and I wonder if she remembers that's my tell that she's provoking me. You saying I'm an irresponsible father? No, I didn't mean it like that. Yasmin drops the yoga mat and links her hands at the nape of her neck. I'm just saying we can't ignore her skipping class because we've had a hard time. You're sure she skipped? Yeah, she said she was watching a broadcast of some natural hair event. The hell? Like I said, you should talk to her. What did she say when you talked to her? Just that I overreacted and that she won't do it again. Well, if she skipped, there should be consequences. Maybe no posting to social media for a week? That sounds good. We have access to everything. We can shut it down. I can tell her today. You sure we don't need to do it together? United front kinda thing? Considering how strained things have been between you two, it might go better coming from me. There's a brief flash of relief on her face, and then she grimaces. I'm not exactly her favorite person right now. Maybe you're being too sensitive. What's that supposed to mean? Irritation slashes her expression. When am I too sensitive? Now? Whatever, Josiah. She picks up her yoga mat and slings it back over her shoulder. No wonder she thinks I overreact. So do you. She opens the front door and leans in to yell. Kids, your dad is here. With no makeup, she looks young and fresh, her hair gathered to the crown of her head in a coily ponytail. She's as beautiful as the day we first met. She's changing, aging, but to me, only getting better. Like God looked at the feline flare of her cheekbones and the tempting pout of her mouth, the sultry dark eyes flecked with gold, and said, You think she looks good now? I'm just getting started. I thought I'd see those changes up close, see her grow more beautiful with age, but fate had other plans. Correction. Yasmin had other plans, and I'm still adjusting, obviously not always well, to how things have changed. Yes, I didn't mean to, I know what you meant. Her eyes snapped to mine. I always know what you mean. That I'm overreacting. That I'm being too sensitive. That I'm a hot mess. I never called you a hot mess, even when you were one. Our eyes lock, and the hurt in hers spears me right through. I'm an asshole. I'm bad at this. At being with her, but not being with her. It makes me come across as terse and impersonal, when I'm really just trying to navigate this new dynamic between us. How do people do this? When the rug is pulled out from under the life they thought they would have forever, how do they pretend it's not seismic? That the roof hasn't fallen in and they're trapped under a concrete beam? How do you breathe when the person you thought you'd cherish forever looks at you the way Yasmin looks at me right now because you've hurt them so much? I'll let you talk to your daughter about all of this, she says, the mouth that used to drive me crazy pulled tight. Kasim needs to be at the soccer field by 2. I'll meet you there. She rushes off the front porch and down the sidewalk toward the park before I can make this any better, not that I would know how even if she stayed. I stare after her for a few seconds, well aware of how badly I mishandled that conversation. I run a hand over my face, tired even though the day just started. Otis stares at me, canine censure in his unblinking eyes. Don't look at me like that. Whose side are you on? He carefully lifts his head from my lap and turns away, a clear answer to my question. The door flies open and Kasim speeds out carrying a frisbee, a duffel bag, and a Pop-Tart. Morning, son. Hey, Dad, he says around a mouthful of his breakfast. He keeps right on past me to the Rover, climbs in the back seat, and closes the door, earbuds stuck in his ears within seconds. Odds are he's listening to one of his robotics podcasts. Deja emerges from the house at a much more leisurely pace. Dressed in cutoffs, a TLC t-shirt, and pink high-top Converse. 2 braids hang on her shoulders, and she's so pretty. My baby girl is growing up, damn it. Soon it'll be boys and all kinds of shit that could give me heart failure. I want to relish the day while she still enjoys hanging with her old man on a Saturday morning because I assume this won't last much longer. Dad, why are you staring at me? Her grin crooks in the exact way Yasmin's does when she's in a good mood. You look more like your mom every day, I tell her with a slow smile. She scowls, rolling her eyes and marching down the steps. Hopefully I'll grow out of it. Was Yasmin being sensitive? Because that was harsh. Otis races down the steps and past Asia, who takes off with him as soon as she realizes what he's doing. I'm not sure how it started, but they play this game where Otis tries to sit in the front seat only when Deja rides with me. Otherwise, he's content to have me chauffeur him in the back. No way, Otis! Deja squeals, her face transforming from sullen teen to exuberant kid. I call shotgun. When they reach the car, Deja opens the back passenger side door and points. You sit back there with Kasim. You get daddy to yourself all the time. My irritation disappears. Maybe I'm the one overreacting now and her comment wasn't as bad as I made it in my head. I do acknowledge that I'm at least halfway wrapped around my daughter's finger, but she and Yasmin will be fine. If there's one thing the Wades have figured out how to be over the last few years, it's fine.
Chapter 5. Yasmin. Sensitive. I fold my legs into the lotus position on my mat at the end of yoga in the park. It's the last Saturday of August, and the air is still heavy with humidity. It's Atlanta, so we could be in the 90s until October. Can you believe he called me sensitive? I demand, my eyes flicking from Hendrix to Soledad. Me. Like Deja skipping class isn't a big deal. Hendrix lies back on her mat, crossing an ankle over one knee, and stares up at the canopy of trees offering shade for our alfresco fitness. I skipped a class or 10 in my day, and I turned out fine. Do not defend her, Hen. I resecure my ponytail. Watching some hair thing instead of going to English. Unacceptable. I agree, Soledad says. I'd freak if my girls started skipping classes. She sits on her knees and bends forward, curling into her torso, lifting and pushing her lower body until she's in a perfectly straight headstand, and then spreading her legs into a midair split. Hendrix and I both watch her with jaws dropped. That move is way advanced, and none of us have even attempted it in class yet. What? Soledad asks, head pressed into the mat, upside-down eyes darting between the two of us. Okay. So I may have practiced a little at home. So you do think it's a big deal, Sol? I ask. You gonna listen to her about what's normal? Hendrix scoffs. The woman who goes for extra credit in yoga. Soledad brings her legs down carefully, returning to a seated position on her mat. I'm just saying we have to be clear now with our kids about what they can and can't do. By the time they reach high school, it gets away from you fast. Believe me. I watch Euphoria. Her arched brows and wide eyes say that tells her all she needs to know. I don't think we're at rehab and chem girls quite yet, I assure her. You never know. Soledad leans forward and offers in a conspiratorial whisper, Season 1. Anyway. Hendrix shakes her head with a good-natured chuckle. I'm just saying I don't have a teenager, but I was one, and I was a lot like Deja. The harder my mom pulled the reins, the more I bucked. I'm not saying turn her loose, but maybe, loosen up. I force a breath through my nose, not a mindful one, and stand. I'll think about it. I roll my mat and sling it over my shoulder. But the decisions she makes now do affect her future. This is part of a bigger pattern. Her grades falling, talking about not needing college and being a hair influencer. Hendrix stands, too, and picks up her mat. That wasn't even a thing when we were growing up. It's still not, I tell her flatly. Not as a viable career. Folks are actually making a living through social media, yes, but there's plenty of time to figure out her 10-year plan, Hendrix says dryly. She's in the 8th grade. You're probably right, but between her sass and Josiah's, ugh, him being Josiah, my last nerve is barely hanging on. I watch as Soledad collects her mat and bag. You guys got time for brunch? Hendrix laughs. I was hoping you'd say that. Starving, Soledad says. For once my Saturday morning isn't stuffed. Inez's soccer game isn't until 3, and Lupe's recital isn't till 5. Where we eating? Anywhere but grits. The words slip out before I think to not slip them. Is that because it's your job or because Vashti will be there? Hendrix asks, eyes narrowed. We still need more intel on this little development between her and Josiah. I got nothing. I fall into step with them as we pass through the ornate park gate to exit. But we do think they're fucking, right? Hendrix asks. I stumble, almost falling, but Soledad catches my arm and searches my face. You okay? Yeah. My heart still trips at the thought. Of course they could be sleeping together. Like I give a damn. I'm fine. I don't have any claim on Josiah. We're divorced. He can do whatever and whomever he wants. I try to make my shrug a casual thing and change the subject to something I hope they'll find more interesting. So brunch? I ask, pulling out my unbothered smile. We haven't tried that new place, Sunnyside. If they watch me a little too closely over our feast of fruit, French toast, and omelets, I choose to ignore the questions in their eyes. They're questions I don't even want to ask myself. Who am I to object to Josiah finding someone new when I was the one who initiated the divorce? They don't know, no one knows besides him and me, how he resisted the idea every step of the way. Until there were no more steps. Only papers to sign. Only relief. It felt like the whole world was resting on my chest every morning, and it was all I could do to get out of bed. The divorce was so hard, but it felt like I released a breath after it was done. The house was quiet, and yes, I missed Josiah immediately, desperately, but even in that new loneliness, there was a kind of relief to have only one thing to save. Not my marriage, but just myself. I take a healthy gulp of my mimosa, thinking they were stingy with the Prosecco, and glance up to meet Hendrix's probing stare. Okay, I tell her, setting my glass down on the table none too gently. I know you have questions about Vashti and Josiah, but you can stop looking at me like that. Hendrix opens her mouth to speak, but I hold up a staying hand. I know what you're thinking. That it's natural to possibly resent your ex's new girlfriend. Well, actually, Hen starts. And you're probably thinking I need to be a mature adult about this, that it's inevitable that a man like Josiah, strong, tall, dark, handsome, virile, all that, Soledad mumbles. Damn. Charismatic, I continue. Driven, for example, will attract beautiful women. I'll have to get used to it. Right, but, Hendrix starts. And I will. I wag a finger at them. I mean, I have. I have gotten used to it already in the 2 days since I learned that they're fucking, Hendrix offers. Seeing each other, I say at the same time, frowning down at the remains of my omelet. So I get it. You can stop looking at me like I might blow at any minute. I wasn't looking at you like that at all, Hendrix asserts, gesturing to my face. I was actually looking at that little mustache you got growing on your top lip. My index finger flies to my mouth. Bitch. I laugh. It's just a little, stray hair. Oomph, Hendrix cackles. More like a 5 o'clock shadow. The women in my family, I tell them, were just a little hairy. My great-aunt almost had a full beard when she died. Now I rebuke that in the name of Black Jesus. Horror widens Hendrix's eyes. Was it an open casket? Soledad whispers. Oh, my God. I bust out laughing. She was hairy. Not decapitated. The three of us fall into a fit of giggles, leaning into each other, giddy from food and mimosas and laughter. Sinja, the owner of Honey Chili, recommended this honey-infused hair remover that I love, Soledad offers. It's just a block up. That's perfect, I say. She's doing trivia at Screen on the Green. I can make sure she's all set. On the walk to Honey Chili, a memory slips into my mind, so vibrant it's as real as the jangle of wind chimes over the door when we enter the shop. Josiah and I standing at our twin sinks one morning, eyes meeting in the mirror. Him, the grooves and ridges of his bare chest and abs deliciously distracting. Pajama bottoms resting low at his waist, revealing the carved lines at his hips. He was shaving, the rugged jawline foam-coated, and teased me about the stray hairs on my lip. He'd held me down on the bed, his razor poised above like he was my barber prepared to shave my face. In those days, any time we got near a bed, we put it to good use, so it wasn't long before my robe was open. Before his head was between my legs. Before he was in my mouth. Before our hands were desperate and searching and everywhere. I hope you love it, Sinja says, ringing up the lip wax. Oh, yeah, I stammer, heat crawling up my neck and over my cheeks. Can't wait to give this a try. Thank you. This is not the time to reminisce about when things were good. When they were scorchingly perfect and I couldn't imagine them any other way because I couldn't imagine the hows or whys of life's irrational cruelty. I can't go down memory lane. There are stretches of it that hurt too much, yes, but there are miles that felt too good. So will that be all? Sinja asks. Yes, I say as much to myself as to her, determined to rein in my thoughts and stuff away my memories. That will be all.
Chapter 6. Josiah. I'm not sure which of them is happier. I say, watching Kasim and Otis run along the riverbank, both getting liberally splashed. But I should have waited to get my car detailed. All that mud. I got you. Deja grins, patting the small backpack at her feet. I remembered from last time and packed a towel. We fist bump and chuckle as Otis leaps for the frisbee Kasim threw, only to land in the water and sink out of sight. He breaks the surface a few seconds later, frisbee gripped between his teeth. Show off, I mutter. You love him, Deja teases. Whatever. I roll my eyes and clear my throat. So your mom tells me you're skipping class. What's up with that? Oh my God. Deja groans and presses a hand to her eyes. She keeps making it a big deal. It was one period so I could watch an important broadcast. I wish she'd just leave me alone. Yeah, that's not exactly how parenting works. No social media for the next week. Dad! No. I've already scheduled posts. Unschedule them. You can take anything else, she pleads. Which is exactly why we're taking this. We? Suspicion narrows her eyes. Did she put you up to this? It was my idea. My brows lift to the level of now what? Your mother's not the enemy. She wants what's best for you. We both do. We're not paying tuition for you to goof off at Harrington. Who says I even want to be at Harrington anyway? She mumbles, kicking at a pebble along the river. It's one of the top schools in the state, Day. Do well there, and you'll have your pick of colleges. Who says I want that either? College isn't for everyone. I don't get to respond to that because my phone signals an incoming text. Vashti, hey babe. I'm at the restaurant getting ready for the lunch rush. You coming in? Me, yeah? At the river with the kids now. We're leaving soon, but Kasim has soccer at 2. I should be in before the dinner crowd. Anthony's there, right? For so long I did a little bit of everything at Grits. Now that things have settled and we have an executive chef, a sous chef, and Anthony, a great manager I wooed from one of Atlanta's top restaurants, I have a little room to breathe. Vashti, yeah, Anthony's here. Everything's under control. I just want to see you and maybe we can hang after closing? She's dropped a few hints about wanting to spend the night. We haven't been together long, but the attraction is there, and I like her a lot. I haven't dated anyone in a really long time, but I do remember this is how relationships progress. I'm a red-blooded male. I want this. Don't I? Me, I want to see you too. Yas is taking the kids after the soccer match. I'll come by then. Vashti, so Yasmin's not coming in? I frown, thumbs hovering over the screen. Despite the tension between Yasmin and me, I'm very clear that our business would not be what it is now had it not been for her ideas and her passion early on. We may not be married anymore, but we're still partners. Me, she probably won't make it in today. You need her? Vashti, no, not at all. It just feels a little awkward now that she knows we're together. I want everything to work. I want us to work. I want things to be right here at Grits, and I just don't want to upset any of that. Am I being silly? Me, no, but you don't have anything to worry about. Vashti, okay. See you soon. Love. I stare at the love for long seconds before shoving the phone into the pocket of my jeans. It's not even an actual heart, but it gives me pause. I need to be careful with this relationship. I care about Vashti and have no desire to hurt her. I've been upfront that I want to see where this goes, but this is the first relationship since my divorce. I'm not trying to get too serious right now. Was that Vashti? Deja asks, not looking up from her own phone. Yeah, we were just talking about tonight's shift. Come on, Dad. Deja smirks, raising laughing eyes to look at me. Kasim and I figured it out. Figured what out? I play dumb. You. She toggles her head back and forth. Vashti. Dating. We know. What makes you think that? For one, the way she looks at you. Deja bats her lashes exaggeratedly. Like you so fine. I am so fine. I tug one of her braids. Had to be more than that. She's been coming around more even when you guys aren't at work. She shrugs. I don't know. I can just tell you like her. I do, I say, laying the words out with caution. I wasn't sure how you and Seem would feel about it. You okay with me dating someone? Why wouldn't we be? She sucks her teeth. You deserve some happiness after what she put you through. She? Do you mean your mother? Of course. Who could blame you for moving on? Mom went crazy and ruined your life and whoa. I shake my head and look at her full in the face so she'll understand. Don't ever let me hear you call your mother crazy again. You hear me, Deja Marie? But Dad, she was severely depressed, not crazy. Do you understand all we lost as a family in a matter of months? Yes, sir. Deja's throat bobs with a deep swallow. And Bird and Henry. Hearing his name turns a screw in my chest. It probably always will. Yeah, I reply, some of the heat draining from my voice too. We all lost Henry, but your mom, she carried him. The same way she carried you and Kasim. And the way she lost him was... The inside of my throat burns, and I wish I could swallow the words, wish I could swallow this whole conversation. It's still painful to think about, to talk about, and I realize that I never do. Hell, I never really have. The memory of Yas, usually bright as a sunbeam, dulled, disheveled, perfectly still in the rocker and staring at the wall of Henry's nursery tortures me for a moment, and I'm back there. Back in that desperate, despondent, enraged place. Not even sure where to direct my fury. Helpless because every day I could feel her slipping away. I knew I was losing her, and there was nothing I could do to hold on. She had to deliver him, I continue. Knowing he was already gone, and it was too much. It was so hard. I know, but no buts. If I ever hear you talk about your mother that way again, you'll have to deal with me. I lift her chin so she can't look away. You got that? Her nod is slow and uncertain, and I feel a bit of remorse. Maybe I was harsh with her, but it pissed me off to hear her talk about what Yas went through, not only dismissively, but with blame. I kiss her forehead to remove some of the sting, and my own words play back. Defending Yasmin to Deja. Trying to understand. There's a voice in the back of my mind wondering if I should have done more of that when I had the chance.
Chapter 7. Yasmen. This is the 4th year of Screen on the Green. I grip the mic and smile to the crowd gathered on the lawn of Sky Park. And on behalf of the Skyland Association, thank you all for coming. Now, before we start with our feature, Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse, Sinja Buchanan, who owns Honey Chili right off the square, is coming to do some movie trivia with you. I hand off the mic and step down from the small dais, ready to head toward the spot where Hendrix and Soledad are already camped out. I haven't seen them since brunch last week, and my lips quirk with the beginnings of a grin at the thought of an evening with my girls. So good to see you, Yasmen, Deidre Chadworth says, stopping me with a hand on my shoulder when I've almost reached my friends. Oh, thanks, Deidre. More than once, a well-meaning neighbor stopped by, ringing the doorbell, waiting on the porch with a casserole or pot of stew. Some days I just ignored them until they went away. Deidre, one of the more persistent ones, hadn't brought food. Being the owner of our local bookstore, Stax, she always came bearing books. I stocked the new Sarah McLean release, she says, her smile and the wicked glint in her hazel eyes telling me it's a hot one. And the new Beverly Jenkins. I'll try to make it in this week. I touch her arm, speckled with sunspots and decorated with jangling bracelets. And I never thanked you for all the times you came by when I'm not sure how I want to talk about my depression. My philosophy had always been to deal with shit and move on, until the thing happened that I just couldn't move on from. It was like waking up every morning on a narrow window ledge and wondering, is today the day I fall? Oh, honey, Deidre says, squeezing my hand. I understand. I lost 3 before I had my Charlie. I didn't realize. I'm so sorry, Deidre. 2 were miscarriages, and that was hard enough, but that last one. I recognized the kindred pain flickering in her eyes. Like Henry, he was a stillbirth. Unless you've been through it, you don't grasp the powerful horror of that word. Stillbirth. Entry into a world that child has already departed. The paradox of birth and death swaddled in one soundless moment. Not the first slap on the bottom and cry of new life, but a mother's dirge. A bell that never tolls. I curled into myself in a sterile room with starchy white sheets, hot, silent tears carving grief into my cheeks. Sinking through my pores and infecting the marrow. An inescapable pain shut up in my bones. You learn to live with it, you know. Deidre says, sympathy, rare understanding in the smile she offers. But anyone who thinks you ever get over it hasn't lost what we have. I'm just glad you're still here. Grief is a grind. It is the work of breathing and waking and rising and moving through a world that feels emptier. A gaping hole has been torn into your existence, and everyone around you just walks right past it like it's not even there. But all you can do is stand and stare. In the still bright evening, I blink tears away and return Deidre's smile. Thank you, and I'll come in this week. By the time I reach Hendrix and Soledad, I've composed myself, dry eyes and bright smile firmly in place. At 5'10" sans shoes, and clearing 6 feet in stacked heel sandals, Hendrix wears ripped skinny jeans and a cobalt blue halter top, coupled with oversized hoops and gold hair cuffs woven into her braids. You look great, I say, reaching out to touch the silky material of her blouse. Thanks. Lotus Ross has this new plus-size line called Emo Better. Hen Chef Kisses. Perfection. Oh. I need to check her stuff out, Soledad says. Yeah, she does have clothes for your little narrow ass too. Hen ducks when Soledad pretends to punch. Just saying. Emo Better is for the Emo Bigger. There may be a lot of things narrow on this body. Soledad slaps her own butt. But this ass ain't one of them. It takes a few blankets spread on the grass to accommodate Soledad's entire brood. 3 girls in varying shades of their mother, with physical flashes here and there of Soledad's wretched husband, sprawl on the grass, grabbing and passing around food from Soledad's picture-perfect picnic basket. "There's quiche Lorraine," Soledad says. "And a salad I tossed before we left the house. You'll love it. There's olives and spinach and feta. Tomatoes for a pop of color. This vinaigrette," Hendrik says and moans, rolling her eyes in bliss and wielding her fork for emphasis. "Oh my god. Where'd you get this?" "Oh, I made it." Soledad shrugs, but a pleased smile lifts the corners of her mouth. "My own recipe." "Oh, let me taste." I sit on the blanket by Hendrix and lean forward, mouth open like a little bird. "No woo, shuga." Hendrix gives an emphatic shake of her head and nods toward the basket. "This is that, get your own. It's too good to share." "I got you," Soledad says, grinning and passing a plate to me laden with the vibrant salad and a hunk of quiche. "Great job again with this event, by the way." "Thanks." I accept the proffered plate and go for the salad first. "Oh, Sol. This vinaigrette is fantastic. Everything you touch turns delicious. You really need to figure out how to export the Soledad experience." I keep telling her I make stars for a living, Hendrix says around a mouthful of food. If she'd let me get a hold of her, we could brand the hell out of her whole life. Soledad passes a sandwich and a bottle of LaCroix to Inez. "You're serious, aren't you?" "As a heart attack." Hendrix taps her plate with her fork. "What do you think I've been saying for the last year?" "Girl, when you ready." Soledad's gaze shifts to her three beautiful daughters, giggling, chatting, tossing down cards in a game of war. She sees them as her greatest privilege, raising them as what she was born to do. "Maybe later," Soledad finally replies, slicing into the quiche and passing a plate to Lupe. "I don't want to lose focus at this stage. Inez is getting serious about ballet and just started middle school. We all know what a hellscape 7th grade is. Lottie is just really digging in with gymnastics, and we're getting her a new trainer next month, someone who sent a few girls to the Olympics." Not to be ambitious or anything, Hendrix mumbles loudly enough for only me to hear. I suppress a chuckle and keep my stare trained on Soledad. "And Lupe starts high school next year," Soledad continues. "Between cheerleading and maybe even modeling, I have no desire to model, Mom," Lupe interjects, lips shiny with Soledad's magic vinaigrette. "We'll see." Soledad leans forward to whisper to us, "You know I've never paid much attention to the other offers, but a scout from Wilhelmina reached out." "Like, who walks away from Wilhelmina?" "I do," Lupe says over Soledad's hushed comments. She leans forward, pulls the sheath of dark hair away from Soledad's face and kisses her cheek, leaning her head on her mother's shoulder. And I get it. The harmony between these three daughters. The quiet confidence each of them wears so effortlessly. The easy, deep affection between Soledad and her girls, it doesn't just happen. I don't believe you only see this with women who stay home, but I understand Soledad's intentions for her family, for her girls, and I respect it. "Is Deja coming, Mrs. Wade?" Lupe asks. "Yeah." I swallow a bite of the quiche. "She and Kasim are coming with their father." "I'm sorry again about," Lupe looks miserable. "My slip-up. I would never want to get Deja in trouble." "It's fine." I wave a careless hand, like the incident didn't spark a huge fight between Deja and me. "And you should share when one of your peers is doing something dangerous," Soledad says, her delicate brows knit into a frown. "A friend's safety is most important." "She skipped English," Lupe says dryly. "You make it sound like she was smoking meth and dancing naked down the halls." "Mom, you gotta stop watching Euphoria." "But I love those crazy kids," Soledad pouts, amusement glinting in her dark eyes. "Here come yours, Yas." I turn my head and grin at Kasim walking swiftly across the lawn toward us, Otis close on his heels. Deja follows at the pace of "Do I really have to be here?" but even that doesn't dim my spirits. It's the last breath of summer. I'm back in the groove, working, mentally and emotionally stable, healthy in body and spirit, surrounded by friends. The best friends I've had maybe ever. I bring a forkful of quiche to my mouth just as Josiah and Vashti come into sight, trailing behind Deja. Hand. In. Fucking. Hand. My zen bubble pops. I try to take mindful breaths like my therapist, Dr. Abrams, taught me. I reach for the 4-7-8 breathing from yoga class. None of it works. Each breath is chopped up in my lungs and stutters past my lips. It's been almost 2 years. You knew this would happen. He'd find someone else and you'd have to see them together. It shouldn't bother you this much. Fix your face, Hendrix says from the corner of her mouth. You look like someone just punched you in the gut. I glance from the approaching couple to my friend. She lifts her brows and hands me a glass of rose. You all right? Yeah. Of course. I gulp the cool drink and school my features into the smooth facade of the unfazed. I just wasn't prepared to see your ex quite so moved on. Hendrix discreetly glances over my shoulder. Well, get more prepared. They're almost here, and she does not get to see how much it bothers you. Right now, ma'am, I need you to find your happy place, go there, and bring a bad bitch back. Got it. I can do that. Bad bitch. Bad bitch. Bad bitch. The mantra is still chanting in my head by the time Josiah and Vashti reach us. Hey, Josiah greets us all with one word and a cursory glance. Everyone murmurs a response, but I'm not the only one feeling the tension. A few people around us are staring at the family theater playing out on the lawn like it's better than the movie. This is high drama for our quaint little neighborhood. It's hot news when the couple most likely to make it last forever doesn't, and the husband shows up holding another woman's hand. Josiah spreads a large blanket in a spot adjacent to ours. Great. A front row seat to Vashti sending Josiah disgusting looks of adoration every 3 seconds. My night can't get any worse. Hi, Mom, Deja drawls, sitting at the juncture of the 2 blankets. I spoke too soon. I'm sure Deja will find wildly inventive ways to make this night worse. This quiche is delicious, Soledad, Vashti says before taking a sip of her rose. Thanks for sharing your dinner. Coming from you, that's high praise, Soledad says and then sends me a quick look of apology like she offered shelter to Regina George. Josiah and Vashti doing things as a couple with my kids feels so settled, like they're already this unit completely separate from me. Not quite blended. I'm not angry, Josiah and I discussed this, but it will take some getting used to. Oh, incoming. Hendrix elbows me and pinches Soledad. Ow. Soledad squawks, rubbing the reddening skin of her arm. What did you do that for? Hot white boy alert. Hendrix subtly tips her head toward some spot behind me. Heading right for us. I start turning my head. Don't look. Damn. Hendrix taps my thigh. You'll see him when he gets here because it's obvious he's headed for us. Oh. Soledad grins and leans in, closing our little circle to whisper, he's not headed for us. He's headed for Yasmen. At that, I can't help but turn to see who is coming. Mark Lancaster, one of Skyland's most successful developers and a newly declared congressional candidate, is crossing the yard with confident steps. You know I'm volunteering with his campaign, Soledad says, her eyes already twinkling with something wicked. He always manages to bring our conversations around to Yasmen somehow. Speaking of the sewers, how's Yasmen doing? Hendrix cracks up, but sobers quickly. Here he comes. Evening, ladies, Mark says when he reaches us. He nods to Josiah and Kasim. And gentlemen. Ready for the movie? We are, Hendrix answers. why don't you join us? Apparently the self-appointed host, she pats the empty spot on the blanket beside me. Oh, not obvious at all. Don't mind if I do. Mark eases his tall, fit frame down beside me. He's that Ken doll kind of handsome. Sort of smooth and plastic with movable parts. Blue eyes and blonde hair. Even, white smile, a little too practiced politician for my taste, but nice enough. There is nothing wrong with Mark, the future congressman, but the faint stirrings of my hibernating libido don't make themselves known around him. I glance surreptitiously at Josiah, who leans back on his palms, muscle-roped arms stretched behind him, the mint-green Lacoste polo shirt straining across his broad chest, contrasting with skin like burnished mahogany. Kasim says something that draws a lazy smile from him, and it flashes across his face. I don't want to examine how stirring I still find my ex-husband. He looks up and catches me watching him. I'm good enough at playing things off to know pretending I wasn't looking is such an amateur move, so I fake a natural smile, waiting for him to return it. Josiah is good at many things. Faking isn't one of them. He doesn't smile back, but flicks a narrowed glance from me to Mark. I turn back to Mark, my smile a little wider. I may bat my lashes the tiniest bit. It's small of me, but my ex is here with our kids and our damn dog for all the world to see. Strolling up in here holding hands. So, yes, I laugh a little longer and louder when Mark makes a joke that's only slightly funny. I may lean forward an inch more to make it easier for him to check out my considerable above-the-belt assets. I mean, these are the wiles I resort to when backed into a corner. It's one thing to know they're dating. If Hendrix is right, they may be sleeping together already. It just hits different seeing the evidence firsthand of a deepening relationship between Josiah and Vashti. It hits harder. And sometimes I don't handle harder well. Looks like the movie is about to begin, Mark says after a few minutes of small talk and light flirting. I'm out of practice with flirting, but I think I do all right. By the warmth of his smile and the way he is completely focused on me, I'd say maybe even better than all right. Could I talk to you for a second before the movie starts? Mark asks, not waiting for my answer, but extending his hand to help me stand. Sure. I follow him a few feet away, glancing back to Hendrix and Soledad. Both grin encouragingly. If it wouldn't be so obvious, I suspect Hendrix would give me a thumbs up. So maybe I've been a bit too subtle in expressing my interest, Mark says when we reach the edge of the crowd, out of anyone's easy earshot. It's not the first time he's tried to flirt with me since the divorce. If he thinks he's been subtle, Pearl Harbor was a day at the beach. Subtle? I ask, blanking my expression. What do you mean? I like you, Yasmen. His smile is open and genuine, his eyes earnest. Like, a lot. I look down at the ground and slide my hands into the pockets of my sundress, suddenly uncomfortable. There's hope in his eyes that I'm not sure I deserve. Not because I'm not good enough, but because I don't feel enough. Not for him. Mark, I don't want to hurt you. Why would you hurt me? He tilts my chin with his index finger, holding my eyes with his. I don't want anyone caught in the crossfire between Josiah and me, though Josiah's not playing a game or pretending he likes Vashti to make me jealous. He likes her. He genuinely wants to be with her. I can't drag Mark into the games I might play to make myself more comfortable with that. I haven't dated anyone since my divorce, I finally say, looking at him with complete frankness. And I'm not sure you want to be first at bat. I'm not ready for anything serious or, look, I'm not asking for anything serious. It can be whatever you want. I'm willing to take the risk of first at bat. He rakes an admiring look from my hair, in coils and running free tonight, over the full dips and curves of my body, down to the sandals on my feet. I think you're gorgeous, Yasmen. Sexy as hell. Smart. A natural leader. Kind. You're the total package, and I'd like to get to know you better. The woman Mark is describing is the before me. The one who could always push through every setback to get the job done. The one who carried everyone else's burdens, barely feeling the extra weight. Not the one who imploded. The one who fell and couldn't manage to pull herself up. Not the one who hid. It's intoxicating to have someone see me this way again. I've felt like I was coming back to myself, but hearing Mark articulate what he sees when he looks at me, it's bolstering. And after how jarring it was to see Josiah with Vashti tonight, it feels good. Okay. I chuckle, flicking an uncertain look up at him. So first at bat. He takes my hand, stroking my palm with his thumb. Could be a home run, he teases, dipping his head to catch my eyes and draw a smile from me. Let me get your number. I'll call and maybe we can do dinner. We exchange numbers. He gives my hand one more gentle squeeze, and we head back toward the crowd. I draw a deep breath, steadying my heartbeat. It's not that Mark makes my heart race. I'm honest enough to admit to myself that, while he's attractive and charismatic and all the things a woman could want, I'm just not that into him, yet. But the fact that I'm giving him a chance, that I'm giving myself a chance, feels like a new adventure, when for so long while I recovered, I've had to play it safe. Mark rejoins the group he came with, and I start back to our blankets and blended families, loving how my little crew and Soledads are all meshed together. How Hendrix has Deja cracking up about something, and my daughter's face is for once not petulant, but amused and open. And then Vashti and Josiah sitting together a few feet away. With his sharp jawline and broad shoulders, he's the picture of leashed strength and virility. I know him intimately. Know him beneath his clothes. Know him beneath the control he imposes on himself. I've seen him break. From pleasure, fury, agony. And I never realized how someone else knowing him that way, seeing him that way, would affect me. Now I do. Once I've reseated myself on the blanket, the movie begins and everyone falls quiet. Everyone except Hendrix, of course. So what was that about? She whispers close to my ear. Someone had the forethought to buy popcorn, bless their hearts. I fix my eyes on the screen, dipping my hand into the popcorn and not answering. Yes, she whispers again. What did he want? I turn on her, abandoning all pretense of watching the opening credits. A date, I say more loudly than I intended. A few heads swivel toward us, accompanied by a desch. Soledad scoots closer, leaning in. What are we talking about? She whispers, eyes moving from Hendrix's face to mine. Is she going out with Mark? She should, if only for comparison research. Hendrix laughs. I've only ever loved Blackley, so the brothers is all the dick I know, but I would assume given the proper girth, length, and velocity, dear Jesus, I mutter, pressing a hand over my mouth to stifle a laugh. Velocity? What does that even mean? You know, Hendrix says. The force of thrust. That is a blatant misuse of velocity. Soledad shakes her head. But is it, though? Hendrix counters, tapping her temple. It's speed and direction of motion. Girl, that's a thrust. She does have a point, I admit grudgingly. But I have no intention of finding out about Mark's velocity, especially not on the first date. Are you going out with Mark because he, Hendrix subtly tilts her head toward Josiah, has her? No, I wilt under the heat of Hendrix's stare. Okay. Maybe a little. I don't know. I told Mark I'm not ready for anything serious. Mom. Deja whisper shouts. Could you guys be quiet? Like, for real. The three of us lean into each other like kids, hushing each other, laughter spilling through our fingers. Even as I get my amusement under control, my gaze slides over to Josiah lounging nearby, the long lines of his body, even in repose, powerful and compelling. Vashti leans her head on his shoulder and links their hands in her lap, and I have to hold back a snarl. What the actual hell? I have no right to snarl or growl or feel like Vashti is trespassing. I asked for the divorce. I pushed Josiah away. I can't decide I don't want him and then that no one should. The cold reality of this truth settles on my chest like a block of ice, and for the rest of the night, it's easy not to laugh.
Chapter 8. Josiah. I'll be back in about an hour. I tell Anthony, Grits' manager, adjusting my earbuds and scrolling through the messages on my phone. 2 texts from Vashti. Cool, he says from the other end of the line. It's crazy packed tonight, especially for a Wednesday, but we got it. Thanks, man. I take a seat in the empty classroom, studying the clean whiteboard and the motivational posters on the walls. This parent-teacher meeting shouldn't take long. I'll be in as soon as it's done. Disconnecting the call, I hear the clack of approaching footsteps and turn to find Yasmen standing in the doorway. She offers a tentative smile and enters the classroom. We haven't seen each other much since Saturday's screen on the green. Hey, she says, taking the desk beside mine. I remove my earbuds, stealing a glance at my ex-wife. The petal-pink short-sleeved sweater hugs her breasts in a way that, in my objective opinion, is indecent. Yasmin's never been a skinny woman, and with each pregnancy, her shape only got fuller, lusher. Bigger breasts. More ass. Thicker thighs. But she always manages to keep it tight-toned. Just more of everything. And I've always been the beneficiary, but now I watch other men follow her with their eyes, knowing if she gave even a sign that she's interested, they'd be after her. Until now, she's never given any signs. At least as far as I know. How will I feel when she does? Maybe she'll choose Mark. Of course, I didn't miss him spitting game to my ex-wife at screen on the green. Hell, every time he comes to the restaurant, if she's there, he makes a beeline for her. Eyes always on her ass. When we were married, if a man had looked at Yasmin the way Mark does, I would have punched that motherfucker in the face. But she's not my wife anymore. So he can look at her any way he wants. None of my business. I slowly unclench the fists resting on my knees and unclamp my teeth. Habit. Just habit to feel like pulling his balls through his nose for the way he looks at Yasmin. Kids okay? I ask, training my gaze above her neck since everything below is so dangerous. Yeah, they're eating dinner with Clint and then we'll go over to the house for homework. Clint'll keep an eye on them. She places her oversized bag on the floor and crosses her legs. Things okay at Grits? Yeah. Anthony has everything under control. He was a great hire. You were the one who wanted to bring him on. She smiles, but shakes her head. I was just happy you asked me to meet him before you hired him. I've never hired anyone without you signing off. I remind her with a frown. True, but we both know I wasn't around, so I appreciated being involved. Well, we made a good call with him. I check my watch and grimace. I told him I'd be in as soon as this is over, so I hope it doesn't last long. What do you think this is about? Ms. Halstead's email was kind of vague. I would like to discuss a few things regarding Kasim's progress. What does that even mean? It can't be anything bad. It's Kasim. It's not Kasim's behavior I'm worried about. He's the only black boy in his class. They better not trip. I'm as vigilant as you, but don't go into this being too sensitive. Remember how you maybe overreacted to that comment Mrs. Thatcher made about Deja last year? The woman called her articulate. That's the most microaggressive bullshit. Like oh. Yasmin's face transmogrifies into an uncannily accurate imitation of Mrs. Thatcher's pinched expression. I'm so surprised this little black girl can string together 2 whole sentences using the Queen's English. She's so articulate. Apparently Yasmin's pink sweater is covering a Kevlar vest and she is in fully armed black mama mode. Yas, we're gonna play it cool, right? Not jump to any conclusions. Oh, was I the one who went ham when they tried to put Kasim in the yellow reading group? First of all, that was 2nd grade, and it was ridiculous. He was out reading all those other kids and… Her smug smile snatches the rest of my sentence, and I have to grin back. All right, you made your point, Sister Soldier. I'm glad to hear it, Brother Malcolm. We stare at each other for a second before breaking the silence with a chuckle. With so much fighting leading up to our divorce and so much tension following, I forgot we make a great team. Ms. Halstead, a woman with pale, freckled skin, curly brown hair, and hazel eyes, enters and speed walks across the room. Sorry to keep you waiting. No problem. Yasmin mutters with a smile that curves too perfectly while giving me her she better act right look from the corner of her eye. Ms. Halstead turns a desk around until it's facing us. She pushes up the sleeves of her cream-colored cardigan and leans her elbows on the desk. It's good to see you both again, she says, her smile friendly and warm. I mentioned at orientation that I'd heard great things about Kasim, and he has more than lived up to all the compliments previous teachers paid him. That's awesome, Yasmin says, her shoulders lowering almost imperceptibly and her smile turning more natural. Terrific, I say dryly. So you wanted us to come just to celebrate how incredible Kasim is doing? Yasmin subtly kicks me in the ankle, which I ignore. Or was there a concern? I continue. Ms. Halstead shifts in the desk, crossing her ankles and clearing her throat. Kasim is one of our brightest students. So bright, in fact, I think the work may not challenge him sufficiently. If I'm being honest, he could grow bored. There is so obviously a but coming that Yasmin and I share a quick, knowing glance, and I brace myself for it. And, Ms. Halstead goes on, choosing a different conjunction, I would like to discuss acceleration options. Acceleration? Yasmin asks. You mean like skipping a grade? That's one route. Ms. Halstead answers and nods. But he would be in need of some emotional and social development before we would consider skipping a grade. Clarify. I say, my tone sharper than I intended. Please. 6th grade is very formative for kids. The leap from 6th to 7th is huge socially and developmentally. To go from 5th to 7th, well, I have no doubt Kasim would excel academically, but we'd have to do some work this year to prepare him. What kind of work? Yasmin asks. What's prompting this? Because I feel like there's something specific you want to discuss. We like straight talk, Ms. Halstead. We've heard all the good stuff. What are your concerns, because I can hear that you have them. Yasmin always gets to the point, especially when it comes to our kids. One of my favorite things about her. Even when depression seemed to push her to the lowest point, she never lost her fierce protectiveness for Kasim and Day. Ms. Halstead stands and walks to the front of the classroom, retrieving a folder from her desk. Taking a deep breath, she sits back down and flips open the folder. Here at Harrington, we're committed to making sure students are not only academically excelling, but also emotionally intelligent, she says. Students in tune with their feelings perform better, feel better about themselves and the world. I stop and I roll just in time, fixing my face into a neutral mask that doesn't give away how yogi, Gen Z that all sounds. Go on, Yasmin says, her eyes alert. She would be into this considering all the time she spends with her therapist. Hey, no knock. It seems to have helped her when nothing else did. More power, but I don't need that and I certainly don't think Kasim does. With that in mind, we have the students keep a journal of sorts, Ms. Halstead says. Record their feelings. We also use it as a check to make sure they are not struggling. Kasim has written about his fears, and I think it exposes some issues maybe he hasn't dealt with. Meaning? Yasmin demands, the world sharpened to a fine point. Ms. Halstead runs her index finger along the edge of the folder. For example, we asked the class to journal about their greatest fears. And? I ask. What did he say? First, I want to remind you that the students know we read their entries, she says. So we are not violating their trust or privacy. Got it, Yasmin says, practically sucking her teeth with impatience. What did he say? He said his greatest fear is that his whole family will die. Ms. Halstead drags her solemn gaze from my face to Yasmin's. The way his aunt and his brother died. I believe those two losses occurred close together? Aunt Bird passed away first, Yasmin says, her voice subdued, her eyes now trained on the hands in her lap. And our... She falters, licks her lips, and tangles her fingers into a fist. Henry, our son, was stillborn a few weeks later, I say, keeping my words steady. I'm so sorry for your losses, Ms. Halstead says, sincerity shining in her eyes. It makes sense that he would have fears about losing loved ones. He also mentions losing you specifically, Mr. Wade. That I would die? I ask. That you would leave, Ms. Halstead answers. He seems to have a good deal of insecurity around the family structure, based on his entries. We divorced about a year after Aunt Bird and Henry passed. Yasmin says it like a confession, keeping her lashes lowered. Did he ever speak with a professional? Ms. Halstead asks. A counselor or therapist when that all happened? He and our daughter spoke with a grief counselor here at the school a few times. Yasmin bites her lip. They probably should have continued. At the time we didn't see the need to keep on. I cut in. Are you saying you think he should now? Based on what we've seen in his entries, Ms. Halstead offers, her tone firm yet tentative. It might be a good idea if he talks to someone again, especially if we'd like to consider him for acceleration next year. If he's not emotionally or socially at a place where it seems wise to skip, then we can build in subject-specific accelerations at his grade level. But either way, you think he should see a therapist? Yasmin presses. Have either of you ever seen one? Ms. Halstead looks from one of us to the other. I have. Yasmin clears her throat. I do. Kasim knows I talked to someone. Both of our children know. And you, Mr. Wade? The teacher asks, turning querying eyes my way. I sense more than see Yasmin stiffen beside me. It was one more point of contention between us, the fact that I wouldn't go to therapy. I saw it then as a waste of time. I was too busy trying to hold our life together, pay our mortgage, save our business, to make time for something I didn't think would actually help anyway. No, I replied to Ms. Halstead's question. I've never seen a therapist. If you decide Kasim could benefit from it, Ms. Halstead says, her voice stern for the first time, it should be presented in a positive light. You can't make it seem like a bad thing, or like something you don't respect. We won't. Yasmin levels a pointed look at me. Will we, Josiah? Of course we won't. I say, as if I hadn't told Yasmin therapy is a load of shit, and I'd rather run naked through a hornet's nest. Pretty sure that's an exact quote. Good, Ms. Halstead says, breathing out a sigh of relief, her smile loosening. I'm so glad we got this chance to talk. Maybe you should discuss it and let me know what you decide. As you know, we have school counselors available here, or he could see a private child psychologist. And what about the acceleration? I ask. For now, I'll find ways to challenge him where he is, Ms. Halstead says. He is so advanced in many ways, but we'll leave things as they are. I hope you'll consider having him talk to someone, maybe over the next few months, and closer to the end of this school year, we'll check back in. Offering her best teacher smile, studded with optimism, Ms. Halstead asks, Sound good? Yasmin and I did always make a great team, but therapy was something we never agreed on. Watching each other warily, we simply nod.
Chapter 9. Yasmin. Pizza's here. Deja yells from downstairs. It's paid for, Day. I shout back. Just get it and you guys can eat. I shimmy to get the jeans down over my ass. Yoga 3 times a week, and this booty ain't budging. I cross my bedroom to the walk-in closet, dropping the jeans in the hamper. My closet is huge, as big as the bedroom in our first shoebox apartment. My bags and shoes, slotted into cubbies, take up one wall of the closet. Dresses, slacks, blouses, rompers hang, loosely coordinated by color, on another wall. Wearing just panties and a t-shirt, I sit on the round tufted sage-colored ottoman positioned in the center of the space, eyeing the empty slots and shelves that used to hold Josiah's possessions. For a long time, I left his side completely empty. It felt wrong somehow to replace his things with mine when we designed this closet together, leaving plenty of room for his massive sneaker collection. I stare at all the empty slots I haven't been able to fill yet. I'll never love shoes as much as Josiah does, but only a small section of what was formerly his side remains vacant. Piece by piece, I'm filling in the gaps with my new clothes, with my new life. Standing, I walk over to his side, opening a bottom drawer. It's empty, save a pair of powder blue Air Jordans. I can't find my OG UNCs, Josiah said a few weeks after he'd moved out, fresh resentment still marking our every exchange. You seen him? No, I'd lied. But I'll keep a lookout. Why am I holding on to this pair of shoes? I slipped them on, my feet swallowed by the size 13s. You know what they say about a man with big feet. Phew, chilly, did Josiah live up to it? A shiver slides down my spine, and that restless ache creeps between my legs, bringing breathlessness with it. My eyes wander to the king-sized bed where, before everything went wrong, we did it so right. Stop, I tell the empty closet and the horny girl. Depending on the day and the website, these shoes would sell for around $1,500, and I know Josiah never wore them more than once or twice. Remembering his excitement when he found them, I caressed the tiny orange tag he said proved their authenticity. The leather remains uncreased and that new smell still clings to them. I glance up, startled by the image reflected in the framed mirror at the end of the closet. A half-naked woman with round hips and wild hair and bruised eyes, wearing the shoes of the man she sent away. Portrait of a fool. The text message chime from the bedroom drags me out of my own thoughts. I rush from the closet to grab my phone off the bed, half stumbling, losing one of the big shoes along the way. Josiah, hey. Be there in about 10 minutes. Did you tell him we want to talk, or is it a total ambush? Me, total ambush. Thought it would be better just to dive in when you get here. I ordered pizza to put him in a great mood. Josiah, save me a slice. Me, anchovies. Josiah, never mind. Me, sorry. See you soon. Seated on the bed, I tug the sneaker from my foot, holding and turning it in my hands before rising to scoop up the one I lost. Like a thief, I walk swiftly to the closet and return them to the empty bottom drawer. He'll be here soon, and we'll talk to Kasim about seeing the therapist. I need to be focused on this conversation, not getting lost in the past. After a day in skinny jeans, nothing feels better than soft cotton lounge pants that skim my tired body and don't constrain. I leave on the fitted t-shirt that stops just short of my waist. A slick of lip gloss, a quick fluff of my hair. Deja's new leave-in conditioner made this twist-out look fantastic. I grudgingly admit the girl knows hair, but she cannot make a living on Instagram posts about detangling. One child at a time. Deal with Kasim tonight, and figure out how to interest my daughter in a viable career later. When I enter the kitchen, both my children are seated at the counter, on their phones and eating their pizza. Is it good? I ask, opening a glass cabinet door to grab a plate. Thought I'd try that new place called Guido's on the square. Yup. Kasim grins, showing all his front teeth. It's even better than the other place. I plate a slice, carefully picking off the anchovies. I'm not sure where Deja and Kasim got their love of the topping, since Josiah and I both abhor them. Aunt Bird. I go still for a second, entertaining the memory of Bird baking pizza and introducing the kids to anchovies. It was love at first bite. For a moment, the pain of missing her is almost too much. When you lose someone that close, the enormity, the finality of it, sometimes hits you full force when you least expect it. When you are least prepared. And your heartbeat stutters and your knees nearly buckle, just like when you first heard they were gone. When you lose someone like Bird, you never banish the grief completely. I've learned to tame grief, though, so it doesn't run wild and ruin my life. It's in these unguarded moments that the pain hisses and growls, a rabid beast with its face pressed to the bars. But I hold the whip and chair. I keep the lock and key. Your dad's on his way over, I tell them, not looking up from my plate. Peripherally, I see them both stop chewing and exchange a glance. Josiah is here all the time, but it's always for a reason. He's picking them up and taking them out. He's dropping them off. He's helping with homework. For me to announce Josiah is coming over tips my hand. Why? Deja asks, her eyes narrowed on my face. Just to talk. I open the refrigerator and grab a LaCroix. Like a family meeting. Deja presses. Before I can answer, the doorbell rings. Definitely saved by the bell. Deja jumps up and leaves the kitchen to answer. Is everything okay? Kasim asks, tearing the crust of his pizza. Yes, fine. I lean across the counter to kiss his forehead. Just talking, baby. Otis bounds into the kitchen and nuzzles my leg. Hey, friend. I smile down and rub his head, silently thanking Bird again for leaving him with us. Despite my best efforts not to, I do worry about Josiah sometimes. The night Otis made it painstakingly clear he wanted to live with my ex, as irrational as it sounds, I was glad. Not because the dog wouldn't be here as much, but because he would be with Josiah. Small comfort, I know, but there it is. Otis lumbers over to the bed we've always kept in the corner for him and lies down, seemingly content. I've often felt Aunt Bird left him as her very own guardian angel to watch over us. The kind who might piss on your good rug if you forget to take him out. Deja and Josiah follow closely behind, laughing over something. Occasionally I envy their effortless rapport. I still can't figure out what Josiah did to escape Deja's vitriol, but I wish he'd share the secret. With me, she's a teen wolf and every day is a full moon. With Daddy, it's all smiles and yesers. Pizza. I ask Josiah, pointing to my plate. I picked the anchovies off. Nah. I have food from the restaurant. I'll eat when I get home. He sits on one of the high stools and looks at me meaningfully, a silent "so what's the plan?" In the brows he lifts. Deja, I say, we want to talk with Kasim for a few minutes. Maybe take your pizza in the dining room for a bit. What's wrong? Kasim asks, low-grade panic spiking his level tone. Nothing's wrong, son, Josiah answers. We just want to talk with you. I want to stay, Deja says, the line of her jaw set. If you want me to stay, Sim, I will. You're making this a big deal unnecessarily, I tell her. Oh yeah. Deja sits back and folds her arms. The last time you sat us down like this, just to talk, you said you were getting a divorce. If this is bad news, I want to be here too. Deja's words transport me back to the night we sat our children down at this counter and told them our lives were about to change forever. The only thing harder than telling the kids we were getting a divorce was asking Josiah for it. The memory swirls around us in the kitchen, and for a moment, the weight of it is so visceral, so real, it suffocates me. We need to talk to Kasim about our meeting with his teacher, Josiah says, the deep timbre of his voice even and rich and reassuring. Oh. Why didn't you just say so? Deja grabs her plate. Good luck, Sim. She swings her little narrow hips out of the kitchen, sass in every step. Am I in trouble? Kasim mumbles, staring at his plate. No, I lift his chin so he can meet my eyes. The opposite. You've been so amazing, son. We have good news. I glance at Josiah, who, with brows lifted, inclines his head for me to continue. Miss Halstead says you're one of the smartest kids in the class. I run a hand over his hair, which waves like Josiah's when he needs a haircut, as he does now. Yeah. Kasim nods like this is not new information, on the verge of preening. I am. I huff a laugh, trading a quick grin with Josiah, whose eyes light with pride and affection. Confident, not cocky, son, he reminds Kasim. Yes, sir, Kasim replies, though the twitch of his lips marks him as less than repentant. You ever get bored in class? I ask. He nods. Yeah, but it's okay. The other kids have a lot to learn, so we have to go slower. Josiah allows himself a quick grin at that before going on. Ms. Halstead doesn't want you to get bored. She thinks we need to figure out a way to challenge you more. We aren't sure yet if it's just giving you work from the next grade, or if it might be skipping a grade. Kasim's eyes go wide and his mouth hangs open. Go to 6th grade now. No, I rush to clarify. But maybe next year instead of going to 6th, going to 7th. We aren't sure yet, but we want to talk to you about this. Make sure you're comfortable and ready for whatever is next. But if I skip to 7th, Kasim says, the V between his brows deepening, Jamal would still be in 6th. Right, Josiah says. Jamal and your other friends could still be your friends, but they wouldn't be in your classes anymore. That's if we all agree you should skip a grade. Like we said, we may find it's better to just give you more challenging work in certain subjects. We just don't want you to get bored. And to make sure you're meeting your potential, I add with a smile. We're so proud of you, Kasim. You are? He asks, glancing from me to Josiah. Of course. Josiah clasps the back of Kasim's neck and squeezes. You know we are. He nods, but a small smile teases the corners of his mouth, and he dips his head, hiding his expression. When we met with Miss Halstead, I begin, shooting a searching look Josiah's way. He nods for me to go on. She said if you do decide to skip a grade, we need to make sure you're ready, not just academically, but in every way. What's that mean? Kasim asks. A lot of kids are smart enough to skip a grade, Joyza says. But they end up having a hard time making new friends or adjusting. Ms. Halstead suggested maybe you should talk to someone about what you're, well, he looks at me, and I realize he doesn't know how to describe therapy in a way that Kasim would understand. Seem, I say, leaning forward and looking directly into his eyes. You know how I told you and Deja that mommy needed to talk to someone? Your therapist? Kasim asks, eyes widening. You said you were sick and sad. It sounds so stark and simple put that way, but it was true. There are days it still is. There may always be days like that, and I may be in and out of therapy for the rest of my life. Yes, that's true. I hope my smile is natural and reassuring. But it's also just good to have someone you can talk to about stuff that's confusing or hard to understand. Like robotics. Kasim ventures. Because there is a new level of, no, Josiah cuts in, chuckling. Not robotics, though that always confuses me. More personal stuff like about Aunt Bird passing away. And Henry. I draw a sharp breath through my nose at the sound of my son's name on Josiah's lips. He's so rarely spoken it. I used to resent him for that, for not saying Henry's name. For not being the sobbing, snotty mess I was every day for months. For holding it so damn together when I kept coming apart. Now I know we deal with things in different ways, though there are many things Josiah has not dealt with at all. I'm not his therapist. Hell, I'm not even his wife anymore. Kasim's expression shudders, and it breaks my heart a little seeing that face, usually so open, even at this age, trying to hide. I had to talk to someone about how much it hurt, you know, I tell him. When we lost them both. That's why you stayed in bed all the time and stopped combing your hair and stuff, right? Kasim asks. Hot pebbles crowd my throat.
Chapter 10. Josiah. What the hell just happened? Did I just agree to talk to a damn therapist? I don't buy into the idea that just talking to someone about your feelings makes anything better. It may make us feel better about our shit, like we're taking steps, but it doesn't actually change anything. I know Yasmin thinks it's helped her, but she was also on antidepressants. Drugs? Sure, those can help. Meds are measurable. They're real. The talking shit? Hello? Deja says from the doorway separating the kitchen and the dining room. Can I get another slice of pizza if you guys are finished talking about how brilliant and perfect Seam is? She flashes a quick grin at her brother, softening the sharp words, and uses his hair on her way to the pizza box on the counter. They may tease one another mercilessly, and are classic big sister, little brother, but they would do anything for each other. They drew closer when the seams of our family started ripping. Yeah, I think we're done, I say, looking at Yasmen and silently asking for confirmation. Yeah? She glances at Kasim, whose expression is serene as he grabs another slice of pizza. I think we have a plan. I stand, jangling the keys in my pocket. Then I'm head home. I'm tired and hungry and want to relax for a while. Early start tomorrow. I pat my leg twice. Otis, you coming? I always ask, as if the dog gets the courtesy of deciding where he'll sleep. He could bounce between the houses like the kids do, but he always stays with me. He stands and walks toward the foyer, head tilted to an imperial angle. Conceited bastard. After a bath, he practically struts at the dog park. I'll walk you out, Yasmin says, standing from the stool and following Otis. I let her walk a little ahead of me. These damn pants she's wearing. The material must be hand-sewn by the devil and shipped from hell the way it hugs her ass and hips. The t-shirt crops just above her waist, gifting glimpses of her stomach, smooth and brown and toned. Beneath the top, her breasts hang ripe and overfull. When we were married, she'd walk around the house with no bra to torture me. I never missed an opportunity to drag her into the pantry or into a corner, tug up her shirt, bare her breasts, and suck her nipples. It was our own kind of foreplay. There were times, if the kids were upstairs or out of the house, when I would take her on the kitchen counter. Spread her wide, eat her out. Jesus, I'm hard. Not good. Not good at all. There's no way I can fool myself that this erection has anything to do with my actual girlfriend, who has sent me 2 texts hinting that she'd like to spend the night. Nope. This is all Yasmin, damn it. I subtly shift in my pants, hoping to rush down the steps and to the car before she notices. Hey! She grabs my arm when I move to walk past her on the porch. Can we talk? With a quick glance at her hand on my arm, I nod tersely and sit in the swing. Maybe if I stay seated and the porch light is off, she won't notice the pole stand in my pants. The motion sensor light turns on. Great. I lean forward and rest my elbows on my knees. She comes to sit by me on the swing, stroking Otis's head. He leans into her palm, eyes rolling in canine bliss. That went better than expected. She pulls one leg under the other. What did you think? Yeah. It was pretty good. He seems okay with it. I'm sure you offering to go to therapy with him helped a lot. She angles a sideways glance at me. Did you mean it? I bend my knees a few times to rock the swing a little. Damn, yes. You think I'd say something like that and not follow through? No, of course not. You were just always so adamant about not seeing a therapist before, so I was surprised you offered. Am I excited about it? No. Do I think it'll do anything for me? Hell no, but if it might help Kasim adjust, I'll go. I see. She blinks, her pretty lips shaping into a wry curve. So therapy might help children or weak-minded people like me, but couldn't possibly be of any benefit to someone as strong as you. You know that's not what I'm saying. Don't twist my words. I don't have to. She stands abruptly, the coolness in her eyes not enough to disguise the hurt. Do you want recommendations? If so, I can get referrals from Dr. Abrams. Or are you just going through the motions to satisfy Kasim? Both. I know saying it aloud would only ratchet up the tension coiling between us, so I blank my expression before I answer. That'd be great. I'll let Ms. Halstead know we're moving forward, she says, turning to grab the knob of the front door. Yes, hey. I stand, and this time, I'm the one who takes her arm. I really didn't mean to imply I'm too good for therapy or that you're weak, or, you didn't have to imply anything, see? She tugs, freeing her elbow from my grip and looking down. You obviously see our son's emotional well-being as something worth fighting for, worth going to therapy for. I think it's awesome. Except it sounds like she may as well have said, I think you're an asshole. So we're good? I ask, even though the tightness in the air, the tightness of her expression, tells me we're not. She holds my stare over her shoulder, one hand on the door, and I'm not sure if it's disgust or disappointment that darkens her eyes, but it makes me feel slimy. Yeah. She opens the door. We're good.
Chapter 11. Yasmen. You sure you're okay taking Deja, hen? I remove bottles of Gatorade from the plastic rings and load them into a cooler packed with ice. We drove all over the city yesterday, and couldn't find this hair she wants anywhere. Oh, I already know this place off Candler Road has it. Seated at my kitchen counter, Hendrix sips her coffee. Several of my clients get their hair there on the low. When you see it on TV, you'd never know it comes from a shop in the back of a grocery store. I pause, a bottle in each hand, to stare at her. The shop is in a grocery store. One of them one-stops you only find in the cut. Get your milk and eggs. Get your nails did. Get your taxes done. Hawk a watch and grab 4-5 packs of hair before you go. She clasps the long ponytail hanging over her shoulder, lifting it and letting it fall. That's where I got this silky. Well, thank you. I can't miss Kasim's soccer match, and Josiah is speaking at this entrepreneurs conference so he couldn't step in. I hold up a bottle of Glacier Freeze and a pack of Go-Gurts. Forgot I'm snack mom today, so I'm scrambling to get it all together. I pull a bottle of orange juice from the fridge for Kasim. Anyway, I continue, Kasim's first session with this child psychologist is after the game. Josiah and I did an initial meeting with him and Kasim last week, just to kind of info gather and for us to meet him, but today will be their first session one-on-one. It was the only slot Dr. Cabbot had available, so I don't have time to drive all over, looking for this hair. You're really coming through for me. Is Kasim nervous? Am I nervous is probably a better question. I pause to lean a hip against the counter. How did I not know he was so hyper-focused on death? And on losing his family? I'm with him every day, and he's never mentioned anything like what his teacher said is in his journal. It's not surprising when you think about it. Do kids really go around confessing their deepest fears to their parents unprompted? Hendrix shrugs. Maybe some do, but I didn't when I was a kid. Pat yourself on the back for doing this now instead of condemning yourself for not knowing sooner that he needed it. You're right. It's made such a huge difference for me, and I'm really glad Kasim's experiencing it so young. Maybe if he needs it when he's older, it won't hold the stigma it does for so many men. Especially black men. My cousin Bilal has been through so much crap all his life. Divorced parents. Molested by his uncle. Mom was an addict, but you think he's talking to someone about his feelings? Hendrix shakes her head and turns matte red lips down at the corners. No, ma'am. That man's twisted tight as a can of biscuits and can't figure out for the life of him why all his relationships have an expiration date before they even start. Speaking of black men and therapy, I say, loading more bottles into the cooler. Did I mention Kasim is going because Josiah said he would? Hendrix's mug of coffee hovers at her lips and her brows fly high. Wasn't he dead set against it when you guys were together? Yeah. I bend to stuff the last of the sports drinks into the cooler. He always said it wouldn't do him any good, but he apparently thought him going would convince Kasim, so he will. Just makes you wonder. Wonder what? Hendrix asks. I glance up, meeting her probing stare for a millisecond before turning my back on her to pull the last of the yogurt from the fridge. Nothing. So this hair is apparently called kinky curly or something like that. Deja, wonder what, Yas. Why Josiah wouldn't go for you? My hand's still halfway between the refrigerator and the cooler, and I have trouble meeting her eyes again when I turn back, but I do. Maybe. Not even for me, but for himself when I suggested it. He wouldn't even entertain it, but he volunteered when this came up with Kasim. And I guess I wonder what changed. I huff out a laugh and close the cooler. Not that he expects to get anything out of it. He still thinks it's useless, but at least he's willing. Therapy can be intimidating, and folks aren't always ready when we want them to be. They're ready when they're ready. Josiah thinks he's going because of Kasim, but maybe it's that deep down he's just finally ready. It might surprise him. He may get in there and learn a lot about himself. The right therapist can change everything. Yeah, and the wrong one sometimes changes nothing. I roll my eyes. Thank God I finally found Dr. Abrams. Footsteps charging down the stairs cut the conversation off, and I'm kind of relieved. I don't want to think about Josiah finally going to therapy, and how that could have impacted what happened with us, much less talk about it. Hey, Aunt Hen, Deja says, her smile bright and open. Thank you for taking me today. It's no problem. Hendrix stands to dump the last of her coffee in the sink and rinses the mug. And you really think this place will have the hair I need? Deja asks. I already called and confirmed they do, Hendrix says, her smile only slightly smug. Eep. Deja's hands fly in the air approximating a hallelujah. I've been looking all over, and there's this passion braids challenge I want to do next week, and I have to use this hair. Well, I got you, Hendrix says. And there's a place near the shop called Ruby's. Best neck bones in the city. Neck bones? Deja's skepticism is palpable. Wait a minute. Hendrix sets her fists on her hips. You mean to tell me your parents own a soul food restaurant and you never had neck bones? Not on our menu. I laugh, grabbing my purse from the stool. Bird hated them, and Vashti doesn't do them either. Hendrix links her arm through Deja's. Well, you go and learn today. We'll have them for lunch if you want. Okay. Deja nods, her space buns bobbing on either side of her head. What time you want her back, Yas? Hendrix asks. Deja looks directly at me for the first time, her smile fading. I'm like the pin that pops every balloon for her. Whenever you guys are done, I say, forcing a smile. Thank you again for helping out. Hendrix glances between Deja and me, her smile dimming. You my girl. You already know it's no big. I walk out of the kitchen, giving Hen's arm a quick squeeze, and head to the foyer, stopping at the base of the staircase. Kasim. I shout up to the second floor. We're gonna be late. Come on. He appears at the top of the steps in his red and white soccer uniform with his duffel bag slung over one shoulder. I glance at his feet. Ankles ashy as a bag of flour. I blow out a breath and tip my head toward the garage. There's lotion in the car. Is Dad coming? He asks, heading down the steps. Josiah spent many afternoons and evenings in our backyard kicking the ball around with Kasim. Of course my son loves having me at the games, but it's his father's face and approval he seeks in the crowd every time he scores. Not today, but I promise I'll get video for him, okay? So he won't be at therapy either, huh? Kasim's expression doesn't change, but the flicker of unease in his eyes makes my heart clench. He has a convention he has to speak at today, son. I'm sorry. It was booked months ago, and he couldn't get out. I'm sure he'll call tonight to see how it went. Okay, he says, shifting the bag on his shoulder. Do I have time to eat? Kind bar and OJ on the kitchen counter. Grab M and go straight to the car. I have the team snacks. We can't be late. His mouth drops open. You're the snack mom. Yeah. I grimace. I forgot. Then we gotta go. Kasim is definitely the responsible one in every situation. He rushes past me, not even breaking stride when he scoops up the breakfast I left out for him. He waves to Hendrix and Deja, but doesn't pause on his way to the garage. Guess we'll be going too, Hendrix says, picking up her Hermes bag, a gift from one of those fancy awards shows. You be good, Day. I grab the handle of the cooler and start toward the door, dragging it behind me. Yes, Mom. The usual exasperation colors her voice, but it can't disguise the undercurrent of excitement. She's been talking about this hair challenge thing for a week, and as much as I disagree that social media hair guru is a wise career choice, I don't want her disappointed. I give Hendrix a quick kiss on the cheek. I owe you one. We got an open tab, she says, kissing my cheek in return. You know that. She and Deja follow me into the garage, then continue down the driveway to where Hendrix's Mercedes G-Class is parked on the street. By the time I back out and the garage door lowers, they're gone. We arrive at the field just in time. The team is circled up and the coach is starting his pep talk. I place the cooler at the end of the bench and set my folding chair with the other parents on the sidelines. By the end of the second half, the action picks up and Kasim is running the ball down the field. Go, Seam. I stand, aiming my phone just in time to record him scoring the winning goal. All the parents high-five while our kids shake hands with the other team. Mom, did you see me score? Kasim asks, grinning between gulps of Gatorade, sweat beading his brow and dampening his jersey. I did. I hold up my phone. And I got it all right here. We can show Dad. I'll send it to him in a little bit. I check the time on my phone. But we need to go if we want to make it to Dr. Cabot's office on time. The excitement drains from Kasim's face, replaced by something close to dread, and I regret bringing it up. Oh, yeah, he mumbles. I almost forgot. Therapy. Therapy sounds like firing squad when he says it. I grab the cooler and wheel it to the car. Still unusually subdued considering his victory, Kasim carries his duffel bag and takes the back seat. I don't ask him why or pressure him to sit up front like he usually does. If anyone understands those first-time session jitters, it's me. When we pull up to Dr. Cabot's office, I park and turn to look at Kasim. Hey. I wait for him to meet my eyes. I know you're nervous, I'm not nervous. He slides his glance away. I don't think we'll have anything to talk about. There's nothing wrong with me. I talk to someone all the time. Do you think there's something wrong with me? Wide brown eyes snap to mine. No. There's nothing wrong with you, Mom. I just meant, I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize, baby. I reach back, place my hand on his knee. Sometimes we have a lot of feelings we don't know what to do with. You know. He hesitates, but then nods, pulling at a thread on his shorts. Dr. Abrams says feelings come out one way or another. Like if we're mad, sometimes we take it out on other people. We may snap at the barista at Starbucks or yell at our kids or kick our dog. If somebody kicks Otis, Kasim says with a tiny twitch of his lips, he'll kick them back. You're probably right. Otis is not the one to mess with. My point is, sometimes when we don't understand our feelings, we point them in the wrong direction. Or if they do stay inside, they start to make us feel bad. We want you to understand some of what you might be feeling about Aunt Bird, about Henry, about anything that's been on your mind. So I don't kick Otis. His small smile is still somewhat uneasy, but at least he seems a little more relaxed. Something like that, yeah. I just want you to know that the things you feel sometimes about them being gone, I feel them too. But you're okay, right, Mom? The uncertainty in his voice makes him sound even younger than he is, and I wonder how my struggles have affected my kids, how even when I tried to hide my utter inability to deal with the world, they may have sensed it. I could drown in guilt wondering how I may have added to Kasim's fears, or I can do my part now to allay them. No one is always okay, Seam. I take his hand. Life is not about always being okay. It's about getting help when we aren't. About letting our family and friends help us. Letting people like Dr. Cabot help us. You know what I mean. Daddy's not always okay. A part of me wants to scream that no, Daddy is not always okay, even though he seems like it. Just because someone never asks for help doesn't mean they don't need it. Like I said, I tell Kasim. No one is always okay, but your father is one of the strongest people I know. He'll always be there for you. We both will. His face lights up, but before I can congratulate myself on my impressive mommy wisdom, he says, Dad. I follow his line of vision over my shoulder and spot Josiah's black Range Rover parked a few spots away. Kasim undoes his seatbelt and scrambles out of the car. More slowly, I follow. I want to give them a few moments together, but I also want time to compose myself. Josiah always looks good, of course, but today he's dressed for the conference. The impeccably tailored suit molds his broad shoulders and fits the powerful muscles of his legs. The unyielding lines of his face soften when Kasim reaches him. He cups our son's neck and bends to kiss his forehead, and there's a part of me at the core that melts. Even at our lowest point, I could never doubt Josiah's love for Deja and Kasim. I thought you had to speak at the conference, I hear Kasim say when I'm within earshot. Yeah, I do, Josiah says. I actually have 2 sessions. One was this morning and the other is in about an hour, so I can't stay long. He glances from Kasim's upturned face to mine, and his features shudder, the warmth in his eyes cooling. The vulnerability that used to be reserved for the 3 of us, Kasim, Deja, and me, I don't get that anymore. I lost the privilege of his feelings, his body, his heart, or rather, I forfeited those intimacies when I asked for a divorce. Hey. I bite my lip and slide my hands into the pockets of my jeans. Didn't expect to see you here. I had to see my boy, he says, shifting his look back to Kasim and gifting him a dazzling smile. I figured you'd be fine, but just in case you were a little nervous, I wanted to check on you. You doing okay? Yeah. Kasim angles a look up at me. But Mom says it's okay not to be okay. She says no one is always okay. Josiah doesn't hesitate, nodding and bending a little to catch Kasim's eyes. She's right. You too. Kasim whispers, his voice so low I barely catch it. In the small silence following Kasim's question, I want to drag Josiah aside and beg him to let down his walls just this once. To at least pretend he hurts like the rest of us mortals so his son doesn't feel alone. Me too. Josiah squeezes Kasim's shoulder, that unique tenderness he withholds from everyone except our kids gleaming in his dark eyes. Remember, I'm gonna talk to a therapist too. When? Kasim's smile is stretched wide with hope and eagerness. Monday, Josiah answers. How about you tell me how yours goes and I'll tell you about mine. Okay. Kasim beams. Deal. Josiah glances at his watch. I have to get back soon, so let's go before I have to leave. Oh, you're coming inside? I ask. Yeah. He grins down at Kasim. You ready, son? Still wearing his uniform, Kasim practically skips between us as we walk toward the building housing Dr. Cabot's office. The waiting area is decorated in warm hues of honey and coriander, spiced with fidget toys, puzzles, and a huge aquarium built into the wall. Kasim is winning a staring contest with a blowfish when the connecting door opens and a man in his late 30s or early 40s emerges. His sandy hair is neatly trimmed, and his eyes are still deciding whether they should be brown or green. He extends his hand to Josiah and then me. Good to see you again, Kasim. A gentle smile touches his mouth when he looks down at our son. Yeah, Kasim says. I mean, yes, sir. We're just gonna get to know each other some today, you and me. Dr. Cabot gestures to the door he just walked through. How's that sound? Kasim's nod is halting, but he says, "Yeah, okay. I have to go, son," Josiah says. "We'll talk tonight, okay?" "Okay, Dad." "Love you, Seem," I say, hoping I sound like a perfectly normal person when I really just want to hurl myself at Dr. Cabbot and beg him to take care of my boy. "Love you, Mom." Kasim walks ahead of Dr. Cabbot and the door closes behind them both. "Are you okay?" Josiah asks, the first strand of amusement evident in his voice since he arrived. "Barely." I sink to the leather sofa and dig around for the gum in my purse so I can safely gnaw my anxiety. "Thanks for coming." I know that meant a lot to him. I knew he'd be nervous, and I wanted him to know I'm living up to my end of the bargain. "Though you don't actually expect to get anything out of it, right?" I ask, glancing up to search his face. He quirks one thick brow at me. "I'm not saying therapy isn't beneficial to anyone. I just don't think it's for me." "Which you'd know based on all those other times you went to therapy." "Now remind me how many times that was again." I touch my chin and pretend to think. "Oh, right. 0 times." His full lips twitch at the corners and he rolls his eyes. "I'm doing this for Kasim, but I have no expectations. Let's talk later to see how his first session went." "Gotta go." No expectations. That's not how I felt with my first session. I had high hopes that first therapist could fix me, could dispel the dark cloud hanging over my head every day when I woke up. Not only did she not do any of those things, but in some ways she made me feel worse. I knew the problem couldn't lie with her when, after 6 weeks of seeing her, I felt no better, so I had to be the problem. And when another 2 months with a second therapist didn't yield any results, it only reinforced the idea that buzzed in my head like a chainsaw. I would never be fixed. I'd never feel happy again. I'd be a burden and an embarrassment to my family and my friends. That little voice kept whispering things would never get better. I'd divorced the man I always loved because being with him, fighting with him, resenting him hurt too much, and that had not made it better. What a waste. What a failure. There was nothing wrong with those first 2 therapists. We just weren't the right fit. Dr. Abrams was, and it took her a long time to help me silence that voice, to turn off that chainsaw cutting me up inside, but when I was able to, what a relief. And that's what I want for Kasim. The assurance that his fears are normal. That he's okay even when he is not all the way okay. I stare sightlessly at the fish navigating the fabricated watery underworld, my mind swimming with thoughts of Josiah and what this step might mean for him, but mostly wondering how Kasim is doing on the other side of that door with a stranger poking around in his mind and heart. My phone rings, jarring me from the swirl of my own contemplation. "Hendrix, hey." I'm the only one in the waiting room, so I stay seated for the call. "What's up? Any luck?" "Oh, yeah, we found the hair. We were gonna do Monty Python. That okay?" "Oh, well, sure." I lick my lips, fingers tightening on the phone. "That sounds like fun." "Awesome. And we're still gonna run by Ruby's, if that's all right." "Of course. Get that girl some neck bones." We chuckle together, Hendrix's usual cackle sounding easy and natural, while mine feels like it's being strained through a colander. Deja and I used to get our nails done together. We had mommy-daughter days all the time. Now I can't remember the last time she voluntarily spent time with me. "Thank you, Hen," I say, meaning it. "Really? Girl, it ain't nothing." Hendrix pauses. "She's a good kid. I know you two are going through something, but I see you in her so much and you're doing a great job even if it doesn't feel like it." I close my eyes and let the simple praise wash over me. Let it sink down deep and reach the doubt and guilt that seem to live just beneath the surface. "Thank you. For everything, take your time. I'll see you guys whenever you're done." The door opens and Kasim appears with Dr. Cabbot. "Hey, Hen. I gotta go. Seems out. Love. Love you, bye. I stand and cross over to Kasim, cupping his chin and scanning his face, as if I can detect any change in his eyes after one 45-minute session. How'd it go? I ask Dr. Cabbot. Good. He smiles down at Kasim. Just getting to know each other today. All right, I say. So what did you think so far, Kasim? He shrugs. It's cool. Can we go, though? There's a Halo tournament this afternoon. Oh, of course. I grab my purse from the waiting room chair and give him the key fob. You go to the car. I'll be right out. Through the window, I watch him cross the small parking lot. The lights on my car flash when he unlocks it, and he climbs in. I turn to Dr. Cabbot, forcing myself not to unleash a barrage of questions. So what are we dealing with? I ask him. It really was just a day to get to know each other, Dr. Cabbot says. We didn't dive deep, but it is obvious he has a good bit of uncertainty about the future, and a lot of understandable fear about losing people he loves. Even if we decide he shouldn't skip the grade, I'm glad we brought him in. I know the value of a safe place to share your thoughts and burdens. It's great you got him here to talk things through. It's so affirming, even that simplest sprinkling of praise. It makes me realize how arid I've been inside, how badly I've needed watering. Dr. Abrams always says I need to be kinder to myself. Based on the way I responded to first Hendrix and now Dr. Cabbot reinforcing that I'm doing a good job as a mom, I think she might be right.
Chapter 12. Josiah. So tell me a little about yourself. Seriously? What do you want to know? I asked the therapist seated across from me in a leather recliner identical to the one I'm sitting in. The intake form you completed told me a lot about the things that have happened to you. Dr. Musa replies, resting his elbows on the arms of the recliner and steepling his fingers. But not much about your life, if that makes sense. If the intake form told you what's happened to me, don't you then know about my life? Dark brows rise above his black-rimmed glasses. Not necessarily. Someone else could have lost both parents at a really young age, lost the caretaker who raised him, lost a child in a marriage, all in the matter of a year or so, and processed it completely differently. There are infinite doors to choose when we lose things and people that are important to us. A million ways to grieve. I'd like to know which doors you chose. A harsh chuckle rattles in my throat at his unaffected cataloging of my life's shit luck. So we just diving in, huh? I'm a good judge of people. Dr. Musa says with a smile. I sense you're a man who likes to get right to it. The locks hanging to his shoulders are peppered with gray, but the face they're pulled away from is relatively unlined. He's probably not that much older than I am. I take in the African masks and art decorating the walls, certificates and degrees interspersed between them. I see you're a Morehouse man. I study his undergrad diploma, Bachelor of Arts in Psychology. I am. You. I was there, yeah? Business degree. Nothing like it, huh? He asks, his smile relaxing around the shared experiences specific to HBCUs that others wouldn't fully grasp. Nothing like the house, nope. I shift my gaze to his other degrees from Emory and Yale. Looks like you're a smart man. All these degrees gonna tell you what's wrong with me? Do you think there's something wrong with you? No, nothing's wrong with me. I cross my ankle over my knee, eyeing the box of tissues on the table beside him with amusement. Won't be needing that. No disrespect to what you do here, but I don't need this. I'm doing it for my son. Your son is doing therapy vicariously through you? He quirks a small grin. Didn't know that was a thing. What I mean is my son was anxious about talking to someone, and I wanted him to see he had nothing to worry about. That it's fine for people to go to therapy, so I'm modeling it for him. Do you have an attendance card you need me to sign to show him you came? And maybe we can just discuss the Falcons' chances this season or reminisce about homecomings and the good old days on the yard during our sessions since there's no real work we have to do here. His sarcasm pulls a reluctant smile from me. I really don't mean to insult what you do. My wife, ex-wife, has benefited a lot from this stuff and swears by it. Whatever helps the people I care about, I'm all for. How about we start there? Start where? Your ex-wife. You indicated on your intake form that you've been divorced for almost 2 years. How's that been? I stiffen. It's one thing to come here for a few sessions until Cassine feels comfortable, but it's another for this stranger to start digging in caves I've sealed with boulder-sized stones. It's fine. She's fine. She's gotten the help she needed. I shift, placing both feet on the floor. We make a great team. Raise our kids together. Run our business together. It's all good. It sounds very progressive and amicable. Why wouldn't it be? We didn't want to sacrifice our kids and the business we'd worked so hard to build just because she didn't. I clear my throat. Because we didn't want to be married anymore. So did she want the divorce, or did you, or was it mutual? He picks up his pad. It's rarely actually mutual. Do you ask these intrusive kinds of questions with all your clients in the first session? Irritation prickles beneath my collar, heating my neck. I do have some kid gloves around here somewhere. He makes a show of searching the office. I could use those if you'd prefer, but it sounds like you don't plan to come to many sessions. Figured I'd better make the most of the time we have. We stare at each other for a few seconds in a silence that grows tighter the longer it stretches out. I'm determined not to break it, not to give him anything, because why would I? I don't know this motherfucker from Adam, and he wants to dig around in my head? Drag out all the shit I store in neat compartments so I can find some measure of peace? He wants to shake all that up, but he wouldn't have to live with the fallout. I would. Tell me a little about your ex-wife. He finally says to break our silence. What's her name? I don't relax. Don't take my eyes off him, like he's a hunter setting a trap and I might stumble in if I'm careless. Her name is Yasmen. I sit back and fold my arms over my middle. Why did you marry her? Because she was the best thing that ever happened to me. It's bad enough I let that thought out of its cage and into the common area of my mind. The hell I'm saying that shit out loud. It's naive, romantic nonsense, and the version of me who first met Yasmen, who fell for her almost on sight, may be able to get away with that sappy bullshit, but the guy who watched her leave in increments every day for a year, who begged her to stay and had to accept that she would go. That guy doesn't get to indulge in soft, squishy thoughts about my ex-wife. I wanted to fuck her every day for the rest of my life. I half joke. She's that beautiful. Is that a good enough reason? The answer, though absolutely true, leaves so much out, and I can tell he recognizes an abridged version when he hears it. He huffs a laugh, shaking his head. If that's true, and that's all you had together, then I'm not surprised you divorced her. Must have gotten old. I know what you're doing. This reverse psychology routine doesn't work on me. Reverse psychology assumes that posing the opposite belief will persuade someone to share their actual one. If that were the case, you're saying I believe your marriage was based on more than just how badly you wanted to fuck your wife. He pulls a folder from under his pad, flipping it open. So did you get tired of her? Maybe she let herself go after 2 pregnancies. 3. I amend automatically. 3 pregnancies. The reminder of yet another loss, though spoken so quietly, lands in the room with a thud. Of course, 3, he says, his tone softening. I don't want to give him even this, but there is something inside of me that fundamentally resists anyone talking about about what we had, in such dismissive terms. Even if I did start it. She didn't let herself go, as you put it, but it wouldn't have mattered if she had. I wouldn't have cared. She knew that. So tell me what happened. We, hit a rough patch, which you already know. I wave a hand at the folder in his lap, which flattens a lifetime of pain into a sheaf of paper and ink when it was a bulbous thing that would have consumed my whole existence if I'd let it. It's safer pressed between pages than free to roam and ravage. I've learned over the years that kind of pain must be contained. Talk a little about losing your aunt. Eyeing him warily, I tense in my seat. What do you want to know? Whatever you want to tell me. That sounds like a cop-out. I mutter, but allow half a grin. He wears the other half of my grin and shrugs one shoulder. Maybe, but I'd rather you tell me what feels right at the surface for you. If I need to dig, I will. Fair enough. She raised me. I was only 8 years old when my parents died in a car crash. A pile-up on the interstate. I rubbed my hands across my face. She was my dad's older sister. We lived in Texas. I'd only met her a few times, but she stepped up right away because there was no one else. I would have gone into the system if she hadn't brought me back to Atlanta with her. Wow. That's admirable. How was your relationship with her? I can't fight the smile that spreads over my face. Thinking of Bird brings pain, but I won't disregard the joy she brought not only to my life, but to everyone she knew. She was not your typical guardian. She probably gave me so much leeway because she was really independent and hated people telling her what to do. My smile peters out, the crushing reality of her absence crowding back in again. We were family, but we were also friends. I clear my throat, staring down at my black short boots. She was there and then she was just gone. Massive heart attack. I found her. I'm sorry, Josiah. That had to be hard. Yeah. She was in the kitchen. A hoarse laugh escapes me. Food was that woman's love language. Best cook I've ever met. Best person I've ever met. She used to carry unopened packs of socks and underwear in all sizes around in her car so when homeless people asked for money like at stoplights, or whatever, she could offer them. She sounds fantastic. She was. I saw a homeless woman downtown the other day. She didn't have on shoes. Her clothes were, she was obviously on hard times. And all I could think was, what would Bird do? How would she help? Yasmin still rides around with socks and underwear in her middle console because of that. They were close? Your ex-wife and Bird? She was like a second mom to Yas. They were extremely close. First time my aunt met Yasmin, she said, "Don't let this one get away." And what did you say? My smile fades, bitterness hardening the line of my mouth. I said, never, but she did get away, huh? Joke's on me. If you don't mind me asking, how far along was your ex-wife when she lost the baby? 36 weeks. I gripped the arms of the recliner. She was in the restaurant alone. Closing up. I told her. I shake my head and slam my teeth together to stifle words that may sound like I blame Yasmin for what happened. I don't. I asked her to let someone else lock up, but Yasmin was always in the mix. She had such a great pregnancy. No complications. It never occurred to her something like that could happen. Didn't occur to me either. I was away. I roll my shoulders, trying to relieve the tension, wishing I could roll off the guilt. Shit. Isn't our time up yet? Like, is it time to go? We just started, Dr. Musa says. You were saying you were away. Where were you? I was at this stupid convention in Santa Barbara. If ever I could take something back, it would be going on that trip. Yasmin wasn't due yet, and we both agreed it would be best for Grits if I attended, but I had a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach as soon as the plane took flight. I kept texting and calling to make sure she was all right. By then, we'd already buried Aunt Bird. Maybe it was the fragility of life that made me anxious, having just lost someone I loved so much. Maybe it was a premonition. Whatever it was, it kept me up the first night in the hotel. The next day, when the hospital called to say Yasmin had lost the baby, one fire torch thought ran through my mind. I should have been there. If I'd been there, she wouldn't have been closing. The restaurant wouldn't have been empty. She wouldn't have fallen. Those precious moments wouldn't have been lost with her cell phone in another room while Henry wasn't getting air. And then he was gone. Do you want to talk about the trip to Santa Barbara, Josiah? Dr. Musa asks, his soft, kind voice cutting into the riot of my thoughts. I swallow past the emotion scorching my throat. See, this is why I don't do this shit. This is why I leave well enough alone. But is it really well enough? Do you think the losses you experienced so close together contributed to the failure of your marriage? A rough chuckle rattles in my throat. You could say that. I knew things were really bad, but one night she just. I used to alternate between blocking the events of the night Yasmin ended things and playing them over and over in my head, analyzing if there was anything I could have done or said differently that would have changed the outcome. That would have saved us. Do you want to talk about that night? Dr. Musa asks. We have plenty of time. Hell no. Why would I unpack one of the most painful nights of my life with this stranger? My mouth is open, and the refusal rests on the tip of my tongue, but an image intrudes, shakes my absolute certainty that this dude can't do a damn thing for me. It's Kasim, walking into Dr. Cabot's office, looking back over his shoulder at his mom and me. Nervous, scared, uncertain, but assured because Yasmin said it was okay not to always be okay. You too, Dad? Me too. I clear my throat, swallowing the sharp response I had planned for Dr. Musa, and look down at my hands gripping my knees. Do you want to talk about that night? Dr. Musa repeats, his voice quiet like I'm some skittish animal who might bolt. Sure, I finally answer, hoping I don't regret this. What do you want to know? Dr. Musa glances at his watch and smiles. We may have time for everything. Chapter 13. Josiah, then? I drive home from Grit slowly, barely registering all the things that so captivated us about Skyland when we first moved here. My mind is still buzzing from a day that started before the sun was up and ended long after it was down. I turn onto First Court, our street lined with well-manicured lawns, neatly trimmed bushes fronting seven-figure homes. It had been the perfect setting for all our ambitions. You don't live in the heart of Skyland without paying the price for location, and the price is high. Had things gone according to plan, we'd have no problem paying that price, but things went to shit, and our mortgage has become an albatross hanging around my neck. Mentally drowning in a sea of bills and past due notices, I almost missed the white paper pinned to the garage door. What the hell? I mutter, taking in our slightly overgrown grass and shabby bushes. The landscaper who services most of the houses on our street was scheduled to come today. I get out of the car and snatch the note. Check bounced. It's scribbled on the grass-stained paper, stark and offensive. A muddy trail of shame and fury wends through me. I haven't bounced a check since college, and now that I live on a street of million-dollar homes, it happens? I pull out my phone to check our balance. Sure enough, our account is overdrawn. To save money while we're finding our footing again in Bird's absence, Yasmin and I took pay cuts. It made sense, especially since she's barely been to Grits since we lost Henry. With our reduced revenue, I had to trim fat somewhere, and I wasn't going to reduce pay for our staff. They have families, responsibilities. We can weather this better than they can. Or I thought we could. Pulling Deja and Kasim out of Harrington would feel like yet another admission of failure, but we may have to do it. I crumple the paper in my fist, my emotions as tangled as these bushes. My life as overgrown and unkept. One more thing I'll have to deal with tomorrow. I walk into our dream house and immediately want to turn right around and leave. The curtains are hung with hurt here. The floors are waxed with it. It lingers heavy and pungent in the air. I'd rather work at Grits 14 hours a day than do the work of grief waiting in this house. The last few months have been a sinkhole. Of course, we all need time, but there's something so dark and cold and desolate about the place Yasmin's in now. I can't reach her. I want to grab her and drag her back into our life, or what's left of it. I want to beg her to remake it with me. To rebuild this restaurant's reputation with me. We've always been partners. Am I being selfish to want her at my side again? Or am I just lonely? Frustrated? Bitter? All of the above? Yeah. All the fucking above, and I hate myself for feeling this way. I blow out a harsh breath, shoulders drooping from the day and from what's left of the night. The staircase may as well be Mount Everest. I poke my head into the kids' rooms. Each of them sleeps peacefully. It's hard to protect them from how we're falling apart because if we're not treading in freezing, silent water, we're thrashing in hot springs, screaming the house down. I can't believe this is us. We said we'd ride for each other till the wheels fell off. Lately our marriage feels like a blowout, both of us grabbing at the wheel, tires screeching, spinning out of control, every day narrowly avoiding a cataclysmic crash. When I check our bedroom, it's empty. I know she's in the nursery. My shoes have concrete soles when I take the few steps to the room at the end of the hall we'd used as a home office before we needed it for the baby. I'd suggested we store the nursery furniture until we figured out what to do with it. We need to repaint, move the desk and printer back, wipe away all traces of what we hoped this room would be, but Yasmin would flip if I even suggested it. I stand in the door to the room, watching her, preternaturally still in the rocker, like she left her body behind and is elsewhere. A carousel lamp we bought after Deja's first ultrasound sits on the table, slowly turning, spreading light and throwing shadows on the walls. Babe. Fatigue makes the endearment gravelly on my lips. It's late. Come to bed. I honestly can't blame her for choosing any place other than that cold stretch of mattress in our bedroom. In the king-size bed our bodies don't touch anymore, but it feels like it's not big enough for the two of us and the ghosts who hog the covers. She doesn't turn her head to look at me, her gaze remaining fixed on the wall. My heart seizes in my chest every time I see the cursive writing, Yasmin's handwriting, a cheerful baby blue against the dark gray paint we selected for Henry's nursery. I know the plans I have for you, to give you hope and a future. Deja and Kasim each had a nursery rhyme for their wall, but Yasmin saw this verse on a greeting card somewhere, Jeremiah 29 verse 11, and wanted to use it for Henry's. Do you ever think about him? Yasmin asks, still not looking at me, her voice frighteningly steady. I lean against the wall and cross my arms over my chest, a flimsy guard for a broken heart I haven't figured out how to articulate. Of course I do. You never talk about him. Accusation steals her soft words. You've never cried for him. I have no defense for that because she's right. As much as it hurt to lose Henry, as much as the pain sawed my insides, no tears ever fell. Not even at his funeral with a casket so tiny it broke me in half to think of him inside. No tears. No cracks. At first I convinced myself I was being strong for everyone else, but then I realized I couldn't cry. As acutely as I hurt inside, my inability to express it made me feel like a robot. Like a monster. And that's how Yasmin looks at me now when she finally turns her head to meet my eyes. Like I'm some kind of android who couldn't possibly empathize with her human pain. She twists her fingers in the silky fabric of her nightgown. Not nightgown. Negligee. Something I haven't seen in a long time. No, never. A negligee I've never seen. Is it new? Did she buy something new? A sexy new thing? For her? For me? For us? Skimpy and barely covering her generous curves, the silk clings to the swell of her hips and strains at her breasts. She rises, abandoning the rocker and crossing the room to stand in front of me. I will myself to stay on the wall, not pounce on her the way my instincts demand. The carousel lamp casts soft lambent light across her body, touching the gentle slope of her shoulders beneath tiny straps, caressing the full roundness of her breasts and the nipples peeking beneath the silk. I want to fuck her. Fast. Right here. So hard and deep we'd dent the wall. I'd come quickly because it's been too long. And then we'd stumble to the bed and do it again. Slow. Savoring each other because I almost forgot the taste and sound of her pleasure. It would take all night to remind me. It's like she can read my thoughts. Promise shimmers like gold dust in her night-dark eyes. She steps so close I smell the scented oil she adds to her bath and runs through her hair. She pushes my arms down and stands flush against me, body to body. Her breasts pressed to my chest. She tips up on her toes, holds my stare, and angles her mouth to capture mine. First the top lip between hers, and then the bottom. Deliberately she slips her tongue inside, wrenching a groan from me. This is our ritual, this kiss. A gentle sucking. A slow licking hunger. I love kissing her. Always have. Not as a prelude to sex. Not with her. Just the act of tasting, touching her lips, loving her one stroke and one breath at a time. Fuck me, see. She gasps into my mouth, the words wreathed in mint and boldness. Her body is fuller since the last pregnancy. Her breasts rounder, heavier. I test the weight of them in my hands and thumb her nipples reverently. Jesus, baby. Yes. Those are the only words I can manage because this is all I've wanted and haven't been able to make myself ask for. Not when she's been so sad. Not when the world has been on fire and every ship sinking. I knew sex couldn't be the most important thing. Her getting better, feeling better, that was paramount. But I was wrong because this feels urgent. The scrape of her teeth across my lip, essential. The sweep of her tongue inside my mouth, necessary. Every breath feels like a gasp before dying and my heart races, speeds to catch up with the desperation of her hands caressing my chest, of her fingers, sure and steady at my zipper. I drag the silky gown up her thigh, envisioning the firm naked legs wrapped around my waist. I hesitate, knowing where I want to touch her, but still unsure that she wants it. It's been so long and this is the first time she's been interested in sex. Yes, she breathes, scattering kisses over my jaw, sucking at my neck. Touch me there. I slip my fingers over her, and then inside. I pause. I know how she feels when she wants this. She's wet and slippery and slick when she wants me. And suddenly, the heat drains away. The new negligee. The way she is freshly waxed and smooth between her legs. Even the mint of her breath at midnight. It all feels calculated. Deliberate, not desperate. Wrong, not raw. She pulls back just the smallest bit to study my face in the dim light, a frown pulling between her brows. Come on. Why? I demand, even though I know. I dread her answer, have avoided this conversation, but knew we'd have to have it. One more fight. Why? She laughs, and it's breathless, nervous. She looks down at the floor, catching her bottom lip between her teeth. I want another baby. No. The word torpedoes from me, startling us both. Her wide eyes meet mine. No more babies. No more losses. No more death. No more risk. No more grief. Yasmen, the doctor said, what? She inserts another inch, 2 between us, her frown morphing to scorn. That it's a risk? That I might die? It's ejected from my soul, bounces off Henry's nursery walls. Yeah, is that what you want this family to go through? Another death? She ignores that, presses back into me. In the set of her mouth, in the sureness of her hand reaching between us to grab my dick, there is a confidence that my desire, the way I always want her, will override everything else, will obliterate my objections. And there was a time when the soft femininity, the perfect weight of her against me, would have been enough, but when she reaches between us, I know what she'll find. What's wrong? She asks, the smooth, beautiful face lined by consternation. You want this. I haven't been hard this whole time. Haven't been hard in a long time. The hungry kisses and searching tongues and ragged breaths, all real. All a cry for closeness, for intimacy, for contact we haven't had since the day she returned from the hospital with empty arms. I wanted to want it, but my body didn't respond. We've always had this, the fire that ignites at the slightest touch. At a glance. We've lost even that. We are a disaster. Her, plotting to seduce me to get a baby we can never have. Me, reaching for the fire that used to spark between us, and finding only ashes. Whatever exists between us now is dry and flaccid. Why would you want another? She asks, her voice climbing. You didn't even want Henry. That's a lie. My anger flares at the injustice, at her well-aimed arrow. What the hell, Yas? What am I supposed to think? You weren't even there. That's not fair. You. I cut myself off, draw a deep breath. You told me to go to that convention, and you know it. You weren't due. We couldn't have known that I would almost die alone? That I would lose him on the floor? Hysteria colors her voice in shades of sorrow. That I would. I pull her close, hold her the way I wasn't there to do when it counted. She hates me for not being there when she needed me? Not as much as I hate myself. She jerks in my arms, struggling like I'm constraining her, not comforting. Let me go. I don't want you to touch me, My arms abruptly fall away. That was fast. A minute ago you were begging me to fuck you. I want a baby, see? Tears water her words even as they grow louder. Just give me another baby and so I'm what? Your stud horse or your husband? You're being unreasonable. You want to fight. I just want to fuck, I got that. So you can have a baby, no matter what I want. No matter the risk. Despite what the doctor said? I've talked to the doctor again and she, without me? You consulted the doctor about having another baby without even discussing this with me? I grab her hand and pull her from the nursery, down the hall, the stairs, through the living room and kitchen to the garage. Away from our kids' curious ears, this has become our boxing ring. Where, when our icy silences crack, we come to scream and screech. Yasmin's Acura MDX sits prettily beside my Range Rover in our garage, in our elite zip code, and it should be the stuff of our dreams. But it's instead a deep freezer, stuffed with metal monsters whose headlights glare at our inadequacies and scowl at how naive we were to think this would ever be enough. We're not having another baby, Yas? My voice comes out hard, unyielding. I can't lose one more thing. One more person. I can't lose her. I wouldn't survive it. It's not happening, I snap. And I can't believe after all this family's been through, you'd even consider it. We said we wanted a big family. You don't want that anymore? We can have as big a family as you want. I take her hand. We can foster, adopt. No. She jerks away, removes herself from me, walking around to the other side of her car, staring at me over the roof, incongruous in her gown, surrounded by the leaf blower and the water hose and the lawn mower. I need. She shakes her head, her expression frustrated. I know what she wants. A do-over. A chance to feel a baby kicking, moving inside of her. To see that baby leave her body alive. Not the way Henry came. Still. His soul already fled. Having another baby won't fix what's wrong, Yas. What's wrong? Her laughter bites into the chilly air. You mean what's wrong with me? I didn't say anything was wrong with you, but hiding up in that nursery all the time isn't helping. Rushing to have another baby won't help. I'm hiding? Who lives at Grits because he doesn't even know how to be in this house anymore? And it's not just Henry. You haven't slowed down since Bird died. You've been in constant motion. Never even taking the time to grieve. You didn't cry for her either. Stop it. You need to hear this. Maybe I am stuck, see? Maybe I can barely leave the house most days, and maybe I am going crazy. I never said you were going crazy. Well, it feels like it, but at least I'm letting myself feel it all. Every bit of it. They deserve that, both of them. I'm not afraid to mourn, to hurt, to grieve. You don't think I hurt? Anger, disbelief, resentment crack my words down the middle. Because I don't huddle in the dark every day, barely able to function? I don't hurt? Shut up! The pain in her eyes slices right through me, echoes around us, absorbed by the shelf-lined walls of the garage. We can't afford for us to both break down. I plow on, fueled by my own defenses. Who do you think is keeping a roof over our fucking heads? I slam my hand on the hood of the car between us. Me! Keeping the doors of our business open? Me! You've got it all under control, see? Why do you need me? I don't. The words come out before I have time to think about the effect they'll have. How they'll land in the cold trapped in these four walls with nowhere to go. Right, she says, her laugh void of humor. Because you have the whole world running like a well-oiled machine. A well-oiled machine? I yank the notice from the door out of my pocket and hold it out toward her, clutched in my fist. We can't even afford to get our damn lawn mowed, Yas? The restaurant is bleeding money and the mediocre cook we do have put in her notice. I'm working 15-hour days. There's shock in the eyes flitting from my face to the paper crushed in my hands. Why did you keep all of this from me? She asks, her tone hollow. Because I'm so crazy, so fragile I'd break? Kept this from you. It's been months, baby, since you've shown interest in anything. I point over our heads. Except that damn nursery. barely paying attention to the kids. I take care of my children. The words ring loud and shrill. You have no idea what it takes to even get out of bed most mornings, but I do it. Everything hurts, but I keep doing it. I'm silenced by the sound of her grief, at how deep her pain goes. How encompassing it is. Still. And I've tried with you, but you're never here. You're off saving the world, so we'll all be grateful. Well, guess what, see? She storms over to the garage door in a flourish of silk and fury. I'm not grateful. I'm tired. Of me? I demand of her back. You're tired of me? She looks over the smooth brown curve of one shoulder and doesn't answer with words, but the resentment, the anger festering in her eyes, confesses the truth. She walks through the garage door and into the house without a reply. And it's too much. Her indifference, her bitterness. My body refusing to cooperate, refusing to do what it's supposed to do. It won't cry when people die. It's not erect when my nearly naked wife, whom I love like my own breath, touches me, kisses me. Fury spikes through my blood. It runs hot and quicksilver from my heart to my hands and feet. I stride to the row of cabinets along the garage wall and jerk open a door, scanning the contents until I find what I'm looking for. A paintbrush, and a can of pink paint left over from redecorating Deja's room. I grab it by the handle, feeling the heft of a half-full can, and charge through the garage door and into the kitchen. Sheer rage and adrenaline propel my tired legs up the steps two at a time and down the hall to the nursery. Sure enough, she's there again, curled up in the rocker with a blanket draped over her scantily clad body. Wordlessly, I walk over to the wall bearing the verse and, with one swift stroke of the paintbrush, slash through the words. What are you doing? Yasmen rushes over, reaching for the brush, which I hold over my head, out of her reach. I quickly slap the brush against the wall, dragging it over the wishes we had for Henry that died with him. Yasmen cries, heaving against me, beating my chest, slapping at my back. I hate you. I can't believe you. I wrap myself around her, circling her, pinning her arms to her sides, pressing her to the wet wall, heedless of the pink paint staining her negligee, my suit. I don't want this anymore, she says, tears streaking down her cheeks. We can't do this. I need a divorce. I go completely still, blood freezing in my veins at the word I never expected to hear from her. Till the wheels fall off. You don't mean that. I swallow against the hot lump in my throat. The tears may finally come. I only know that I'm so sad all the time. It hurts all the time. Her shoulders shake with sobs, her face twisted with the violence of her emotions. I wonder if the sad I'd be without you would hurt less than the way I'm sad with you. I make you hurt? Yes, she whispers, closing her eyes over the tears trickling down her cheeks. You don't love me anymore? I can't find it. I can't find us. It's buried under all this pain. It's not buried. I don't have to look for it. I don't want a divorce. I love you, Yas, and you love me. We are going through a hard time, but we said till the wheels fall off. Look at us, she says, glancing down to where I press her body into the wet wall. Did you hear us tonight? Is this what we want our kids to see? I said I hated you, but I don't. Not yet, but if we keep on like this, I will, see? And you'll hate me. I could never hate you. I brushed my knuckle over her damp cheek. I will love you until I die. We said till death do us part. Death is tearing us apart. Her laugh is bitter and short. We assumed it would have to be our deaths that ended this. Turns out it was theirs. We said vows. Those are words, not walls. They don't defend. They don't enforce. They don't protect us from life. From pain. From how things change. And I don't want to stay in this just because we said we would. I need to stop hurting, and being with you. It hurts now. The words stab through me with the sharpness of truth. I hear in her voice that she believes it. Of all the things that hurt her, being with me is what hurts most. She strains against my arms, trying to leave, and I instinctively tighten them around her, holding her to me, pinning her to the wall. Let me go, she whispers, the tears thick in her voice and shiny on her cheeks. She doesn't just mean in this moment. She means for good, and as strong as I've been through everything, losing Bird, losing Henry, the struggle to keep our business, I don't know that I'm strong enough to let Yasmin go. Our gazes lock, and the sadness in her eyes swallows the gold. I used to think the lighter flecks in her dark eyes meant she could shine even in the darkest night. Now there's no light in the eyes raised to mine. Her bottom lip quivers, and she bites down, fighting back more tears. My arms ache from the tension of holding her, trapping her. I slowly ease up, step back, giving her room to move. She leaves the circle of my arms immediately, heading for the door. She looks at the wall, and so do I, at the hot pink streaks of obnoxious optimism through the dark gray paint, obscuring the verse. Shame curdles in my belly. Of course, we need to move on, and part of that will be repurposing this room. But the way I did this in a fit of anger, a surge of rage, it feels like I erased him. Paint slides down the wall in clumpy rivulets, weeping along the surface unchecked and staining the carpet. It's a wailing wall. Even this flat, inanimate thing can weep, but I can't. I meant it, see, she says softly, but with enough resolve that the words sink to the very bottom of my heart, chained to an anchor. I want a divorce. The room is as still and airless as a tomb, and I can't breathe. The impossible truth of what she's asking me to do, to give up, lands on me with bolder force. I stagger to the rocker, sink into its cushions, aching for the son I never got to meet. I held him once, his little body holding on to the last of its warmth, to the residue of life. My teeth clench against the feral scream caged in my throat, and despite all my efforts, in spite of all the ways I've held things together, I feel myself coming apart at the seams. The very fabric of my life, every part that matters, ripping. I set the rocker in motion, hoping for some magic in the back and forth, but there is no soothing this. Not even a false comfort to be found, so I stop, but can't make myself move from this spot. I sit here, where I've come home so many nights and found Yasmin exactly like this. Immobile and staring at a wall of dead wishes.
Chapter 14. Yasmin. It sounds like things are going well, Dr. Abrams says, her intelligent eyes peering at me from the screen of my laptop. We usually meet in her office, but she's out of town this week. Thank God for teletherapy. We only have a few minutes left in our session, and that same sense of peace I usually experience after our time together permeates the brightness of my home office. I think so, yeah. I smile and toy idly with a stack of paper clips on my desk. I forgot to tell you I'm working with the Skyland Association again. We've had 2 events, and they went well. That's so good, Yasmin. She sits back, folds her arms and smiles. You should be proud of yourself. You've come a long way. When I first started with Dr. Abrams, I couldn't envision waking up excited or making it through the day without crying at least once. That kind of depression is blunter than sadness. Sharper than misery. It is the impenetrable dark of midnight deepened with the blackest strokes of blue, a bruise on your spirit that seems like it will never fade. Until one day, it finally does. With the help of the woman on screen, it did. It is not an exaggeration to say Dr. Abrams, with her always on-point silk-pressed hair, fashionable blouses and pencil skirts, and watching, wise eyes, changed my life. I trust her implicitly, and she has taught me more about trusting myself. How are things with the kids, she asks. How's Deja? I sigh, rolling my eyes, but allowing a tiny smile. She's testing my limits and working my nerves. That's what they do, Dr. Abrams chuckles. I'm trying to be sensitive to all the transition she's experienced, but sometimes she just makes me so mad, and I snap at her. You're not a robot. You're human. Let her see that, and just apologize when you should. Move on, but let her know just because you make mistakes doesn't mean she should be allowed to do anything she wants. You're her mother, not a saint. All you can do is love her and try to make things right when you get them wrong. I know, but it gets hard sometimes. She's defiant and rude and mean to me and, ugh. I guess lots of parents deal with teenagers acting out, but this feels like more. It probably is more, Dr. Abrams says. Your family's been through a lot, and it came during a very formative time of her life. So she has a get-out-of-jail-free card for how long? I joke. 'Cause I'm coming to the end of my patience. Just keep the lines of communication open. She doesn't get a free pass, but she should get understanding. You still have to parent her. You still have to set those limits we discussed, and when she crosses them, you still need to enforce consequences. She pauses, canting her head. And how is her relationship with your ex-husband? I lower my lashes, studying the desk at the mention of Josiah. Better than mine. She barely blinked when he started dating someone. Josiah's dating. I glance up to find Dr. Abrams' gaze sharper on my face. How do you feel about that? Fine with me, I say, shrugging, my nonchalance belied by the pen gripped tightly between my fingers. Her lips part, poised to probe, if I know her as well as I think I do, but she frowns down at the watch on her desk. I have another appointment, but next time I'd like to hear more about this new phase you and Josiah are entering. Of course, I say quickly, smiling my relief. Next time. She angles a knowing glance at me, her lips bending into the slightest smile. Take care, Yasmen. We sign off, and I slump into my seat. Dr. Abrams has a way of digging past all my protective layers until she reaches the truth. And when it comes to how Josiah dating is affecting me, I'm not sure I want to examine the truth right now. I stand and stretch, grabbing the watering can from beneath my desk and walking over to the fiddle-leaf fig tree in front of my window. I glance around the office, noting the plants hanging and the ones perched on the edges of my desk. We have plants everywhere in the house now. Dr. Abrams suggested growing them as an activity to help motivate me when I was at my lowest. I had my kids to take care of, and then I had my plants. I'm rubbing a waxy green leaf when my cell phone rings. I walk over and grab it from the desk, glancing at the screen to see who's calling. Hey, Seem, I say. What do you, Mom? I left it at the house, he says in a rush, panic zipping through his words. Can you bring it? I thought I had it, but Cassism, slow down. I grip the phone between my ear and my shoulder, setting the watering can on the desk. First of all, why are you calling me and not in class? We're in between. The robot I built for my science assignment, he says, breathing as if he just ran to school. I left the remote at Dad's house. Can you bring it? When do you need it? Now. Like right now, Mom. Did you try your father? 3 times. It rolls right into voicemail. Well, Grits is closed on Mondays, and he has that standing basketball game. His phone's probably in his locker. You have a key to his house, right? Can't you go get it and bring it to me? I do have a key, and of course, I've been inside the house, when Bird lived there, but I don't want to disrespect Josiah's space by going in when he's not there. Let's give your father a minute to reply. He always has his phone on him, so soon he'll, Mom, please. I want to test it at lunch before I have to present it in class. Lord. Okay, Seem. I'll try your dad one more time, and if he doesn't answer, I'll go over and grab the remote. Where is it? Yes. I can practically see his fist pump. You can't miss it. It's on the desk in my room. Got it. I'll text you when I'm on my way. Now get to class. Once we disconnect, I immediately dial Josiah. Sure enough, it goes to voicemail after a few rings, and his deep voice rumbles over the line. Even in his message he sounds as if you have about 3 seconds of his attention. Short. Bordering on curt, albeit sexy as hell. This has to stop. Hey. My cheeks heat as if I'm standing right in front of him instead of the disembodied voicemail version. It's me. Kasim left his robot remote or whatever at your house. He needs it. I laugh and bite my lip. You'd think he's Tony Stark and that remote is the key to saving the world or something, the way he's panicking, so he wants me to get it. I don't want to roll up in your house when you're not there. I glance at the top right of my laptop to check the time. But he wants to test it at lunch, so I need to leave now if I'm gonna get to Harrington in time. Call me if you get this. Otherwise, I'm on my way over to grab it for him. I run a quick hand over my hair. I've already been out, of course, because I took the kids to school, but it was one of those sunglasses and slap cap days. You're not going to see him, I mutter, even as I put on a little mascara and tinted lip gloss. I grab my purse and keys, walking swiftly to the garage. And even if you were, I remind myself in the rearview mirror as I back into the driveway. It's not like that. You need to get this under control. What more do I need to see to understand that Josiah has moved on, and it's time for me to do the same? I pull into the driveway of his stout dark blue craftsman house with the pale gray shutters. It has nowhere near the square footage of our house, but it accommodates a bedroom for each kid and a bonus room in the basement Josiah uses as an office when he's not at Grits. He doesn't have a garage, but just a covered space for his car. The Rover's not parked out front, confirming that he's not home. Instead of ringing the doorbell, I use my key to let myself in. I automatically turn to disarm the system on the wall with the passcode, Bird's birthday, but it doesn't beep. Getting careless in your old age, see? I look around the foyer to note the changes. Josiah has, understandably, redecorated the place. Very restoration hardware, I say as I pass the living room with its sleek lines and textured finishes. A bottle of wine and 2 glasses sit on the table in the center of the room. One guess who that other glass was for. Let me get out of here before my imagination starts filling in the gaps. Deja's and Kasim's bedrooms are down the hall directly across from each other, so I march in that direction. As soon as I walk into Kasim's room, I spot the remote on his desk. Grabbing it, I turn to leave, but halt when I catch sight of the photo tucked into the corner, sandwiched between the pristine Rubik's Cube Kasim refuses to touch, referring to it as vintage, and his Black Panther bobblehead still unopened in its box. It's the last family portrait we ever took. We're outdoors and Kasim looks so young, his smile wide and careless, like now, but with missing teeth. Deja was still in elementary school, and only looking at this photo do I fully grasp her innocence, an emotional purity, something untouched by pain and loss and grief. Deja stares out at the world now with fewer illusions. There's an unguardedness to the young girl in the photo with pigtails brushing the shoulders of her Disney Descendants t-shirt. I want to reach into that photo and hold my children tight, shield them from the pending storm none of us saw coming. My eyes shift, almost reluctantly, to Josiah. He's standing behind me, and my head rests back on his shoulder in easy intimacy. Our fingers link across my stomach, and there's a secret contentment to us. We hadn't even told the kids yet I was pregnant with Henry, and in this frozen moment, we were the only 2 people on the planet who knew. We wanted to keep and nurture this secret for ourselves as long as we could. My whole world fit on this 4x6 photo, the boundaries of my happiness inside this frame. Reminiscing, second-guessing, remembering, I don't have the time and I haven't come far enough to look back this way. This day, though years ago, still feels too close. If I close my eyes, I'll feel the crisp autumn air, see the color-splattered leaves, smell the man standing behind me, and taste my future. I swipe impatiently at the tears I hadn't even realized trickled over my cheeks and pull up short to find Vashti standing in the door. We both jump like we've seen ghosts. Oh, my God, she laughs, pressing a hand to her chest. I thought I hurt someone. You scared me to death. I'm sorry. The words dry on my tongue when I take in what she's wearing. The hem of Josiah's white dress shirt hits her leanly muscled legs a few inches above her knees. It's unbuttoned just below her bare breasts. She's one of those girls I envied growing up, with the perky tits that barely constitute a palmful and who can go out without a bra. I didn't expect anyone, Vashti says, mascara from the night before smudged beneath her eyes and her lips still faintly pink with vestiges of color. Josiah has a standing Monday morning, basketball game, yeah. I want to scream at her that I know his schedule, his life, better than she does. That I know him better than she does, but she knew him last night in a way I have not in a very long time. Intimately. Carnally. Fuckily. I'm sorry if I startled you, I continue, not wanting to appear rattled. Kasim left his remote thingy, for the science fair, project. Assignment. It's an assignment, not a fair. Or a project. And so, he called and I came because Josiah isn't here. So, yeah. Well, that was composed. Not rattled at all. Right. Vashti nods slowly, her eyes never leaving my face. Look, I know this is kind of awkward. What? No. I laugh, scoff even. Why would it be awkward? Because I'm the first person Josiah's dated since the divorce. I hate how gentle her voice is, like I need to be handled with care. Like I'm fragile when she has no idea what I can endure, what I've survived. What I'm capable of. What I've lost. The expression on her face is so damn soft, so sympathetic, like this is fucking Family Feud and I just got 3 strikes. Like I'm watching from the wings while she's out there with Steve Harvey playing for a Lincoln Town car and a trip to Hawaii. It's not awkward at all. The habit of lying returns to me easily and just in time. Vashti, really. I'm happy Josiah found someone so great. And someone the kids love. I'm sure he's told you that we've talked about the work dynamic, and if you're worried about it affecting things at the restaurant, I'm not. You're both mature adults, and I know Josiah would never do anything to jeopardize the business. Neither would I. If something gets weird, we end it, but I'm just glad right now everything's going so well. You know firsthand how amazing Josiah is. Yeah, he's great, I whisper, clutching the remote to my chest like a breastplate in battle. Well, I better get this to Kasim. I walk toward the door, but she doesn't move right away, so I have to stand there, smelling him on her. Subjected to his cologne mixing with whatever perfume she favors. A fist tightens around my traitor heart. I'm close enough to see his initials on the cuffs that hang loose past one of her hands. These tiny intimacies feel like treasures she stole from me, but no. I gave them away, and it hits me like a ton of bricks that I have no rightful claim to any of the emotions whirling inside of me. I forfeited my right to be indignant or jealous or resentful. The only feeling I'm entitled to is this hollowness occupying the pit of my belly, yawing in my chest. It feels like my walk of shame as I brush past her and down the hall, averting my eyes so I don't spot a hickey on her neck or further evidence of their night together. The Josiah I remember, before our marriage became an icebox, was 1 second aggressive, the next tender. He knew when to be gentle, and when to be rough. He used to say he could look into my eyes and know how I wanted it. What did Vashti's eyes tell him last night? I'll let Josiah know you came by, she says, following me to the door. I left him a voicemail, but thanks. I don't wait for her response and call out over my shoulder. Bye. I force myself to walk at a leisurely pace to the driveway. I start the car and pull out, careful not to hit any trash cans or mailboxes as I go. I don't know how I get onto the interstate, but I manage to take the correct exit for Harrington. After I've dropped off the remote at the front desk, I text Kasim to make sure he knows it should be there, and I turn out of the school parking lot. My phone ringing through the car's system startles me so badly I almost run a light. Josiah's name appears on the display. I inhale and exhale once deeply before answering. Hey. I bend the word to my will, shaping it into a cheerful thing. How are you? Good. Just leaving the gym. Sorry I missed your call. I got your message about Kasim's remote. I can grab it and take it to him. No need. I swung by the house and used my key. I actually just dropped it off to him at school, so all's well. His pause blares in the quiet as the implications of my words no doubt sink in. You went to my house? He asks, cautious, as if there is still a way I may not know he's fucking his new girlfriend. I did. My press play chuckle sounds like a sitcom laugh track, tinny and forced and on cue. I hope I didn't scare poor Vashti too bad. So she was still there when you, yup. I clipped the word, snipping any telling emotion from it. Look, I've gotta go because I need to turn in these projections for the block party. Oh, yeah. Do you need any? Nope. I'm good. I blow out a long breath through my mouth and blink my stinging eyes. I'm not sure how much longer I can keep my voice steady and my eyes dry. I just gotta go, okay? Yeah, sure. Look, Yas, sorry, see. I really gotta go. Instead of waiting for him to speak again, I hang up. The sign for the interstate looms up ahead, and I know I'd be a mess in Atlanta traffic right now. Do I take a moment to absorb this new development? Or do I do what I've always done? Just keep going, ignore the pain slicing through my middle, and force myself to drive the few miles home. Dr. Abrams often talks about the danger of pushing through my emotions, but I think if I don't push through, don't ignore this, it could get really ugly. And then God gives me a sign. It's big, red and white, and shaped like a bullseye. Instead of merging onto the interstate, I pull into the parking lot of Target, turn off the car, press my forehead to the steering wheel, and cry. I haven't sobbed like this in a long time. Sometimes it's good to cry. It makes us feel better to cleanse our system. This isn't one of those times. Every tear feels like it's being wrung from my body. My heartbeat is the tick-tick of a bomb, counting down to the moment when the pressure proves too much and I detonate. I can't pretend that him giving his body to someone else doesn't hurt. It's to be expected, right? It doesn't mean I still love him. This feels like not the end, but the beginning of something. Not for me, but for him. The newness of someone else's head on his pillow. Of her forgetting her toothbrush and using his, not knowing how much he would hate that. Some other woman discovering his coffee is perfect with 1 and about a quarter spoons of sugar. Her fingers, not mine, finding the knots in his neck when he stresses out. Him yielding all the secrets it took me years to discover. Yes, it hurts that Josiah is sleeping with someone else. No, I don't want to fully examine why it feels like a betrayal, even though there's nothing stopping him from having someone different in his bed every night should he so choose. I told myself leaving him would make the hurt stop, so why does this hurt so bad? The pain and the implications of it are too much to process, so I reach for an easier emotion. Anger. He's getting his. I'm getting mine. I take the cell phone out of my purse, pulling up the text Mark sent me last week. Me, hey. You still want to do dinner Thursday night? I stare at the phone and hold my breath for a few seconds before the bubbles appear. Mark, I'd love to. What time should I pick you up? Me, 7. I'll see you then.
Chapter 15. Josiah. Damn it. I stare at my phone and resist the urge to punch the locker. That's not how I wanted Yasmen to find out Vashti, and I took our relationship to the next level. If I'm being honest, I didn't ever want to discuss it with her. It's not her business what I do. I did want to avoid awkwardness like what just happened at my house. And maybe on some level, I didn't want to hurt her. Not that Yasmen still wants me, but if the shoe were on the other foot, I wouldn't have wanted to be blindsided like this. I'd be fucked up. Why you mad? Charles Preach. Hollister, my friend of nearly 20 years, asks. Your team won, but only because Kevin was sick. He'll be back next Monday and it's not the game. I zip my duffel bag and slam the locker door. It's never mind. The kids? Preach frowns, leaning against the neighboring locker. Seem? Day? Nah. The kids are fine. Everything's cool. Preach, so nicknamed after he went through an intense, albeit short-lived religious phase second semester freshman year, studies my face. I'm not sure the mask I've pulled in place hides anything from him, not after all we've been through. I hope this therapist of yours can get you to open up, Preach says, grabbing his own duffel and closing the locker. I sigh and hoist the bag to my shoulder, still shocked at how much I revealed to Dr. Musa in our first session. There was just something liberating, freeing, right about telling this stranger everything. Nothing changed, but somehow I felt better. I don't completely understand it, but after all the shit of the last few years, feeling better is worth something. I have another session in a few days. I tell Preach. Long overdue, you asked me? Pretty sure I didn't, and remind me, what's your therapist's name again? Well, you know, right? You don't have one, so stop talking about all the therapy I need. I get my stuff out. Me and Liz, we talk about everything. We don't all have a wife who doubles as a counselor. I say with telltale bitterness. Preach winces. Sorry. I wasn't thinking. You and Yas did not talk about everything. That's ancient history. You know that, so don't feel bad because you and Liz got it good. I do worry about you, bruh, keeping all that shit locked up inside. Am I constipated or emotionally stunted? I ask, managing to crack a smile. You keep eating Vashti's macaroni and cheese, you'll be both. That girl can cook, he says and chuckles, leaning against the locker. This got anything to do with her? Do I really want to do this? Crack open this can of worms with Preach, who will keep pressing until my intestines are spilled on the floor? And the hell if I feel like being emotionally disemboweled at the gym. That was Yas, I admit grudgingly. She needed to swing by my house to get something for Kasim's science presentation. She let herself in and I blow out a distended breath. Vashti was still there from last night. Oh shit. He straightens from his indolent slump against the locker, eyes alert and a mischievous grin splitting his face. Like Vashti spent the night, and your ex-wife saw her there? And now she know y'all fucking. Fucked, not fucking. Last night was the first time. But I mean you're dating. Not like y'all gone stop now that the deed's done. His grin widens. And how was it? As close as Preach and I are, I never shared details about sex when I was with Yasmin. He said it was one of the ways he knew how serious it was, because in college, we one-upped each other in our escapades and always jockeyed for bragging rights. Until last night, I hadn't been with anyone other than Yas since college. How was it? It had been a long-ass time since I'd had sex, so of course it felt good to have something other than my hand. It was a release. But after it was over, with Vashti beside me, I stared up at the ceiling and something cracked inside. The last bit of feeling? The last shred of hope that maybe someday. Nah. I stopped thinking Yasmin and I would reconcile long ago. I stopped wanting it. I could never trust her with my heart, with my happiness again, but maybe some renegade, obstinate sliver of my soul still felt tethered to her. Even though we're divorced, that small, stupid part of me felt like I betrayed Yasmin when I slept with Vashti. I've been quiet too long, and the eager look on Preach's face turns suspicious. It wasn't good? He asks. With Vashti? Don't worry. I've heard men fresh out of the joint say sometimes that first time you fuck a woman, Preach, don't be disrespectful. We're too old for that shit. It was fine. You know I meant no disrespect. You ain't been with anyone besides Yas in a long time, so I was asking. His eyes narrow. And fine? It was fine? Vashti's a beautiful woman, and a blind bat can see she's into you, so fine sounds a little underwhelming. I'm not going into detail with you. I wasn't even gonna tell your crazy ass. I chuckle against my will. Preach has that effect. I better get going. I dap him up, forcing a smile. I'm bringing Kasim to the shop soon. About damn time. That boy's probably got baby locks, it's been so long since he had a haircut. Not quite, but Yas'll nag him and me to death if I don't handle it. Get him in first thing before the day gets started good. You know the shop be jumping on Saturdays. Bet. And still thinking about the night with Vashti and the awkward call today with Yasmen. I leave.
Chapter 16. Yasmen. I'm dreading this phone call. My last conversation with Josiah was awkward as hell. I'm cringing, thinking of how Vashti probably relayed our encounter. No time like the present, I mutter, pulling my cell phone from the side pocket of my yoga pants and dialing. Yas, hey, Josiah says, picking up on the first ring, but sounding like I only have half his attention. What's up? Are you busy? If you're in the middle of, hold on. There's silence for a few seconds before I hear a door close on the other end. Sorry. I was out in the dining room. I'm in the office now. You need something? I'm going out tonight, and I thought I'd be fine leaving the kids because Clint and Brock would be home, but Brock has a work thing they have to attend, so I can come over, or the kids can come to my place. Whatever. Well, it's a school night, and I'll have to take them in the morning, so maybe just pop in to check on them here? Deja's old enough. You know what I mean. It's not a problem. I'll swing by. Another girls' night out. A birthday. For some reason, I hadn't expected him to ask. He hasn't demonstrated much curiosity about my social life in the past, what there was of it. No, actually, I walk into the kitchen and take a high stool at the counter. I have a date. The silence that follows is how a cigar must feel inside a humidor. Complete quiet, sealed in an airtight box. A date. It sounds like he's testing the word for its authenticity. Wow. Who's the lucky guy? Mark Lancaster. Figures, he says, the word riding a derisive breath. What do you mean, figures? Come on, Yas. Dude's up on you every time he comes around. He hasn't tried to hide it. Maybe I like bold. I don't have to wonder where I stand or what he wants. And what do you think he wants? A date. Obviously. With guys like him, nothing's ever obvious. Guys like him. I need you to elaborate because I'm not sure what you, rich guys, Yas. Privileged men used to getting what they want whenever they want all the time. Some might argue, considering the car you drive, the neighborhood you live in, the clothes you wear, and the cash you drop on sneakers without blinking, that you're a rich guy yourself. You know what I mean. You mean white? No. That's not what I mean. I don't want to get in your business, and yet, I'm getting a definite all-up-in-my-business vibe when I have been very careful to stay the hell out of yours. So that's what this is. Tit for tat. I start dating Vashti, so you go out and grab the first man who shows any interest. Trust me, he is not the first to show interest. I only meant that, he's just the first I've accepted. And I know you are not insinuating I'm going out with Mark because you're dating now. A tiny voice in my head reminds me I didn't give Mark's offer much serious thought until I saw Vashti at Josiah's place. But still, Josiah doesn't get to say that to me. I didn't mean to imply that, but I know it was obvious Vashti had spent the night and, I'm not doing this with you, I say, taking a rolling pin to the words and flattening them into a tone so even that only I know what it costs me. He pauses, letting the dust settle on all the things we hurled at each other before going on. And I don't have time to do this with you, he finally replies, the words clipped by impatience. What time are you leaving the house? I'll swing by to check on the kids. 7. Cool. Gotta go. I plop the cell phone onto the counter and drop my head into my hands. Well, that went great. I don't have much time to dwell on the argument because soon it's time for carpool and fighting traffic to pick the kids up on time. Fortunately, there's no soccer practice tonight. On the way home, I send a sideways glance to Kasim in the passenger seat and watch Deja in the rearview mirror. So I'm going out tonight, guys, I say, keeping my voice casual. But your dad will come through to check on you. We'll be fine by ourselves, Deja says, a defensive note creeping into her usual deliberate indifference. I'm almost 14. I know. I shift my gaze from the road to meet her eyes in the mirror for a quick second. But Clint and Brock won't be next door, so your dad'll just poke his head in maybe on his way home. Where are you going? Kasim asks. I could lie. Skirt the truth. Avoid with a vague response, but why? With Vashti, they've demonstrated they have no problem seeing their parents date other people. Besides, Mark is picking me up from the house, and I don't want the kids thrown off when the guy whose face is plastered all over campaign commercials shows up to take their mother out. I actually have a date. Judging by the shocked silence following my words, you would think I'd said I was joining Elon Musk on his next trip to Mars. Who is it? Kasim asks, his voice tighter, more subdued. I hazard a glance over at him, and something in his eyes squeezes my heart. Disappointment? Sadness? I don't know, but it's definitely not his usual optimism. It's Mark Lancaster. The white guy with the goofy signs all over the neighborhood. Deja snorts, and puts on her best wave voice when she parrots Mark's campaign slogan. Lancaster can. He's very nice, Day, I continue in a measured tone, taking the exit for our house. He's picking me up at 7, and like I said, your dad will come through. What's for dinner? Kasim asks. I can't tell if he really has gotten over it that fast, and his usual eat me out of house and home trigger has been activated, or if he's redirecting because the topic is too uncomfortable. Either way, I welcome the change of subject. Leftover lasagna. I found one of Bird's handwritten cookbooks when we cleaned out her house. It's my personal challenge to attempt each dish at least once, starting with her famous lasagna. At first it was just to learn a few tricks in the kitchen, but every time I prepare a recipe she hand-wrote, I feel closer to her somehow. Yo, Deja whines from the back. If Dad's coming, can we ask him to bring something from the restaurant? Oh, yeah. Kasim's expression morphs into excitement. Vashti's ribs. Fuck them ribs. I'm so damn tired of hearing about Josiah's incredible little chef. I'm not the most accomplished cook, but last night's lasagna was great, and my kids act like I'm reheating dog food for dinner. If you want to, I murmur, turning into our driveway and raising the garage door. It's fine with me. So you'll be okay while I'm gone, right? Sure. Deja opens the door and gets out quickly. We're not babies, Mom. I need to go inside so I have plenty of time to get ready, but Kasim hasn't moved. He's just sitting in the passenger seat, fiddling with the zipper on his backpack. You okay, Sim? I kill the engine and turn slightly in my seat to consider him. Yeah, I'm good. He draws in a sharp breath through his nose and nods. Look, I can imagine it's weird for you, your dad and me dating other people. Divorce is hard on everyone. I'm not upset that you're dating other people, and I'd rather you be divorced than fighting all the time like you used to. I do a double take. We try to be so careful, always bringing our arguments to the garage to protect the kids from our increasingly antagonistic exchanges. I mean, of course they heard us fighting from time to time, but Kasim makes it sound like a regular occurrence. When did you hear us fighting, Sim? All the time. He shrugs, grabbing his backpack by the strap and opening the door. I used to go to Deja's room and get in the bed with her sometimes because I was scared. Scared of what, son? That you guys would get a divorce, but Deja said even if things changed, we'd always have each other, her and me. You still have us too. I reach over to caress his hair, badly in need of a cut. I know. He gives me a small smile that is much too old and knowing for his age. But it's different now. His wide eyes meet mine. I mean, it's fine. It's just different. Remember what we said? It's okay not to be okay, and you always have someone to talk to. If not your dad or me, then Dr. Cabbot. Got it? Got it. He gets out, pausing at the open car door and poking his head back in, his eyes, so much like his father's, dark and earnest. I think I'll just have your lasagna if that's okay. My sweet boy. My empath. You don't have to eat the lasagna if you don't want it. Your dad can bring some of Vashti's. No, I want your lasagna. It was good. For real. He twists his lips. I know Deja said yo, but she was just being, you know. Yeah. I grimace, grabbing my purse and getting out of the car. I know. I pull the lasagna from the fridge, pop it in the oven, and dash upstairs to get ready. I wish I had more time, but it's the cheap car wash version, with water flying at my body, hit or miss scrubbing and waxing, and a not-so-thorough polish at the end. I give my face a quick jade roll, hoping the cool stone will work its calming magic not only on my skin, but on my nerves. I frown at my reflection. But what to do with this hair? My regular stylist is out of town, and I didn't want to chance a blowout with someone new. One silk press set to hell degrees Celsius could wreck my curl pattern. Mom. I turn from the mirror to find Deja standing in the doorway of my bathroom. Day, what's up? I heard there's going to be a Hot Wives reunion special filming downtown at the end of the season. She presses her hands together under her chin. Please see if Aunt Hen can get me in. I want to go so bad. Let's talk to Hendrix. If she can get you in, and if she'll be there, then we'll see. That seems to mollify her for the time being and she nods, but her eyes stray to my head. A frown crinkles her brows. What's going on up there? She twirls a finger in the direction of my hair nest. Carmen is out of town, so I did it myself and I reach up to tug on a wayward curl. You don't like it? I mean, it's aight. Her crunchy face says otherwise. She steps into the bathroom and pulls at a few locks hanging rather limply around my face. I'd like to do better than aight for my first date since, I trail off, not wanting to open a can of worms. I get it, but that hairstyle ain't it. Any suggestions? I ask, tying the belt of my robe tighter and propping my butt on the bathroom counter. She eyes my hair critically. What are you wearing? I point to a burnt orange jumpsuit, which I found in the recesses of my closet, now hanging on the back of the bathroom door. She splits a speculative glance between the outfit and me. I'll be right back. She returns carrying a large case by its handle. After placing it on the counter, she sets out a spray bottle, several products, and a diffuser. Sit. She nods to the stool in front of my vanity. After dampening my hair and adding a few curl-enhancing products, she pulls some goopy leave-in stuff through, separates the curls, and has me flip my hair upside down while she diffuses. Staring at the final result in the mirror, I gape at how different it looks. Way better than when I do it myself for sure. Actually as good as when Carmen does it. Wow, Day. I stretch out one of the curls, watching it spring back. You did a great job. Not done yet. She tilts her head consideringly, before digging into her magic box of hair supplies and extracting studded bobby pins. Got these from the beauty supply store Aunt Hen took me to. She centerparts my hair, slicking the front, and then crisscrosses the studded pins all along the flattened sides, leaving a cloud of curls floating around my ears and to my shoulders. I grab the hand mirror from the counter and examine my hair from all angles. This looks fantastic. I glance back to her, a new pride swelling inside for my daughter. You're really good at this. I know. She doesn't quite grin, but her lips do twitch like she's holding it back. So you like it? I do. I stand and grab the jumpsuit from the door, offering her an eager smile. Wanna see it all together? The pleasure in her eyes withers as if she remembered she doesn't actually like me anymore. Nah, but will you let me know about the hot wives thing with Aunt Hen? I thought we were having a moment. Anytime real connection seems within grasp for us, I say something, do something, I never know what, to ruin it. Yeah, sure. I'll check with Hendrix and let you know. I glance at her over my shoulder, managing a smile. Thanks for your help, Day. I love it. She nods and turns to leave without another word. Sighing, I sit to do my makeup. The glittering bobby pins paired with gold and green eyeshadow, my coppery lip color, and the bronzer on my cheeks make my face a striking palette of precious metals. I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror wearing only my bra and underwear. I note the ample breasts that used to feel like a plague when I was younger, the striations of tiny stretch marks around my belly button, and all the subtle and not so subtle changes in my body over the years. I've learned not to criticize my thighs for being too round, but to be grateful for how I've been able to stand. I slip on a strapless sculpting body shaper and step into the jumper. It has a structured bodice that lifts my breasts so they're like hello. The fabric, a lightweight wool and cashmere blend, hugs and schemes the full curves of my hips and ass, falling in wide legs to brush the floor. In the full-length closet mirror, the woman staring back at me is a stranger, or at the very least a long-lost person I haven't seen in what feels like forever. Confident sensuality wraps around me like an invisible cloak. The burnt orange singes the deep copper brown of my skin, exposing the strong curves of one bare arm and shoulder. The shaper cinches my waist, making the curve from back to butt and hips more marked, highlighting the dramatic dips and angles. So many times my eyes in the mirror were vacant or bruised with sorrow. Tonight they are clear and kohl-lined, seemingly darkened by mystery and secrets, a cat-eyed stare shining with anticipation. Laughing, I rush to the bedroom and grab my phone from the nightstand to FaceTime Hendrix and Soledad like I'd promised I would. One of Soledad's girls has soccer practice tonight and Hendrix has a huge presentation tomorrow. Hey, ho, Hendrix says into the camera, seated at her kitchen counter with an open laptop and a bowl of pho in front of her. Let's get the full picture. Show us. Soledad says from the front seat of her car. I prop the phone against the mirror on the bathroom counter and back up, twirling to give them the 360. Damn, girl. Hendrix booms. What you trying to do? Make the man fall in love on the first date? You look fantastic, Yas. Soledad fans her face. Hot. You think so? I chew my bottom lip. I haven't been on a date in forever and I just don't know. Is it too much? Not enough. It's just right, Hendrix assures. And your hair sets it all off. You did that. Deja. I pat the curls. You like. It looks great, Hendrix says. I'm telling ya. Kid influencers are blowing up. She might be onto something with that hair thing. Whatever. I roll my eyes. She needs to be onto those grades. I'm more interested in her midterms than how many followers she has. I hear that. Hendrix shrugs. Just saying she does have real talent and she's great on the socials. Okay. Okay. I walk back to the counter and sit. We'll talk about it later. Yes, later, Soledad says. Tonight is all about you and Mark. Are you nervous? Not really. I meet two sets of disbelieving eyes on screen. Okay. A little. You'll be fine, Hendrix says. Thanks, guys, I tell them. Let me bounce, but I'll let you know how everything goes. When the doorbell rings, I gulp a huge breath into my air-starved lungs. I force myself to walk down the stairs serenely and to the foyer, pinning a bright smile on my face and opening the door. Josiah stands on the front porch, broad and towering, the light carving shadows under his high cheekbones. Damn my ex for being this fine when I'm about to go on my first non-husband date in a decade and a half. See, hey. I turn back into the foyer. Thought you were Mark. You're early. Between Anthony and Vashti, everything is under control at Grits tonight. He walks in, Otis at his heels, and closes the door behind him, holding up a takeout container. Plus, Deja texted asking me to bring her dinner. Leftover lasagna was good enough for Kasim, but obviously can't hold a candle to Vashti's ribs. Fried chicken, Josiah corrects with a faint smile. You look. His eyes take their time assessing the studded pins in my curls, traversing the vibrant pantsuit molding my curves, and the glittering shoes I forced my feet into. Nice. He glances away, a line sketched between his brows. Thank you, I say, my tone wry. No chance I'll get a big head from your effusive compliments. I'll leave that to your date. He walks to the bottom of the stairs and yells up, Day, your food's here. She barrels down to him, her face lit up like Santa just slid from the chimney. Dad. Deja rises onto her tiptoes to kiss his cheek and takes the food from him. I can't remember the last time she greeted me like that. I know we're going through a phase, but there is a small part of me that covets the ease Deja and Josiah still share. Something soft and warm brushes my hand, and I glance down to find Otis sitting at my feet, nuzzling his sleek head into my palm. Hey, old friend. I scratch behind his ears, leaning down to whisper. You're always glad to see me, huh? I've caught Josiah talking to Otis before. I've even teased him about it, but looking at the steady dark eyes of our dog, I can't blame him for thinking Otis understands every word, because he makes me feel more seen than I have all day. You are something else, I tell him with a chuckle. The doorbell rings, and all conversation ceases, Deja and Josiah both turning their full attention on the door. With perfect timing, or imperfect, from my POV, Kasim makes his way down the stairs and sits on a step halfway down, resting his elbow on his knee and his chin in his hand like he has a courtside seat. Are you guys gonna just? I lift my brows expectantly, hoping they'll scurry and give me some privacy, but no one moves. Ugh. Plastering on my first date smile, I open the door. Mark Lancaster stands on the front porch holding a bouquet of flowers. An immaculately tailored dark suit and slate-colored open-collared shirt contrast with his brushed-back blonde hair. Despite the weight of 3 sets of eyes on my back, my mood lightens with genuine pleasure at the sight of the flowers and at the sight of him. He's tall and handsome and is looking at me like he wants dessert first. It's me. I'm dessert. Mark, hi. I accept the bouquet, lowering my nose to the wildflowers wrapped in paper. These are lovely. Thank you. Hi, Yasmen. You look, his blue eyes gleam, heating as they roam my face and figure, and then widen when he notices my family congregated behind me in the foyer. Great. You look great. Thank you. I don't want to invite him in, not with the gang all here and clocking our every move. I turn, unseeingly shoving the flowers at the nearest Wade, which happens to be Josiah. Could you put these in water for me? Thanks. After a hesitation, and a long look at Mark that seems to simultaneously probe and warn, he accepts. The man's running for Congress. Does Josiah think he'll slit my throat and stuff me in the trunk of his Tesla? He's not my husband anymore. I know exactly how little he cares about who I'm dating. I also know how Vashti looks wearing nothing except his shirt. With that mental reminder, I check inside my clutch for essentials and turn to the spectators. You guys know Mr. Lancaster. I gesture to the tall man on the porch. Mark, my family. Hi. Mark smiles, his gaze spending more time on my children and skidding across the ex-husband awkwardly hovering and holding the flowers he brought for me. Hello, Kasim says. Where are you taking her? I cast a half-mortified, half-amused glance up the stairs at my son's serious expression. The rail, Mark replies. It's this new place a little ways north. I read about that spot, Josiah says, interest entering his eyes. He's nothing if not a restaurateur, and the concept intrigues him. They converted an old train into a restaurant. Mark's smile loosens at the edges, his shoulders lowering a centimeter or two. It's getting rave reviews. I heard that. I'll let you know what I think, I say, interrupting Josiah. Then I turn back to Mark and nod to the front porch and my escape. Ready? Sure. His grin widens, and he gestures for me to walk ahead. Sailing out to the front porch, I close the door on the watching Wades and turn to my date with a bright smile. Let's go. I'm starved. Chapter 17. Yasmen. Mark Lancaster could charm the shell off a turtle. Classic politician, he's got the looks, and the low, smooth voice that lulls you to lean in. Wealthy. Well-dressed. Well-hung. Nope. Not going there. Not finding out tonight. Baby steps. Joyza may be ready for sleepovers, but I'm not. Dinner, drinks, conversation, and maybe a kiss if I'm feeling it. A peck or some tongue, I'll decide in the moment. Otherwise, this will be a chaste evening. The only thing I'm falling for tonight is the roasted chicken and garlic mashed potatoes on my plate. This food is amazing, I say, glancing around the train repurposed as an elegant dining room. And this place is beautiful. Great choice. As the owner of one of Skyland's best restaurants, he says, his eyes smiling at me over the rim of his wineglass, "You're a hard woman to impress," but I was determined. My daughter would say you understood the assignment. The assignment? Confusion wrinkles his brow. Sorry. I swallow the food and take a quick sip of water. It's something the kids say. My daughter would be rolling her eyes right now that I didn't know that. You have a daughter. What's her name? How old is she? Her name is Brenna, and she's 16. She hates being in the public eye for the campaign, so I try to protect her privacy. Her mother's, too, for that matter. Neither one of them signed up for office. My ex likes to say we divorced just in time so she wouldn't have to go through all this campaign stuff. How long have you been divorced? 5 years, he says. I wasn't the best husband or father. I generally neglected my family in favor of work. My ambition paid off, but it also cost me everything. I'm still rebuilding my life. Is that what running for office is? You rebuilding? Maybe some. My family was gone, and that left me with the business I'd poured everything into. I guess I found it wasn't as satisfying as I thought it would be, and I started wondering what else there could be. Well, you'll probably get my vote, I say, only half teasing. Probably. I laugh as he intended and shrug. What can I say? My vote cost too many people too much for me to just give it away. Seriously. He tosses his napkin onto the table and leans forward, holding my eyes. What concerns would you want to see addressed? Many, but the thing I'm really curious about is how you plan to deal with gentrification. The same groups bringing money and resources into Atlanta's historically black communities are the same ones pushing longtime citizens out. I think there are solutions that can benefit all involved, he says. Don't get diplomatic on me. My smile holds, but stiffens. People who have lived in those communities for decades have the right to stay there if they want, not be bullied or taxed out of them, and that's what's happening. My plan includes affordable housing for those being displaced and protections for most who live in those communities currently. He grins, a rakish sketch of unnaturally white teeth that's probably been getting him in and out of trouble since high school. We could spend the rest of the night discussing my plans for the district, but I was hoping for a night off with a beautiful woman. I huff out a laugh and resume eating. Sorry. Didn't mean to interrogate you. Hey, if I can't take it from my date, I'm not ready for the big stage. He leans back in his seat. But I can think of a better use for our time. His eyes wander over my face, moving to my bare shoulder and then, inevitably, as men always do, to rest on my breasts. I resist the temptation to snap my fingers and remind him that I'm up here, but what's the use of dressing to draw his attention if I can't enjoy it when I get it? It's been a long time since a man looked at me this way, not counting wolf whistles and rude comments from random men on the street. This focused, sustained, intense regard heated by desire. I let it warm my skin and I return his smile. "So I'm your first date since the divorce," he says. "Yes." I raise my glass and smile at him before taking a sip. What gave it away? The Wade Welcome Committee assembled in my foyer. My 10-year-old demanding to know your intentions. I'm pretty sure those flowers are in the trash by now. I almost spit out my wine. Why would you say that? He hesitates, narrowing his eyes and watching me closely before going on. Do you mind if I ask what broke you and Josiah up? Everyone was shocked by it. You guys seemed so unshakable. We were until we weren't. I laugh bitterly. There's no Richter scale for the size of our earthquakes, one after the other. You loved him, he says it as fact, not a question. I swallow the sudden heat in my throat. Very much. And he loved you. I will love you until the day I die. Very much, I agree, setting my wineglass down carefully and lowering my eyes. I know about all the loss you guys experienced, but a couple as strong as you were, I thought it would bring you together. I hoped it would, but maybe we weren't okay enough at the same time to comfort each other. I know I was, not much help with the state I was in. Depressed? He asks, his tone a gentle probe I can handle. Yeah. I smile sadly at him. Very, and for a long time. I just couldn't come out of it. Complicated grief. Depression. I've been told both. I was always able to get up and dust myself off, but after Bird and Henry, I just couldn't. I don't really know why. My therapist says sometimes the people who are always keeping things together are the least prepared when they actually fall apart. That would have been a lot for anyone. We all process loss differently. Yeah, back then I didn't understand that while I needed to be absolutely still, Josiah had to be in motion all the time, avoiding the pain I was stuck in. I remember the nights he'd drag himself up the steps and down the hall to the nursery, staring at me in the rocker, his weariness at a standoff with my grief-induced lassitude. Two shipwrecked souls unable to figure out how to save each other. Both sinking. How did I turn my first date since the divorce into an autopsy of my marriage? Everything always seems to circle back to Josiah. Not tonight. Let's talk about something much more pressing, I say, flashing Mark my sweetest smile. Dessert.
Chapter 18. Josiah. Shouldn't you be getting ready for bed? I ask, leaning against the door jamb of Deja's bedroom. She's setting up her light and tripod like she's preparing to record, but it's a school night, and it's getting late. Shouldn't you be headed home? She counters. Or are you waiting up for Mom? Smartass. I was helping your brother with homework. Deja quirks a skeptical brow. You were helping our resident genius with homework he could literally do in his sleep? And we were also talking about therapy. I stepped deeper into her room. He was telling me how things have been going with Dr. Cabot, and I was telling him about my sessions. How's it been? I weigh my words. Therapy may not be my bag, but based on the conversations I've had with Kasim, he's enjoying it. Thinks it's helping, and I have to agree. It's hard for me to admit even to my 13-year-old daughter that maybe, just maybe, I'm getting something out of therapy too. And what does that say about me? Dr. Moose is cool, I say. She sets the phone down on her desk and studies me from beneath the lacy edge of her black hair bonnet, which is decked with orange and white ghosts in honor of Halloween next week. You guys talk about Henry? She asks. And Aunt Bird? My jaws clamp around the answer, and I make a conscious effort to release the words because I've discussed this so little before. Yeah. I clear my throat and sit on her bed, wanting to signal that I'm willing to talk more if she needs to. Even a few weeks ago, I probably would have found a way out of here, cut the conversation off at its knees. Something changed after discussing it with Dr. Musa, unpacking how losing my parents at such a young age damaged something in me that I've never acknowledged, much less repaired. It's opened the door for us to go deeper and connect that trauma to how I processed losing Aunt Bird and Henry. Or how I didn't process losing them at all, which seems to be the case. Deja flips the chair at her desk around and straddles it, facing me. You were so strong when they died. You held everything together, she says, her young features so like her mother's, hardening. And Mom just fell apart. Blew everything up. Deja, what did I tell you about saying things like that about your mom? She did her best. We all did. Grief looks different for everyone. You saw her as falling apart, and me as strong, when maybe she was doing something I wasn't able to do. I swallow and look down at my linked hands, elbows on my knees. Maybe she was feeling it. Accepting that they were gone when on some level I couldn't. Doing what it took for her to heal. I meet the dredges of resentment in Deja's eyes. That takes strength. I'm not sure I believed that when we were going through it. Did I make Yasmen feel weak? With my expectations? With my impatience to get our lives back and to move on? With my inability to deal with all we had lost, did I add to Yasmen's pain? You don't have to defend her, Dad. I was there. There? I frown at her use of the word. Where? You were where, Day? Standing and turning her back to me, she flicks off the tripod light and folds the legs in. I just meant the divorce and all that happened. I saw it for myself. She walks toward the bed, yawning and not looking at me. You're right, she says, turning back her comforter. It's late. Night, Dad. Did my daughter just dismiss me? She straightens her bonnet and climbs into bed, drawing the sheer canopy suspended over her pillow and headboard, so I'm left seeing a vague shape topped with ghosts and goblins. Could you turn off the big light, Daddy? She asks. Definitely dismissed. I don't call her on the avoidance tactic, but make a note to get to the bottom of her resentment toward Yasmen. I can't just put it down to typical teenage angst anymore. I turn off the light and close the door behind me. I make my way down the stairs, pausing on the bottom step at the sound of Clint and Brock's garage door lifting. With our next-door neighbor's home, I can leave without worrying about the kids, but I don't move. Am I waiting up for Yasmen? She should be home soon, right? It's a school night. Bruh, she's not 16. I say as I enter the kitchen. And you're not her daddy. I stop by the dog bed in the corner of the kitchen, where Otis lies curled up and drowsing, and pat my leg for him to come. You'd think I asked him to run a marathon instead of walk with me a few blocks to our place the way he breathes wearily through his nose, refusing to rise. Let's get out of here before she comes home. Despite my words, I walk over to the counter where I left Mark's damn bouquet. Put these in water, I say, imitating Yasmen. The hell I will. They'll be compost if you're counting on me to put your shit flowers in water. It would be so easy to, accidentally, knock the flowers into the trash can, but that would be immature. I glance up to find Otis watching me. Judgmental bastard. I mutter. I look past the flowers to the lasagna Kasim didn't bother putting away. It smells good. Yasmen has many talents, but culinary skills have never been among them, so I'm curious to see how this turned out. I grab a fork from the nearby drawer and scoop up a hearty sample. I grunt, chewing through the noodles, cheese, and ground turkey. It's even good cold. Otis walks over to see for himself, so tall he can rest his head on the counter. He sniffs, staring at the glass pan and whining plaintively. No way. I tell him, tugging his collar until he slides away from the counter. All the trouble I go to following your fancy raw diet, you think I'm gonna give you lasagna? Then I'll be the one who. A small screen coming to life on the wall snares my attention. The security system we installed has a few monitors in various places: living room, our bedroom, and the kitchen. The camera captures any activity on the porch in real time. I know what I'll see when I walk over to the small monitor on the wall. Yasmen's home from her date. I should leave, slip out the back door and mind my business. It's been a long damn day, and I have a networking breakfast for black entrepreneurs at 7 a.m. But I can't make myself go. My feet are bolted to the floor. My eyes riveted on the screen. I can't hear what Yasmen and Mark are saying, but it's the classic first date dance. He's nearly as tall as I am, so she has to tip her head back to laugh up at him, and it exposes the sleek column of her neck. His smile is innocent enough, but his gaze is a torch, singeing her throat, the bare line of her arm and shoulder, lingering on her breasts. God, she looks good tonight. I mean, it's Yasmen, so she always looks good to me, but when she answered the door, out of habit, I almost reached for her. It used to be a game with us. She'd get dressed, then do her makeup, knowing damn well I was going to smudge it when I kissed her. Knowing there was a good chance my hand would end up down her pants, taking off her bra, cupping her breasts. I couldn't get enough of her. Couldn't keep my hands off her. Once. We were once that way, and then, we were what we became in the end. Stiff. Cold. Silent. Mark steps closer, white teeth gleaming in the warm light of the porch. He twines his fingers with hers, and my hand clenches into a fist. Why don't I just go? This is intrusive. She deserves privacy, but I can't stop watching what could be their first kiss. He pulls her closer, touching the small of her back with his free hand, drawing her to him until their bodies are flush. My teeth hurt, and I realize I'm biting down hard, a low growl rumbling at the back of my throat. Otis's ears twitch, his senses attuned to the animalistic sound. Mark is touching her in a way that, for years, only I could, and it feels wrong. It feels like I still have every right to charge out to the porch and break his hand if he doesn't move it from the rounded sweep of her hip, the lush curve of her ass. But I stay where I am, knowing I should leave, but unable to. The smile they share fades in the same moment, and he dips his head to kiss her, teasing her lips open. And I know what he'll find there. So sweet. I remember her tasting so sweet. Like berries and mint and lust. He dips, deepens the kiss, his hand wandering down to palm her ass, and I think I may lose my mind. Some switch in my head turns over, and it takes all my restraint not to go slam him into the wall. It takes everything not to push him off my porch and away from my wife. Except she isn't anymore. None of this life is mine. Sure, I have proximity to her, to this home, but none of it belongs to me and I no longer belong to it. To her. She decided that, and not for the first time, the frustration, the helplessness of all I've lost, burns in my gut. The chaos of life and how you can calculate and project and plan and save, and then the ones you love die. There can be hope growing inside of the woman you love more than life itself, and in a moment, that hope can be lost. That future snuffed out. That woman, kissing someone else on the front porch of the house that used to be yours. And you have no control over any of it. My phone buzzes in my pocket, so I tear my gaze away from the kissing couple to check the message. Vashti, hey babe. Me, hey. You done? Vashti, yup. Just finished. I miss you. I'd love to come over. Spend the night? I glance back to the monitor on the wall. They've separated now, first kiss behind them. I can't see her face, but his eyes are passion-glazed, his hand wandering up and down her back then gripping her waist. I should take Vashti up on her offer. Lose myself in another woman, and not think of the first time I kissed Yasmen. We ended with me inside her ghetto-ass apartment. I pressed her to the wall, our tongues fucking, our hands frantic. My fingers slipped into her panties and she moaned, pulling her mouth from mine and dropping her head back to the wall, watching me finger her. We didn't look away until she came all over my hand. I watched her fall apart, eyes smoky, that pretty, full bottom lip trapped between her teeth. Big, beautiful breasts straining, heaving with the passion, with the violent churning of how our bodies craved each other. Of how our souls seemed to lock in a bond that not even time could break. My dick pokes against my zipper, and I dig one hand into the counter and press the other palm to my erection. Even the memory of that night gets me hard. How, never dropping her eyes, she grabbed me through my pants, pulling gently at first and then, at my urging, harder with tugs that made me groan. That made me come in my jeans like a teenager, and I didn't give a damn. It was messy and hot, and it felt like the movies, when the two people who belong together find each other and collide. They combust. They stare at one another in awe because what are the odds that you find this ever in a lifetime? That was us. And now she's on the front porch kissing some guy named Mark, and I should be on my way home to wait in bed for another woman. Only I can't. Feeling this and then being with Vashti? It feels wrong. Disrespectful. Selfish. I can hear Bird's voice in my ear. Boy, I raised you better than that. Yeah, you did. I mutter ruefully, resigning myself to a night with me in my hand. Me, hey, maybe tomorrow? It's been a long day. Early start. There is no response for a few moments, and I can almost see her pretty face wrinkled in consternation while she figures out the perfect way to word her response. She's always careful, measured. Vashti and I are natured a lot alike. Maybe that's why we work. Vashti, okay. I understand. Get some rest and see you tomorrow. Not convinced I won't regret that moment of nobility, I pat my leg again to Otis. He looks up at the view of the porch on screen and bares his teeth, ears perked, lean body tensed, protective instinct on high alert when he sees a stranger touching someone he deems his. Dude, I get it, I say, my laugh slightly bitter when I open the back door. But we gotta go. And refusing to look at the tableau on the porch even one more second, I finally do.
Chapter 19. Yasmen. Can't put this off any longer. I stand outside Josiah's closed office door, the scents and sounds from the kitchen bringing some measure of comfort. Grits became a haunted house once I lost Henry here on the floor alone in the dark, but before that night, this place was my second home. Finally, it's starting to feel that way again. Drawing a deep breath, I brace to see Josiah this morning. We've been avoiding each other the last few weeks. Ever since his sleepover with Vashti. Ever since my date with Mark. Besides the occasional passing in the hall here at Grits, we've barely been in the same room lately. Even at soccer matches, we haven't stood on the sidelines together. If we didn't have a meeting with our business manager this morning, I'd be at home working on holiday projects for the Skyland Association, steering clear of the man on the other side of this door. I knock and wait for Josiah's deep baritone telling me to enter. He sits behind his desk, eyes trained on the laptop in front of him. He doesn't look up, but keeps typing. The silence persists, stretches to awkwardness, so I drop into one of the armchairs in the center of the room along with a sofa and coffee table, and set my purse on the floor. Harvey's on his way, he says, still not looking away from the screen. His last meeting ran a few minutes over, but he'll be here soon. Oh. Sure. Great. I run damp palms over my legs, the jeans smooth and cool beneath my hands. Fidgety and looking for something to do, I tighten my top knot. I got box braids last weekend because I was tired of messing with my hair. This morning they're studded with a few gold cuffs scattered throughout the strands. All in all, I feel pretty. And confident, and I won't be shook by the pissy mood Josiah seems to have saved just for me. Finally, he closes the laptop and walks over to the sitting area. I study my nails, taking my turn to ignore him. I like the braids. Surprised, I glance up to find him sitting on the arm of the leather sofa across from me. I didn't expect him to say anything personal. Definitely not about my appearance. When I meet his eyes, they're cool like they've been for weeks, and his face remains unreadable. Thanks. I scour my mind for something else to say. Gone are the days when I couldn't get the words out to him fast enough. We'd watch couples eating dinner in absolute silence and promise each other that would never be us. Did you see Deja's report card? I ask. Yeah. He frowns. I can't believe she got a C in English. It used to be her best subject. It's not just the grade itself, but I worry she's spending too much time on social media. I think she'll find the balance without us having to come down hard. Your relationship with her is already strained enough and, strained? I ask, my voice dropping to a quiet warning. You've said that yourself, Yas. He crosses his stupid muscular arms across his stupid broad chest. Let's not fight over how we need to handle things with Day. Have you given any more thought to Kasim playing football? You mean since I said never when you asked last time? No. Besides, he has soccer. He really wants to play football too. A kid can really want a lot of things that aren't good for him, like literally ramming his brain into a brick wall over and over again and risking his life, his mind, for what? A game? With all that's come out about CTE, I just don't think it's worth the risk. Lots of parents aren't doing football anymore. Don't you think you're being a little dramatic? I played football. Preach played. Theo's playing. I love Preach, but him letting Theo play doesn't mean a damn thing to me. What he and Liz decide for their kids has no bearing on what we decide for ours. Kasim has barely mentioned football to me. He hasn't mentioned it, he returns with obvious stretched patience, because he loves you and he doesn't want to displease you, but he asks me almost daily. Of course, because you're the cool parent. Well, I'm not the one who says no to everything because I'm too scared or too uptight to allow my kids some freedom to make their own decisions. How dare you? I surge to my feet, unable to stay seated one more second. I need to move, let this anger circulate, or it will clog in my veins. My steps eat up the space separating us, and before I know it, I'm right in front of him, standing in the V of his powerful legs. The air sizzles with a lightning strike, sudden and hot and dangerous. Unpredictable. I should take shelter, but I don't step back. His expression remains inscrutable, the stark beauty of his face unaffected, but his breathing deepens. In response, my breasts rise and fall with the struggle to draw breath as the air between us thickens. This close, his presence overwhelms me and my deprived senses devour him. The way his cologne mingles with his unique male scent. The hardness of his jaw at war with the sensual curve of his mouth. The heat his big body radiates, even at rest, surrounds me. I lick suddenly dry lips, and he tracks the movement with narrowed eyes. I feel hunted by that look, like I stepped into a trap laid by my own body, devised by my own mind. Something I thought we'd buried long ago rises, encircles us, breathing new life into a connection I thought was dead. I've known for months that I'm still attracted to Josiah, but right now, with his eyes darkening and his jaw flexing and his hands curling into fists, I can't help but wonder. Is he still attracted to me too? Sorry I'm late. Our business manager, Harvey, rushes in and flops into the armchair, dropping his briefcase to the floor. Any chance I could get some coffee before we start? He asks, still not looking at us and pulling a stack of papers from the open bag at his feet. Sure, Josiah says. When he stands, since I haven't moved, mere inches separate our bodies. At the heat emanating from him, my heart thrums in my chest, like it's been caged and is ready to claw its way out. He stares down at me for a second, drawing in a sharp breath through his nose before stepping around me and leaving the office in long strides. The air collapses in my lungs, and I clutch the arm of the sofa for support. My mind is spinning, a centrifuge sorting all the emotions those brief seconds stirred. Anger. Confusion. Exhilaration. Desire. What did I interrupt? Harvey asks, not looking up from the papers splayed on the coffee table. Huh? I ask dumbly, sitting on one end of the sofa. What do you mean? I've been working with you two for over a decade. By now, I can probably tell who had the last word just by looking at you. We're fine. I rub my hand over the back of my neck, massaging the new tension there. Harvey levels a doubtful look at me, but before he can ask more questions I have no reasonable answers to, Josiah returns with a cup of coffee. Black, right? He asks. Bless you. Harvey accepts the cup, taking a deep swallow and closing his eyes. I missed my coffee this morning and the headache has already started. This hits the spot. Good. Josiah drags his gaze from the armchair Harvey took to the sofa where I sit. Obviously he has no choice but to join me. Still, he hesitates before taking the other end, stretching his long legs out in front of him. First, Harvey says after another long, caffeinated gulp. I gotta say, it's truly admirable how you guys have managed this transition. Not many couples stay in business together after divorce. Neither of us replies, but when I steal a glance at Josiah, he's staring straight ahead, his expression blank. He checks his watch. Can we get into this so I can attend the staff meeting before we open for lunch? We're already starting late. Sure. Harvey's brows lift, but he doesn't seem offended by Josiah's abruptness. By now he knows Josiah is always business first. Harvey sets the coffee mug down on the table. I'd like to revisit the discussion about the Charlotte expansion. Josiah and I both greet this comment with silence. Right before Bird passed away, business was booming so much we dreamed of expanding to another location in Georgia, or even a hot city in another state. Before we get into this, I say, studiously avoiding Josiah's gaze. When we first started talking about expanding, I was the main one pushing for it, but a lot has changed. See, I know you saved this place when I couldn't be here. If you don't think we should expand now, I'll defer. The idea of expanding still excites me, but considering how removed I am from the day-to-day operations, I won't push. Grits is just as much yours as it is mine, Yas, Josiah says, angling his head to catch my eyes. Thank you for saying that, but we all know that you were taking care of the two things that meant the most to me. My children. His eyes, lit with sincerity, lock with mine. And yourself. With all you went through, that was all I had the right to expect. If you hadn't taken care of Day and Seam, I wouldn't have been able to hold it down here. He laughs, and it's hollow, self-deprecating. Though I didn't do that great of a job here Stop, I cut him off. It's a miracle that you kept us afloat. I'm sorry if I didn't fully appreciate it at the time. If I ever made it harder for you. We stare at each other in the seconds elongating between us. After the tension that clotted the room before Harvey came, our words supporting each other feel foreign, but welcome. So what are you thinking, Harvey? I ask, hoping to get back on more even ground. I mean, things are going incredibly well, but we are just getting back on our feet. What makes you think we should expand now? Opportunity. His mouth stretches into what I like to call his money-eating grin. There's a restaurant closing in Noda, North Davidson, one of the most popular areas of Charlotte. We're talking prime real estate. If it's so prime, Josiah says, why they bouncing? Time to retire. Harvey shrugs, turning his lips down at the corners. They're an older couple who've decided to sell the business and move to Florida. Are we in a position to do this if everything checks out? I ask. We are, Harvey says. The last few quarters, with Vashti's leadership in the kitchen, adding Anthony to management, and you guys making shrewd, strategic decisions, have been very good. The best Grits has ever had. True. Josiah cants his head, the look on his face alert and curious. The space is leased. It's a house they renovated, similar to what you did here for Grits, Harvey replies. You'd take over the note, but believe me, this place is so hot, you'd have no trouble covering it. Charlotte is like the next Atlanta. There is no next Atlanta, Josiah says, smug as the only person in the room who grew up here. Charlotte's on the list of best cities to live in, though, Harvey counters. Banking is big, and folks are prospering. And this part of Charlotte is booming. Lots of artists and great restaurants. They were wondering if you could come check it out after Thanksgiving, before Christmas for a couple of days. A couple of days. I slide a glance from Harvey's eager expression to Josiah's suddenly shuttered one. Yeah, I'd want you both to see it, of course, Harvey says. And they'd like you to hang for a day or so to discuss things, see the neighborhood. And so they could get to know you a little. They don't want to pass it on to just anybody. A quick overnight trip. Overnight? My brain screeches, setting warning bells off between my ears. Together? Can Yas and I discuss this a little more? Josiah asks, his gaze fixed on Harvey. Of course. Harvey leans forward to grasp a few of the pages on the coffee table, passing some to me and some to Josiah. In the meantime, here's some promo material of the restaurant and the neighborhood. I leaf through the photos and find myself smiling, my heart pounding. Noda is eclectic and charming and a lot like Skyland. The restaurant is a house, smaller than the one we renovated for Grits, but no less quaint. The photos were taken during the summer since everyone's wearing tank tops, flip-flops, shorts. There's a front lawn, and tables are set up on the grass. People of every shade mill about, smiling and eating. Something about this place tugs at me. Josiah has always been the numbers guy. Show him the data, the facts, and he'll decide. My calculus is softer. Located farther south, not in my head, but splitting the difference between my heart and my gut. Considering the enmity that has crept up between us, it's easy to forget we made great partners. Between his head and my instincts, we built something pretty fantastic here in Atlanta. Could we do it again? I'll leave this with you, Harvey says, nodding toward the file lying open and spilling glossy color photos onto the coffee table. I'll email you some figures and specs that may help you decide. My 2 cents, you'd be crazy if you don't at least go see this place. If they put it on the market, with this location, it'll get snatched, and they won't wait long. Harvey closes his bag and stands, smiling down at me. I rise, too, and lean forward for the hug and kiss on my cheek I know is coming. This place isn't the same without you, he whispers in my ear, hugging me a little tighter. I'm glad you're back and so is he. Surprised, touched, I glance up at our old friend and return his smile and his squeeze. Thanks, Harv. I can walk you out, Josiah says, standing too. You hungry? We can fix you something to go, if you want. Oh, I always want, Harvey says, following Josiah to the office door. Their voices and laughter float into the office from the hall until they're too far away for me to hear. I pick up one of the photos, this one with a man and a woman, a few decades older than Josiah and me, sitting on the front porch. Mary Herman and Ken Harris, proprietors. What's your story? I muse aloud, staring at the couple who wants to meet us. A trip overnight. Together. Josiah and I would have separate rooms, of course, but still, the idea of the 2 of us in another city with no kids, no Grits. No Vashti. It sends an unwanted thrill through me. That moment we shared before Harvey arrived comes back to mind, and my breath rushes out. Heat liquefies in my veins, moving and burning through me. I want him. I shouldn't. It's too late. I won't act on it, but this traitorous ache I'd nearly forgotten roars at me from dusty corners, peers from the shadows and reaches for me through finely spun cobwebs. It's wild and hungry. If I'm smart, I'll starve it, deny it, because unlike before, it won't be satisfied.
Chapter 20. Josiah. I send Harvey happily on his way, then reluctantly turn back to the office, taking a moment to linger in the hall. What the hell was that with Yas before Harvey arrived? I want to scrub my brains so I can't remember those moments when Yasmen stood between my legs, but her scent lingers on my clothes, in my mind. The warmth of her imprinted on my pores. Even though our bodies never touched, I still feel her. But what I recall with absolute clarity is the fire in her eyes. A fire I haven't seen in years. Anger? Yes. Outrage? Maybe. Desire? Most definitely. What is worse than admitting I still want her is the prospect that she might want me too. That shit ain't happening. Not again. Harvey's gone? Vashti asks, stepping into the hall from the kitchen, wearing her standard white chef's attire. She's petite but not delicate. There's a tensile strength to her, a core of serenity that I find calming. I like her a lot. I respect her even more and never want to hurt or mislead her. Yeah. I smiled down at her. He loves that chicken pot pie. Who doesn't? She laughs, stepping closer until she rests against me. She rises onto her tiptoes, reaching between us to press her palm to my chest, and whispers in my ear. I cannot wait to get you home tonight. We're circumspect at work. If you didn't know we're dating, most would never guess from our behavior, but that isn't why I put space between us now. With the memory of Yasmin still tangled in my thoughts, it feels wrong to stand here and talk about tonight with Vashti. I turn my head and kiss her briefly on the lips, but gently set her away from me. Disappointment rises and falls on her expression, gone almost before I detect it. I'd better get back to the kitchen, she says, her smile lacking some of its usual shine. Today's special has to be prepared just right, or it's a disaster. Go kill it. I nod toward the office. I need to talk with Yas before she has to leave. I know she wonders about Yasmin and me, but she has asked relatively little about our marriage, divorce, or even our current arrangement. She trusts me to be a good guy, and I will be. I bend down and drop a lingering kiss on her mouth, squeezing the slight curve of her hip. She lets out a little moan, and angles her head to deepen the kiss. A sound at the door distracts me, and over Vashti's shoulder, my gaze locks with Yasmin's. She's standing in the office door, her eyes clouded and the lush curve of her mouth pulled tight. I can't help but think of the night when I watched her first kiss with Mark. Have they kissed again? Had another date? Fucked? I don't want to know. Vashti looks back, unfazed to find Yasmin watching us. She smiles at her, squeezes my hand, and slips back into the kitchen. You got a second? I ask, looking from the purse Yasmin carries to her guarded expression. I wanted to talk some about what Harvey said. Sure. She turns and disappears back into the office. Vashti is in the kitchen and Yasmin is in the office. Preach would laugh his ass off and say I'm torn between two women, but there's nothing torn about how I feel. I'm very clear. Wanting my ex-wife is not new. Have I ever not wanted her? I may want her till the day I die. We'll be 80 years old and my dick will probably still get hard when that woman shuffles into a room using her walker, but I won't let her close again. She has proven she cannot be trusted, and I'd be a fool to ever believe otherwise. So what do you think? I ask, picking up a few of the photos Harvey left. Worth considering? I hope acting like everything is normal will make it so. Considering my conversations with Dr. Musa, apparently, that's my modus operandi. My gut says yes. She settles into the armchair. But I could be wrong. We both know how reliable her gut has been in the past. Opting to put some distance between us, I sit on the edge of my desk instead of on the sofa across from her. I want to see the numbers, I say. But if it's as good an opportunity as Harvey seems to think, and he's rarely wrong, then it would put exactly what we wanted to do before. I stop, holding her stare and letting the unfinished sentence speak for itself. Before everything. It would put us back on track, she finishes. I mean, for expansion. Right. And you'd be okay going to visit for an overnight trip? I ask the question as if it's harmless. She clears her throat, lifting her eyes to meet mine. Sure. My mom's coming for Thanksgiving and staying a week. Maybe we could go while she's here so she'd be with the kids. Not a bad idea. My smile comes involuntarily. So Carol's coming to dinner? I hope she cooks chitlins again. The kids still aren't over that. Oh my God! The smell. Remember how they complained about it and refused to touch it? She's determined they'll taste them this year. Her smile dwindles. Are you, well, we haven't talked about your plans for Thanksgiving. I'll be here, obviously. Where else would I go? From the beginning we agreed we wouldn't ask our employees to work Thanksgiving or Christmas Day. We didn't want to ourselves. Oh, I wasn't sure if Vashti. Yasmin looks away and licks her lips. I thought maybe you might be meeting her family or something. Not yet. I cross my legs at the ankle and study her closely. What about Mark? Is he coming to meet your mother? Are you kidding? Why would I? No. Too soon? I ask, hoping my tone is light. We just haven't even discussed that at all. We aren't there. You two been out again? She narrows her eyes, tilts her head. A few times. Why? Just wondering. I shrug nonchalantly. Let's see if your mom wants to hang out with the kids for a day or so. And ask Harvey if the owner would be okay with us coming maybe that Saturday after Thanksgiving? Sounds good. With that settled, she stands, but doesn't leave right away. So about Thanksgiving. Are you eating with us? Why wouldn't I? I ask with a frown. It was fine last year, right? I don't know that describing the bitter silence that hung over Thanksgiving dinner last year as fine is entirely accurate, but it's safer than the truth. It was awkward as hell every time Yas and I were in the same room, but the family was together, damn it. The kids went up to their rooms as soon as they finished eating and I got out of there immediately. Yeah, it was fine. Yasmin's stiff smile tells me she remembers it the same way. I just didn't want to assume anything. Yasmin's wrestling with something. Tells, biting her bottom lip, tugging her left earlobe, crease between her brows. I wait for her to decide if whatever she's working up to is worth saying. I mean, you could bring Vashti with you, she says after another 3 seconds. To Thanksgiving dinner, I mean. That I didn't expect. Vashti? You're saying I should bring her with me to Thanksgiving dinner? Hearing it aloud seems to give her pause. She nods slowly, blinking several times as if she's processing it herself. Yes. If you want. It's up to you. I mean, the kids will want you there and I'll ask what she wants to do and let you know. Thanks for thinking of her. Of course, she says, and without any more conversation that could turn awkward, she leaves.
Chapter 21. Yasmin. So let me get this straight, my mother says. I stop washing the sweet potatoes in the sink to glance at her. If looking at Deja is looking in a rearview mirror to my past self, looking at my mother offers a possible glimpse into my future. Besides a few lines around her eyes, her skin remains taut and smooth and brown. Pretty sure my mother has used Noxzema her whole life. I used to watch her smear the thick white cream on sometimes at night. Nothing fancy or expensive. Everything straight from the drugstore, but her skin is fantastic. I can only hope I look like this when I'm her age. You thought it was a good idea, she continues, eyes narrowed behind her red-framed glasses, to invite Josiah and his new girlfriend to Thanksgiving dinner. Mama, it'll be fine. I turn off the water and put the sweet potatoes in a bowl on the counter. These are clean. Peel, M. What's her name again? Vashti. She knows this. She's asked 3 times, and my mother could remind elephants where they left things. Avoiding her sharp gaze, I start peeling the potatoes. I told them dinner was at 4. That's still okay? I ask. She's a cook, you say. A world-class chef, yes. I suppress a smile because I already know where this is going. But she knows I'm cooking this dinner, right? Mama takes a sip of her eggnog. She doesn't wait for Christmas. She can bring a few sides, but she did ask if she could bring something, of course, and I told her we'd love that, but that you're cooking the turkey, the greens, the yams and sweet potato casserole, the neck bones. I'm sure we're safe on the neck bones. The string beans, the fried chicken, mama, yes. She's bringing a few sides that you are not cooking. It'll be fine. Are you fine? What do you mean? Mama leans one rounded hip against the counter and pushes her glasses up to the top of her head. Girl, don't play with me. I raised you. I know you. How you feel about Josiah dating this woman? Ma, don't me. She nods to the stool at the counter. Sit. We have people coming tomorrow, and so much to do before. I got this. Why you think I flew in early? Now, sit yourself down and talk to me. I draw in a sharp breath and release it slowly before sitting. I look at her expectantly, brows lifted. Why you looking at me? She says. I already asked you a question. How do you feel about Josiah dating again? I'm fine with it. I shrug and look down to the counter, tracing my finger over the granite surface. She's been great for grits. The kids love her. Josiah, I search for the right words. Does he love her? I can tell Josiah cares about her a lot, I finish. Things seem to be progressing, so I wish them well. Progressing? Like you think he might propose or something? At the word, propose, I can't help but think about how Josiah asked me to marry him. A rare, impulsive act when both of us least expected it. No. At least I don't think so. I frown, because what do I know? I know they're sleeping together. I didn't plan to say that, to tell her that, but Mama has a way of getting things out of me I never intend to share. I got away with nothing growing up. Mama takes the stool beside me. And you saying that don't bother you, none. We've been divorced almost 2 years. It was bound to happen. Besides, I'm dating too. Who? Mama lifts one brow. A guy named Mark. I mean, we're not serious or exclusive, but we've been out a few times. I like him. He's good company. So you're both moving on. Do you think I could make the stuffing? Mama almost spits out her eggnog, whether it's at the abrupt change of subject or at the idea of me cooking the stuffing, I'm not sure. You? Yeah, me. I force a light laugh and go back to peeling sweet potatoes, training my eyes on my fingers. I wanted to try Bird's recipe. The seconds tick by in silence, and I pause the peeling to look at my mother. Her small smile crooks at the corner. I miss that crazy girl, she says softly. We used to throw down for the holidays. Bird was one of the few people my mother would share a kitchen with. Their scandalous stories about the good old days, raucous laughter, and undeniable love for their food and their family color so many of my holiday memories. Me too. I squeeze her hand and offer a small smile. I found one of her cookbooks when we cleaned out her house. All the recipes are in her handwriting. I've been trying a few of them. Using Bird's recipes somehow makes me feel more connected to her. I shrug and go back to the potatoes. We all know I'm not a great cook, but I wanted to try her stuffing this year. If it sucks, it won't. We'll make sure it's perfect. She winks. Your fast tail should have listened when I was trying to teach you to cook in high school. It's an ongoing joke that I showed no interest in cooking when I was young, but ended up owning a restaurant. Lesson learned. I chuckle. Guess I'm making up for lost time. Better late than never. Speaking of late. I glance at my watch. Kasim's therapy session should have finished a while ago. I'll text Josiah to make sure everything's okay. I'm reaching for my phone when Kasim barrels through the back door and into the kitchen, face wreathed in a huge smile. Josiah follows, his pace more sedate. Grandma. Kasim hurls himself at Mama, rocking her back with the force of the hug. Kasim, be careful, Josiah says, but his voice is indulgent. Don't knock her out before she cooks my Thanksgiving dinner. Mama takes Kasim's face between her hands and kisses the top of his head, then turns her attention to Josiah. Well, look who the cat drug in, she drawls, deep affection in her eyes. You better be glad you're so pretty, or I wouldn't cook you nothing. Josiah's low chuckle rolls out as he takes the few steps to reach Mama and pulls her into his arms. I'm not gonna test my luck, he says. How was your flight? Good. She leans back to look up, searching his face. You all right? His smile fades because he recognizes the question for what it is, evidence of Mama's insight. Bird made the holidays special, and no one would feel her absence now as acutely as Josiah. Yes, ma'am, he says simply. I'm good. Mom, we had Indian for dinner, Kasim says, hanging his backpack on the hook near the back door. I wondered where you guys were, I say. Sorry. Josiah leans against the kitchen island and plucks an apple slice from the cobbler Mama's preparing. I thought I mentioned we were gonna eat out after we left Dr. Cabot's. We went to Saffron's. Mama slaps his hand and slides the cobbler out of reach. It's fine, I say, turning away to wipe the counter down so I don't have to look at him. He's wearing a Morehouse hoodie and dark jeans, and I'm not sure I prefer him business fine ass or casual thirst trap. The man really needs to stop working out. And aging, because apparently that's not helping matters either. His fineness is only getting worse the older he gets, and I can't concentrate. I'll wait until he leaves before I peel these sweet potatoes, or I'll lose a fingertip surreptitiously drooling over my ex. Can I play Fortnite? Kasim asks me with begging eyes. No school tomorrow. Sure, but don't fall asleep with that thing on. I know how you and Jamal get. He dashes from the kitchen and takes a stampede of horses with him, judging by the sound of his shoes pounding up the stairs. That boy and them games, Mama mutters, turning back to her cobbler. I'ma get in that closet while y'all in Charlotte. Last time I was here, we reorganized everything, and I bet it's right back where it was by now. Josiah and I exchange a quick, meaningful glance. Every time Mama comes, she has to organize and deep clean everything within an inch of its life. The kids complain, but it's become our inside joke. They're going to give us so much hate when we come back from Charlotte. 4 o'clock tomorrow for dinner, he asks, looking to Mama with brows lifted. Yes, and don't be late. She twists her lips. I hear you're bringing a guest. Yes, ma'am. And did she get the list of things I'm making and she don't have to worry about? Mama asks, her look both challenging and teasing. Yes, I passed it on. He surrenders a grin and bends to kiss her cheek. I'm looking forward to meeting her, Mama says. I'm sure she'll love you. The openness of Josiah's look fades a little when his eyes land on me. I'm a bounce. I'll walk you out. I dry my hands on a dish towel. I want to hear how it went with Dr. Cabot. See you tomorrow, Mom, Josiah says, leaving through the back door. We walk outside, and he leans against his car. I leave a safe distance between us. Not close enough for his scent and warmth to wrap around me. So how'd it go? I ask. Good. Dr. Cabot's pleased with what he's seeing. He doesn't tell me everything, of course, but he did mention that Kasim's a little anxious about performing well enough to skip next year. He seems to have it in his head that therapy is part of some audition to see if he's good enough to go to 7th grade. I huff a humorless laugh. I guess you think that's my fault for expecting so much. You're probably not wrong. With a gentle finger, he lifts my chin to meet his eyes, surprising me with his touch. Don't do that. He grimaces. I owe you an apology for that comment I made about putting pressure on them. I have no excuse except I'm an asshole sometimes, but it's not your fault. I know I'm a lot. I lean into the rough warmth of his palm. We seem to realize at the same moment that his thumb is tracing the sensitive skin above my chin, below my mouth. I'm sure it was merely muscle memory that made him touch me this way. Our bodies recall things we've chosen to forget. I expect him to withdraw immediately, but the way he watches me in the dimness of the half-moon night, the way his fingers drag across my jaw when he withdraws his touch, almost reluctant, traps the breath in my throat. My mind rifles through an album of memories I cannot afford to indulge in. For a few heart-thumping seconds I'm transported back to the first time I saw him. The first time I kissed him. The first time we made love, confessed our love, voices hoarse in the after-fuck glow of twisted sheets, of tangled arms and legs, of kiss-bruised lips. We had the kind of chemistry that burned everywhere it touched, skin, bed, hearts. Nothing was safe, and if there is one thing I want to be after my last few perilous years, it's safe. He's in a relationship now. Off limits. So 4 o'clock, right? I take a step back. You and Vashti will be here. Yup. He clicks his alarm, flashing the lights of the Rover. I better get home before Otis finds something expensive to metabolize. I haven't ruled out that he ate those shoes I can't find. I choke on my own subterfuge, coughing at the thought of Josiah's tennis shoes neatly stowed away in my closet. Yeah, wouldn't put it past him, I agree. Sorry, Otis. Josiah glances up at the house, then over to Brock and Clint's, up First Court and all the impressive homes lining our little corner of Skyland, an ironic smile touching the corners of his mouth. You ever think how far we've come? If I think of that, I have to think of all we've lost too. Yeah, I reply, shoving my hands into the pockets of my jeans. That first apartment was a shoebox. With roaches. I chuckle, shaking my head. And no water pressure. I didn't have a good shower for a year. A smile eases its way onto his face. Remember that first Thanksgiving? We didn't have a pot to piss in. I surrender to the memory in the grocery store the night before our first Thanksgiving. My usually serious husband picked me up and put me in the shopping cart. He hopped on the back and we coasted down the grocery store aisles, laughing and ignoring the strange looks everyone gave us. I can almost feel the air whipping over my face, hear the clackety wheels on that metal cart protesting our combined weight. Smell his distinctive scent, clean, male, him, and feel his warmth at my back. We'd picked up some basics. Milk, eggs, bread, cold cuts. We had so little money, but as a treat, we each chose one thing we loved. A 6-pack of grape Fanta for me. A bag of sweet and salty popcorn mix for him. We didn't have enough money when we got to the register, he says with a smile, like he's revisiting that night with me in my mind. Oh, my God. I laugh, burying my face in my hands for a moment. All those people behind us with carts full of stuff for Thanksgiving dinner, and we're handing one item at a time to the cashier to put back. Trying to figure out how low we need to go before we can afford it. We kept my popcorn, he says. I frown, but a small smile tugs at my lips. I'm pretty sure we kept my soda. Remember, the power had been disconnected and our shithole apartment was freezing, but the soda was warm. We could have just gone over to Bird's, but she always had a full house for the holidays, and we wanted to be alone, so we stayed there. I don't remember once complaining about the cold in that raggedy apartment in the hood. Instead, serenaded by Al Green's "Let's Stay Together" blasting from Josiah's phone, we made the most of the night with lit candles and PBJ sandwiches and lukewarm grape Fanta. When we made love it was frantic, gripping, sinking into each other like he was all I had in the world and I was his everything. Because it was true. To this day, I get a little flushed when I hear "Let's Stay Together." The song belongs to that night and the sweet, dirty things we did to keep each other warm. Those years, the leanest of our marriage, were somehow also some of the best. It's ironic that he remembers me sacrificing my soda and I remembered it being him. I wonder if that's true of everything and the truth hides somewhere between what we each remember. Reshaping our memories to be what we thought they should. Did I make it better than it was? Did I ever make it worse? I take him in, the sharp planes of his face juxtaposed with the fullness of his mouth. His austerity contrasted with his tenderness for the people who mean the most to him. He's an enigma who makes perfect sense to me. Or at least he used to. It was a good night, I say, my throat burning as I try to break our stare. It's like we're in the middle of that tiny apartment again, shivering, huddled under blankets and eating cheap food from the grocery store in the light of candles. Perfectly content. A fist squeezes my heart until it oozes nostalgia and regret. I better go, he says, finally looking away, stepping away. Yeah, see you tomorrow, I say, my smile hanging on by a thread. He opens the door and climbs in, starts the rover, and leaves. I stand in the driveway long after he's gone, shivering in the cold.
Chapter 22. Josiah. Wait. Don't ring the bell yet. I glance at Vashti over the box of covered dishes balanced in my arms, my finger poised at Yasmen's doorbell. I'm nervous, she says, squeezing her eyes shut. I know it's silly, but I can't help it. It feels like I'm meeting your family. Otis, waiting on the porch with us, looks from Vashti to me and lies down, resting his head on his paws like he's settling in while I calm her nerves. There's nothing to be nervous about. I shift my box and give her a reassuring smile. It's just the kids and Yas, and I think a few people from Grits who didn't have anywhere to go for dinner. And your mother-in-law. Former mother-in-law. I correct, though Carol Miller never feels like a former anything. She treated me like a son from jump, and that didn't end with the divorce. The fact that she and Bird loved each other so much only solidified the bond between our families. You'll love Carol and she'll love you. It's really great of Yasmen to invite me. Not many women would be so kind and accepting to their ex's new girl. That's Yas for you. I tilt my chin to her own smaller box of dishes. Besides, you definitely come bearing plenty of gifts with all this food. I made sure not to cook anything from Carol's list. You're one of the best chefs in the city, so thanks for being cool about Carol's demands. Oh, I get it. Just because I went to culinary school doesn't mean I can take over her kitchen. My mother's the same way. Old school, which I respect. I think you'll get along just fine. I lift my brows and inch my index finger closer to the bell. You ready? She takes a deep breath and nods. Ready. The door flies open as soon as I press the bell. Dad, Kasim says, practically bouncing. There's so much food. Not for long if you have anything to do with it. Help Vashti with these dishes, Seem. I say, as Otis bounds past us into the foyer like a liberated prisoner. Otis. He stops, obedience in his swift response, but impatience in the twitching ears and swishing tail. I know he's going straight to the kitchen to look for Yasmen, and Carol does not tolerate dogs in her domain. Stay in here. I nod toward his bed in the corner of the living room. He huffs disdainfully, but assumes the position, curling up near the fireplace. Kasim relieves Vashti of a few dishes, and we head toward the kitchen. I expect mass chaos, but I should have known better. Between Carol's prowess as a cook and Yasmen's hostessing supremacy, the kitchen is sparkling clean and filled with mouth-watering aromas. All the dishes neatly line the countertop and the kitchen island. When I peer through to the dining room, the table is set with familiar fine china and silverware. There's an obscene amount of food. My stomach growls, and Carol looks up from adding pecans to the sweet potato casserole. I hear that belly talking already. She laughs, gesturing toward a clear section of the kitchen island. Set the food down. Kasim and I place our boxes down carefully. Carol slides her hands into the front pockets of an apron with "Not your grandma's grandma" printed on the front. And who we got here? Carol asks, studying Vashti over the rims of her glasses with a friendly smile. This is Vashti. I say. Vashti, Carol Miller. So nice to meet you. Vashti says, setting down the dish she's carrying. It's nice to meet you too. Carol lifts the top of one of Vashti's pans. HMMPH, salmon croquettes. Yes, ma'am. My mama's recipe. Vashti says, some of the uncertainty leaving her voice now that they're discussing food. For the corn pudding too. Corn pudding? Carol's expression turns alert. And where is that? Vashti lifts the lid on another dish, revealing the golden yellow, sweet-smelling pudding. It's been years since I had this. Carol smiles approvingly. Where your people from? All my family lives in California now, Vashti says. But they moved out west from Louisiana originally. Oh, so you got some Cajun in your blood. I do. Look at these. Vashti grins and pulls the lid from a sealed container, revealing beignet dusted with powdered sugar. How close are we to eating? I groan. We're ready. Carol replies absently, eyes still feasting on the beignet. Soon as Yas comes. She went up to shower and change. She'll be down in a sec, and we can get started. I'm here. Yasmen enters the kitchen, ushering in a scent that is the sweetness of vanilla. Gold clamps are scattered throughout, the braids twisted into an upswept style. Her black, wide-legged pants and fitted Kelly green sweater show off the dips and flares of her lush figure. A matte red pout is painted onto her lips. All those details make her look fresh and pretty, but it's the earrings that capture my attention. You found them, Kasim says, walking over to gently tug on the painted turkey earrings dangling from her ears. Yes. She grins back at him. They were in a box at the back of my closet with some other jewelry I'd misplaced. I can't even remember which birthday you guys gave them to me for now. 30th. I say, biting my tongue too late. Yasmen turns her gaze to me like she's just noticing I'm here. Her smile falters for a second before she steadies it. Oh yeah, she says. I think you're right. I know I'm right because that's the year I gave her a gold necklace with a tiny wheel charm. Till the wheels fall off. Was inscribed on the back. I'm sure she's lost that too, but probably hasn't bothered looking for it since the wheels definitely fell off our marriage. Hey Vashti. Yasmen smiles, lifting the lids on a few dishes. Thank you for coming and bringing so much food. It was nothing. Vashti's nervousness seems to have vanished, and her smile is wide and natural. Thank you for having me. Of course. Yasmen's gaze skitters over me and to Carol. We ready, Mama? All them hungry folks in the living room hope so. Carol chuckles. Like 6 of your staff from Grits actually showed up. Pleasure brightens Yasmen's expression. That woman loves a party. The more the merrier. Then let's do it. It's good to see so many familiar faces from the restaurant around the table as we load our plates and dive in. Milky ends up seated on one side of me and Vashti on the other. How's your daughter, Milk? I ask, trying to decide where to start on my plate loaded with everything from macaroni and cheese to Carol's famous cornbread. She's good. He bites into a roll and chews a little before going on. She and her family went to spend Thanksgiving with her husband's people in Memphis. They'll do Christmas here. He pauses and looks at me. I sure do appreciate y'all having me over. The holidays is when we miss the ones we've lost the most, ain't it? It strikes me that I'm not the only one missing Aunt Bird today. Trying to figure out how to make it without her. Harsh lines bracket Milky's mouth and dent his forehead. For the first time since I've known the man, he looks his age. I'm glad you're here, Milk. I say softly. You know you're always welcome. Before things get awkward, we both slice into our turkey, which Carol always seasons perfectly. I scoop up some of the stuffing. As soon as the food hits my tongue, I freeze, fork suspended between my mouth and the plate. I put the fork down and take my time, savoring the stuffing for another moment, testing it. Carol, I say, frowning. Your stuffing is delicious. It tastes like birds. I don't say it aloud because I don't want reminders of loss today, but a wave of nostalgia washes over me. Not accompanied by grief, but wrapped in joy. The flavors explode in my mouth, exactly as only birds ever tasted, and she could be seated here, glowing with the pleasure of cooking food for those she loves. I didn't make the stuffing, Carol says. Wow. I shift my eyes to Vashti. You did a great job, V. I haven't had stuffing this good in a long time. I didn't make it either, Vashti says a little stiffly. And what about my stuffing on the menu? You said you loved it. Oh, I do, but if you didn't make this, then who I made it? Yasmen says from the other end of the table. You? I ask disbelievingly. Her mouth tightens and she casts a self-conscious look down the row of people half eating, all listening. I didn't mean it like that, Yas. It tastes exactly like birds. The tightness around her mouth eases, and a small smile lifts the corners. I used her recipe. You have it? When we were going through her things, Yasmen says, piercing a mound of macaroni and cheese with her fork. I found a notebook with some of her recipes. Handwritten. Everyone is listening and I should probably save my inquisition for later, but I need to know. There are some recipes Bird didn't use for grits but reserved for family and friends, almost like she kept something special for us. This particular version of her stuffing is one of them. Vashti has since reshaped Grits's menu into her own creation, so the food we serve now doesn't truly reflect Bird's. I have photos and keepsakes and all kinds of things Bird left for me to remember her by. Hell, I even have her dog, but her food? I can't ever have that again. Not quite the way she prepared it, so anything even close is something to be treasured. And to see the recipes handwritten, priceless. Yasmen shrugs, lowers her gaze to her plate, and smiles ruefully. It just made me feel closer to her, I guess. We all know I'm not a great cook, but it's delicious. I ignore everyone else at the table and hold her eyes, trying to convey my gratitude from all the way down here. I'd like to see the notebook sometime. I slowly realize everyone stopped eating, and they're all looking from Yasmen to me with varying degrees of curiosity. Everyone except Vashti, whose eyes are fixed on her lap, back ramrod straight. Anyway, I say, hoping to dispel the sudden tension. This turkey is great too, Carol, as usual. Thank you, Carol answers, flicking a searching gaze to her daughter. Now that you mention it, Milky says, taking a forkful of the stuffing. It does taste like Birdie's. I'm in need to see them recipes too, Yas. Anytime. Yasmen laughs, her eyes warmed from Milky's approval. Now, Kasim, Grandma made your favorite. How's that sweet potato casserole? With that pivot, everyone returns to their plates, grunts of satisfaction punctuating the hum of conversation at the table. These salmon croquettes are so good, I tell Vashti in a low voice, reaching under the table to take her hand. It feels disingenuous somehow, like I'm only touching her to reassure her of something, but she squeezes my fingers back and lifts her head to give me a half-hearted smile. Thank you. She takes a sip of the sweet tea at her elbow. Now tell me more about this trip to Charlotte. We leave Saturday, I say, keeping my tone flat and neutral. I've deliberately not given much thought to the trip. It's really quick. We'll fly back Sunday afternoon. We being you, Harvey, and Yasmen? You're all flying out Saturday? I eat a stalling scoop of mashed potatoes, taking my time chewing and answering. Harvey has family in Charlotte, so he's already there for Thanksgiving and we'll meet him. Vashti puts her fork down and angles a narrowed look my way. So it's just you and Yasmen traveling? Yeah. Deja pipes in from beside Vashti, her mouth full of something. Grandma's staying with us. She'll make us clean everything. I hope she doesn't cook chitlins again. Have you ever had them, V? Vashti tears her eyes away from mine to answer Deja. What? I'm sorry. Have I ever had what? Chitlins. Deja covers her mouth, eyes twinkling. They stink so bad. I wash them in Clorox. Carol interjects, laughing at both Deja's and Vashti's horrified expressions. All the poison boils right off. Ain't nobody ever died eating my chitlins. Y'all don't know what's good. I'll save you some, Vashti. That's okay. No, thank you. Vashti manages a small laugh, but her sober eyes return to me and I know she's still thinking of the implications of Yasmen and me traveling together. There shouldn't be implications. We're two adults who are no longer married and have moved on, even dating other people. And yet, I hadn't mentioned it to Vashti because I feel some type of way about it myself. It waffles between dread and anticipation. I squash it because it's irrational and dangerous and useless. It's such a quick trip. I remind her, squeezing her hand again. I know. I just wish you had told me. She jerks her hand away, ostensibly to take another sip of her tea, but I can't help but feel it's a gesture of censure. I would have if it was important, I say, loudly enough for only her to hear. But it's not. It's just business. The look she levels on me holds irony and a tiny chip of concern. Okay, Josiah. If you say so. She goes back to eating and chatting with Deja beside her. I hazard a glance to the other end of the table, where Yasmen is chatting with Bailey, one of our best hostesses, head thrown back, the long expanse of her throat working with one of those laughs of hers that fills the room and makes you want in on the joke. The tacky, brightly colored turkey earrings swing when she leans forward to grab her glass of water. Her dark eyes are lit with amusement, cheeks lifted in a smile that makes her look happy. Happier than I've seen her in a long time. Actually, that's not right. She's been looking happy for months now, and the realization is a tiny pin pricking my chest. She's back. The woman I married, who ran the world around her without breaking a sweat, took care of our kids, of herself, of everyone, she's back. The woman I loved is back. Therapy, medicine, time. The hell if I know everything it took to bring her back to us, as beautiful and bright and confident as ever, but it's happened. Vashti tugs my sleeve, and I glance over, forcing my mouth to match her smile. Her tranquil expression tells me she's dismissed her concerns about Yasmin and me traveling alone. She believes it will be fine. She believes me. I hope I deserve her trust. Are we gonna say what we're thankful for? Deja asks once there's more conversation happening than eating. I glance at her, surprised but pleased. She's obviously going through some stuff, but at her core, she's still that girl who loves being surrounded by her family and geeks out over holidays. That's a great idea. I smile at her and then at Kasim, whose face lights up at the suggestion. We always go around the table and say what we're grateful for, Deja tells everyone. Glad you remembered Day, Yasmin says, linking her hands under her chin. You want to start? Oh, sure, Deja says. I'm grateful for all my new followers. You can find me at Caliguli on the gram and TikTok. Everyone laughs as expected, and Deja's grin takes over her whole face. Charmer. We go around the table, each sharing what we're grateful for. It's good to hear from the Grits employees about things that are important to them, glimpses into their lives, especially Milk. He and I don't talk much about Bird, but if there's anyone who misses her nearly as much as Yasmin and I do, it's Milk. I'm not sure why I haven't reached out to him more. Maybe on some level, he reminds me of what I've lost. Even the few therapy sessions I've had with Dr. Musa have helped me realize that when I'm hurt, I shut down and bury myself in work, which I knew. But I'm also realizing how much I isolate, lick my wounds alone. Maybe subconsciously, because I've lost so much, I'm afraid that someday I will be alone. If I were in front of Dr. Musa, I'd laugh with him about his psychobabble bullshit rubbing off on me. What I'm grateful for? Yasmin tilts her head. Wow. I'm not sure where to start. I'm gonna have to cheat and say more than one. She drops her eyes to the remnants of the meal on her plate, biting her lip and toying with her fork. My kids. They're honestly the reason I'm even still here. She looks up with wide eyes, like she's said something she hadn't intended to. I just mean, everyone knows it's been a hard couple of years. Deja and Kasim, you guys mean everything. I'm grateful for friends who feel like sisters. And I think I'm most grateful for time, which doesn't always heal all wounds, but teaches us how to be happy again even with our scars. Her words drift over us, landing with some even more than others. Carol blinks rapidly, toughing out the thread of tears. Even she couldn't reach her daughter when Yas was at her lowest point. Seeing Carol here, laughing with Yasmin again, makes this holiday even more special. Kasim, Yasmin says. Your turn. Kasim sits up straighter, and you'd think he was at the head of a class preparing to give a report. I'm not sure where the overachiever gene was strongest, me or Yasmin, but Kasim must have gotten a double dose. I'm grateful for therapy, Kasim says without hesitation. Dr. Cabot's cool. I like having someone to talk to. It's so simple, but so profound, this kid saying he's in therapy and that it helps him. How many adults never admit they need help? Need someone to talk to? Never get the help I've begun to understand therapy can offer? A quick dart of shame pierces me. At 10 years old, my son is braver with his feelings than I've ever been. I look up to find Yasmin's eyes not on Kasim, but on me. Pleasure, pride, There's some mixture of them clear in the small crook of her smile. After dessert, some guests leave, some camp out in front of the television for football. This has been so great, Vashti whispers to me. I loved it. I'm glad. You ready to head out? She nods and I look around, but there's no sign of my kids. Let me tell Kasim and Deja we're leaving. Tell them goodbye for me. I'm headed to the car. I was up late and early cooking. I'm exhausted. And I told you there was nothing to be nervous about. I tease. Carol doesn't even bite. She's wonderful. I'm gonna tell her goodbye and thank her for everything. I head up the stairs, pretty sure I know where Deja is. Sure enough, she has her phone and tripod set up, along with an array of hair products. With promises not to spend the whole night on her phone, she kisses me and pushes me back out. Kasim is also in his room, wearing his headset and playing video games with Jamal. Otis drowses at his feet. Hey, Dad, he says, eyes never leaving the action on screen. Can Otis stay with me tonight? I glance down at Otis. It's not unusual, especially on holidays, for him to stay here instead of at my place, though sometimes he whines to come home. Dog can't stand to sleep away from me. Sure, but I'm not coming back if he starts crying to come home. He'll be okay, Kasim says, rubbing the dog's head. Won't you, Otis? Otis drops his head to Kasim's lap, which is sign enough for me. You and Deja have to walk him early in the morning, I remind Kasim. It's still dark outside, so you can't go alone. I know. I already asked her. She said it's fine? I reach down to scrub behind Otis's ears, and he leans into my palm for a second before returning to Kasim. Okay then, I tell him, dropping a quick kiss on Kasim's head. Love you, kid. Love you too, Dad. Carol stands at the bottom of the stairs, lines of fatigue bracketing her mouth and eyes. She's not as young as she used to be, and 2 days of cooking for so many may be catching up to her. I was hoping I hadn't missed you, Carol says, looping her elbow through mine. It was good seeing you. I give her a side hug, and it feels like 100 other times our family gathered and she stood with me, but everything's different now. Good seeing you too, Carol. Amazing job as usual. It was great meeting Vashti. She's very sweet. She looks up at me, her smile in place, but eyes narrowed. I'd hate to see that girl get hurt. Why do you say that? I ask, even though I think I know. Boy, you ain't dumb, and I ain't either. The smile fades. I know you, Josiah, and I know my daughter. Well, maybe that's who you should talk to, I tell her, rounding out the sharp edges of the comment. Because that ship has sailed, and she was the captain. That's over. Doesn't feel like it to me. Not the way you look at Yasmen when another woman is sitting right beside you. The last thing I need with all the conflicting emotions riding inside of me is Carol making things worse. Vashti's waiting in the car, I say, putting a nail in the conversation. I'd better go. I didn't mean no harm. I love you like a son. You know that. I know. I bend to kiss her cheek. Oh. I think Vashti left one of her dishes in the kitchen. Could you grab it on your way out? And thank her again for them beignets. When I walk into the kitchen, it's shockingly clean after such a huge meal with so many dishes and so many people, but Yasmin, grinning down at her phone, is the only one here. Did you do this all alone? I frown at my inconsideration for not thinking about cleaning up. Carol had assured us they had everything covered, but was it just her and Yasmin doing all the work? Yasmin's smile falters a little when she looks up from her phone. Oh no. Mama and Bailey helped. Mama even wrangled Deja's sassy tail for a few minutes to help load the dishwasher. It didn't take long. Oh good. I nod to her phone. Boyfriend? It's none of my business, and the look she shoots me says as much. When did I lose all control of my brain-to-speech function? I didn't mean to ask that. I don't care if she's texting Mark. I don't have a boyfriend. She slides her phone into the pocket of her pants, meeting my eyes with a slight smile. But if you mean Mark, no. Hendrix and Soledad were just checking in. I nod and glance around, searching the clear counters for any stray dish. Your mom said Vashti left one of her dishes? I don't think so. A frown puckers Yasmin's brows. She double-checked before she left. I hesitate, knowing I have no reason to linger, but feeling compelled to speak. It was good, what seems said today, huh? She swooshes out a breath, touching both hands over her heart. I don't think I've ever been prouder of him. No perfect score or prize he's ever won compared to what he said at that table today for me. Yeah. I lean against the counter beside her. He's something else. He just came right out with it. No embarrassment. Most guys I know wouldn't do that, even if they are in therapy. That's the young man you're raising, she says, slanting a look up at me from a curl of long lashes. I know you've had your issues with therapy, but you're going for him. You've modeled for him it was okay, and he'll be healthier for it. I modeled it. I scoff. I think we both know you've done a lot more to demonstrate the merits of it than I have. We did it then, she says. We still make a pretty good team, huh? A new tension circulates in the air, coiling around us. It tugs on me until, though either of us has moved an inch, it feels like we're only a breath apart. Like the space separating our bodies disappears and we're close. The coolness of her breath, the intoxicating scent of vanilla warmed on skin I know from memory is soft to the touch. My senses absorb her in long drafts until it feels like I can't breathe one more second if I don't. I'd better go. I push away from the counter and stride over to the back door, opening it, hoping the bracing cold air clears my head of her. But I'm not sure it can. Not sure anything ever will, even though I have to try because she made her choice. It wasn't me. Isn't me. I can't stay here. Not in this kitchen and not here, still wanting her. Josiah, she says from behind me. I don't face her, but turn my head, giving her only my profile. Yeah? I'll, see you Saturday morning, right? Shit. Charlotte. Yeah. Carl will pick us up at 10. Great. It feels like we share a held breath as I wait for her to say what she has to say. Happy Thanksgiving. I nod, not looking back, and walk toward the car, where Vashti waits. Idiot. I shove my hands into my pockets, frustration gritting my teeth. You never learn.